Going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to another best of 3 stream. We're going to be getting some sweaty tournament practice in today. And we have our first match, which is going to be between Lazuka and Martinius. Yes. So let's go ahead and update all this. Get the scoreboard all pimped out. 0-0. All right. And then we have on the left-hand side, it's going to be Martinius. And then, oops, wrong one there. And over here, we do have Lazuka. All right, so this is going to be best of 3, as are all the series here today. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Been having a fun time playing some Heroes of Might and Magic, but always good to get back to some Total Warhammer. Wood Elves versus Greenskins, game 1 on Itza. So very quick, not going to be as much kiting potential on this map. It is a fast and furious one. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, perfect. Okay, so let me give you guys some maps. So doing a little bit of adminning while we get these guys all squared away here. We can do... And then Edge of the Darkwood. All right. Cool. So let me get all the players set up. I know there's I think we have 6 best of 3 so far. Let me just double check this real quick. Gonna scroll up and see what we have cooking. All right, yeah, Elves are pretty popular, of course. Yeah, they're gonna be seeing a lot of play. Very, very popular. So we got Martinius versus Lazuka, and then we have Maximilianaire versus Ponti. It's got to be 3. Then we have Grail Guardians, Pope Patty versus, I believe, Darren Dimwits. Let me double check this. No, it's not. It is Hobo Hunkers. Then after that, we have Driver versus Darren Dimwits. You doing any Hamarina later tonight? It's so fun. Yeah. No, I probably will not play that on stream. I might play a little bit off stream, but it's a different build version than the one I have. So, okay, so that looks fine. Then after this, we have... Who else is here? Martinius, Lazuka, Grail Guardians here. All right. And yeah, they can start whenever we're ready. Yes. Start when ready. All right, cool. So we're going to be getting our first match going here, guys. Bear with me. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Happy Zapper versus World Beater. So far, we have 5 best of 3s today. And if we need another one, I can always go in and get wrecked. I am definitely very rusty. But it's fun. It's always a good time to, shake off the old rust and take a little bit of a beating for the Dark Gods. Okay, so I think that looks fine. Then we have a question here from Rogue AI. Okay, so Rogue AI's game should be here. Okay, Rogue AI versus Bird. Okay, almost done with the admin stuff, guys. And let's tag you. All right, great. So we're all good to do some commentary now. It's cracking. What's cooking? Hey, thank you, Frost and Peeling, for resubscribing. Thank you guys so much. The dynamic duo. Yes. All right, let's have some fun. Let's get crumping. We got green on green violence here. And as far as the Wood Elf army goes, it is going to be a army of Dryads in the front. Dryads are extremely good in this matchup. Greenskins actually don't have a lot of magic damage, so the Phys Res is very cost effective on the Dryads. On top of that, they just hit hard in general against light armor, so against any of the Greenskin chaff units, they do very, very well. Wild Hunters of Kurnus, most likely to keep characters like Grom the Paunch, as well as the Boar Boys and or Pump Wagons in check. Drike is great. Really, really nice kind of grindy character for more melee-centric fights. Oftentimes on bigger maps, you're going to be seeing, Prey of Nothrema casters, that sort of thing. But here, Drika is quite good. You just move up and grind on the objectives and live your best life. Aside from that, we have a bunch of archers. Hawkeyes of Jakira and Deepwood Scouts, so definitely a little bit of cheese in the build. If you're playing Wood Elves, you got to have a little bit of stinky cheese. And the Hawkeyes of Jakira are very much in that category, Way Watchers in general. So it's going to be triple archer, and that is going to be that. And some Wildwood Rangers on the outside, actually, just in case maybe Shielded Blackorks. Shielded Blackorks are something you can see in this matchup. So bringing the Great Weapons, not a terrible tech to have one of those. What's going on, Bull from Ireland? Yeah, man, my ancestors. All right. So for the Greenskin army, it's going to be Goblins and Shielded Blorks. Shielded Blorks are probably my favorite unit on the Greenskin roster. These guys are so incredibly cool. I mean, just look how badass they look, man. Yeah, I love elite infantry. And Blorks are really cost effective. They have a ton of HP, really good combat stats, and to boot, they're immune to psychology, which is very nice. In this matchup, not super relevant, but it can be. You know, the Stag Knight Arwars and sometimes like a Forest Dragon, things like that, right? Grom the Paunch, Archers, Ruglad's Armored Orcs are going to be very, very meta here. And honestly, I think Ruglad's Armored Orcs, if you look across the spectrum of like all the greenskin matchups, are probably the most commonly picked unit. They are just very stalwart and tend to punch above their pay grade for some reason. I don't know why. But they do. They do very, very well and are very hard to shut down. Then we do have the Teeth Robbers up here. Going to be robbing some teeth. And yeah, these guys are tricksy hobbitses. They can move in, cause some mischief, cause some havoc, and they look pretty freaking cool. So yeah, look at the gremlins, dude. It's like our Chihuahua right here, just like pulling us across the lands. It's great. So let's get it. Yeah, Blorks get ITP, but Chaos Chosen don't. Yeah, it's kind of a funky thing. I think the reason why Blorks get ITP and like it's just because of the mindset of the greenskins in general, I guess. I don't know, or maybe like I'm trying to like understand why they would have it and why the Chosen wouldn't. I guess like Chosen are still humans, but like typically greenskins are more susceptible to being scared and run off, you know. But I guess Black Orcs, because of their history, I don't know. They were obviously created by the Chaos Dwarves and were created for, you know, heavy duty fighting and whatnot, right? I think. I don't know the lore super well, but yeah, somebody could maybe explain that. Yeah, Rugleds are really good, Max. They are. I agree. There's something about them that's just so strong. I was actually going to make a video on like the most common units picked for each faction. But yeah, unpaid internships really gave them some mental fortitude. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Grom the Paunch, a very solid choice. He regenerates, has 100 armor. You know, a little bit vulnerable to being pincushion, but overall is elusive. Let me make sure they're not waiting for me. I don't think they are. Nope. They can start whenever they're ready. Cool. So I think they're just waiting here, and now we're going to be getting going. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. Dryad's going to be moving up in Vanguard to grab objectives 1 and 3 out of the gates, and the Teeth Robbers coming to rob some teeth, but they're going to get their teeth robbed if they're not careful. So yeah, we do have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus on standby, which are a hard counter against these Teeth Robbers, but the Teeth Robbers do have missiles. You know, they can put a little bit of missile fire down. You can see the Wild Hunters do eat an arrow to the face. All right, pulling on back are the Teeth Robbers. They are going to be retreating. Dryads do have a total of 5 capture weight, and the Teeth Robbers certainly have less. Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to be rocking 4, and you don't want to let your Dryads get charged for free. Martinius is a very, very strong tournament player. Lazuka I've seen a little bit in tourneys, but curious to see what they got going. So Chariot's coming riding through dirty on the Dryads and getting some okay damage, but they're just Teeth Robbers. They don't have the most punch. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to be coming back to fend them off, and the Melkots is activated. A little bit of a waste, to be honest. If that had been done like when they were in the Dryads, it'd be a little bit better. The Wild Hunters do have 90 speed, and these guys are currently rocking 83 speed. They're very fast. Even with the speed debuff on them, they're probably going to be able to get away. We'll see. All right, so the scurrying does continue, and that is a greenskin wall of meat to get through, man. That is going to be incredibly tough. All right, retreating are the Teeth Robbers. Wild Hunters of Kurnus pulling back, having taken actually 4 casualties while chasing the Teeth Robbers, so cost effective there. But the Wood Elves do have 2 objectives, but are going to be losing 3, and the Greenskins are going to be sending Goblins up and going for a full court press, it looks like. All the pressure is going to be on the way in. Now, the Way Watchers are shooting and just melting some Goblins, which is fun flavor-wise, but they should probably save their ammo and or shoot at Ruglad's Armored Orcs or Black Orcs or something in that vein. I think that'd be a little bit stronger. All right, moving on up. Death's Creepers shooting into the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Nice little skirmish coming in from Martinius, and the Wild Hunters are going to retreat back. The Greenskins do have 2 objectives now, and I wonder if Martinius is going to do a full court press or if he's just going to kind of chill out a little bit. I mean, look, the Greenskins could just kind of sit on objectives 3 and 2 and just be like, hey, come at me. I'm going to sit here. You can use all the ammo you want into my shielded low-tier units. I don't care about that, but we'll see what he ends up doing. All right. So, Teeth Robbers are robbing some teeth, dude. They're up to 6 kills. Very dreaded indeed. So they're going to be moving through. Dryads getting run down by these formidable chariots, and the Dryads are like, wait, why are we running from these guys? And now they're going to be turning around, going after them. It's like when a Chihuahua chases like a pit bull or something. You ever seen that? Like a Chihuahua like chasing a big dog, and then like the big dog is like, wait a second, why am I running from this thing? Yeah, it's very, very common stuff. Although often they'll just keep running from the Chihuahua. Chihuahua's got that, they got that mental game on lock for sure. All right, so triple cap by the Greenskins. The Wood Elves need to consolidate their army, in my opinion. How they're spread out like this, I think it's going to cost them the game. You know, they got their army across the entire map, and if the Greenskins decide to pull the trigger and go full court press, I think that the Wood Elves will probably fold under it. Whereas I think if the Wood Elves consolidate their army, like maybe retreat these guys this way, and then like consolidate on 2 and 1 here would be the way. Couple Dryads getting run over by Tief Robbers, but the Tief Robbers do eat a volley from the Deepwood Scouts, as well as the Hawkeyes of Jakira, losing a lot of their HP. So the Menace is starting to take some work, take some damage. We'll see how that all unfolds. Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to be charging back in with the Dryads. Dryads are up in combat now versus these Goblins, who are still afflicted. And here comes the Shock Cab charge. Retreating away from the spears, but now maybe opting to get back into combat. We're going to have to see what he decides to do with that. Now, Grom the Paunch on the other side. This is why I don't like the isolated units for the Wood Elves. Like, they can't support each other, and it's going to let Grom and the wider army pick them apart. Grom is a really, really masterful character at taking down infantry units. He is great at that. And you can see he's already got these Dryads down kind of low to the point where they will lose those fights. But up on the high ground are the Hardwood getting away with anything. The Wild Riders do run down the Goblins here and run down the Orc Boys. But now the Paul Blork Mallcop is on their way in, so there they go. And Blorks will be able to defeat those Eternal Guard. It'll take some time, but they will get there eventually. Dryads in combat here, and Dryka in combat with the Orc Boys. So Wild Hunters of Kurnus should definitely run in and just farm them for value if they can. And what are the archers shooting? The Deepwood Scouts going after Goblin Archers and Goblin Archers. Now, going after basic Goblin Archers isn't terrible, and we do see a opportunity here. The Wildwood Rangers on top of the Shielded Blorks is a very cost-effective winning trade for the Wood Elves. Though the Blorks will hold very well and might even trade somewhat evenly there, it's one of the more effective ways the Wood Elves have of getting rid of those shields for sure. Very, very good. All right, so still a triple cap though. Martinius is hanging on to all 3 points with the wide greenskin build. Grom the Paunch is just being a menace on the low ground. And this is like Grom's fantasy fight, right? He's just getting to farm Dryads. He's not having to fight any hard fights himself. And the Wog is here, boys. The greenskins are getting crumping. And the Big Chungus himself going to be cleaving through these Dryads. You can see those Dryads do get cut up, and so too do these ones. Back towards Objective Dose, we do see the Wood Elves trying to get with the Glade Riders and dive into the missile pieces, and we do actually get the Wildwood Rangers into the Paul Blork Mallcops, although Ruggled's Armored Orcs are just ending their career. If you look right here, you can see the armor, well, not really armor-piercing, but the hard-hitting-ish missiles really, really tearing into the Wildwood Rangers, who, of course, do not have any sort of missile mitigation whatsoever. So, yeah, Ruggled's Armored Orcs are very strong fighters, too. Really, really hard to shut down. That is partially what makes them so good. All right, the Greenskins holding on to this point as well, but we do see War Dancers called in. War Dancers are going to be quite excellent against most of these units here. You can see these angry ladies of the woods cutting through the mushroom people, and now are going to be advancing up towards the point. Will they be able to break through? With Dryka, maybe. So it does look like Lazuka is making some progress at getting this objective here with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and the War Dancers, but the rest of the map is looking very, very green, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't mean green in the Wood Elf sense. I mean green in the greenskin, that is for sure. All right, so on the middle objective, we do see Orc Boys and Durkid Squigs starting to run over these Eternal Guard. Grom the Paunch, the Big Chungus himself, is here. He runs over some of those units, and now it's going to be going over with his hype man. He's got Nabila up there. And yeah, going to help take down the Wildwood Rangers, which is a great choice because they, of course, are good against the Black Orcs. But the Paul Blork Mallcops, they're holding very well. Both Blorks are in pretty good shape. We do see more Wild Riders called in, but they are tar-pitted on Goblins, which is going to take them some time to get through, I would say. The Wood Elves, in the meantime, do re-secure the high ground. So the War Dancers and the Wild Riders and the Dryads able to get the job done up here. Martinius is up in value, though, for sure. And I think that's a relatively accurate representation of the current power on the battlefield. The Wog is active again. The Blork's going to be getting their choppas out, and they are going to be chopping, and giving a good cleaving here to these Eternal Guard. Although it looks like they're trying to move through and attack something else, but yeah, honestly, just finishing off those Eternal Guard is going to be pretty good. Grom the Paunch heading up to the high ground with some Boar Boys and some reinforcing Goblins. So now it looks like the Wog wants to go to the high ground and make sure they get that objective. I think it's time for desperation plays. If you're the Wood Elf player, if you're Lazuka, just get all your archers and aim at Grom. And just hope Martinius isn't paying attention, really. If you could just cheese Grom out, maybe that's a way to get back in the game. Because if Grom dies, -16, and then you call in these scary Ghost Knights, right? Maybe there's something there. But yeah, I do like the Lost Sylvan Knights here. They're very good in the Greenskin matchup, in my opinion, because Greenskin's magic damage is kind of fickle. They can bring a Deathcaster like a Hag is pretty common for Spirit Leech and Buna, which is very good against Sylvan Knights. But if they don't bring that, then, you know, it's going to be harder to kill. Although if you have a lot of like peppering arrows and things like that, and yeah, this is going to be too many units for these guys to handle. This is actually a positional mistake. He should probably bring these Lost Sylvan Knights up to his mainline army here and use them maybe with Draco or in a position where they can be supported by infantry a little bit more. Here they're unsupported, going to be eating a lot of arrows, and you can see they're already losing a lot of HP right here. Draco trying her best, which is tar-pitted. Draco will have a bad time versus Grom too. Grom's going to be able to run Draco over, cycle charge her pretty effectively, and it does look like Martinius is going to be getting the objective once again. Yes, yes. Oh, nice. So he does have Fist of Gork. That's going to be imbuing magic damage. So the Squigs with magic damage are now in combat with the Sylvan Knights. Arrows here. The Hawkeyes of Jakira and the Deepwood Scouts trying to provide what support they can, but it looks like some bacon is on the way in, guys. Sweet pig. And the pigs are coming. They got their bronze shields. Them pigs is hungry. And the mere charge of those pigs is going to be enough to send fear into the spines of these wood elves. And that is a victory for the Greenskins and Martinius. All right, so that's going to be 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Lost Sylvan Knights do have 100% AP. Yes, they do. So yeah, it was just a good classic wide, greenskin build. Pressure. I love the shielded black orcs, a man after my own heart there. And yeah, the rest of the build was good. You had the cav, you had the chaff, some good infantry, Grom. The play patterns of Martinius were pretty good, like using Grom to clear out those low ground objectives. And like we talked about in the beginning for Lazuka, it was definitely a mistake to have his army spread out so wide. If you're playing a swarmy army like that, you want to consolidate your army, value trade, and then counter push. That's usually how you do it. But playing so wide against them is just a recipe for disaster because he basically just gave away like 3 or 4 units for free that were isolated by the Greenskin Swarm. So yeah, that was tricky. All right, and value here, nothing too crazy and nothing too nuts or off the chain there. All right, so we have Dark Elves for Lazuka in Game 2, and we're going to be seeing what's cooking here. Let me check there. All right. And then Game 2, we are going to have Pope Patty versus Hobo Hunkers is going to be in the next best of 3 after this one. Okay, and then we have Driver versus Darren Dimwitz. Driver, one of the best Empire players out there right now. And then we got Maximilianaire versus Ponzi, Rogue AI versus Bird, and then Peppy Zapper versus World Beater. Yes, yes. All right, so that is the tale of the tape. Let's get it. So how you guys been, man? Life treating you well? You guys excited for a little bit of Heroes of Might and Magic? I am excited for that. Hopefully we'll get some updates in frickin' Total War soon. Love the dreaded Tiger update to come sooner. Or they could just give us the end times right now. That'd be pretty cool too. Just like tomorrow, just launch it. Let's do it, man. Dark Elves versus Walk. Martinius is definitely one of the better Walk players out there. He's very good at Warriors of Chaos. So this is going to be a hard one for Lazuka. We'll see what he's got in terms of his Dark Elf pantry. I'm trying to think what the most optimal choice would be. I mean, wide Dark Shard builds aren't bad. You can do that because, you can kind of defend your backfield against Walk because they don't have Furies. You can stop Hellstriders with Coldwind Spear Riders. Coldwind Knights, whatever. So that works all right. Yeah, man, good times. I want to see you playing Undead. You're talking about Undead in Heroes. Yeah, I have an Undead build for Olden Era that's really good, actually. Loving the campaign stuff you keep posting. Hope you don't mind all. Oh, dude, I don't mind backseat stuff at all. No, yeah, I appreciate the advice. I've learned a lot, actually, from reading those comments. Playing Olden Era Arena Stress Assessment 4 and 2 felt good and fair. Nice, Barebat. Good. What kind of balance changes are you hoping for to spice some things up? There's a couple of culprits out there. Like some of the Slanesh stuff is still kind of OP. Like the mask probably still needs some nerfs. Aside from that, I'd have to think about it a little bit more. Yeah, but that's really one of the big culprits in general. The Chimeras probably still could use the ROR Chimera could maybe still use a nerf too. Those things are really freaky strong, really strong. I've seen Chosen since last tournament. I turned into I don't know where he is right now. Yeah. He's been playing a little bit, I think, Kiri. Because, there was a tournament this morning, for example. Anticity hosted one. Yeah. How's the Trench Crusade campaign going? Good. My army's really OP. We're 3-0 in Trench Crusade. It's a 12-round campaign. My army's really busted. I got an ability called War Stories, and I have like 6 elite units, so my army's just leveling so fast. It's pretty nuts. Map dependent, but Danny brings a lot of Corsairs and Corsair handbows and shades. Yeah, I can see that. Daniken has the micro to pull that off, though, for sure. Question, if fighting Dwarves is better to use buff debuff spells instead of direct damage? It depends on the faction you're playing. Because, honestly, direct damage spells are still decent against Dwarves. Like, if you get, like, a big nuke on, like, an archer unit with, like, a Pit of Shades or whatever, it's still often worth it. Yeah. Yeah, Barebat, that's great, man. What does best of B03 stands for best of 3, so it means that the players are going to be playing matches that are best of 3. The first individual to win enough games to win a best of 3 gets the dub. Yeah, Masks, Slangors, Arwar, Chimera are probably the biggest 3 offenders. Yeah, I would agree with that. The Arwar Chimera is still pretty troll. I love it when YouTube doesn't let me know the live stream is up. I've been getting that complaint a lot lately, actually. Like the past 2 months. I don't know if YouTube changed something, but I've been having folks mention that it hasn't been pushing the stream. I don't know what's going on there, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay. Just YouTube being YouTube. Let's do that and do this. And I should probably, you just reminded me, I should probably announce that I am streaming. 1 sec here. Okay. Great. All right. So now we're going to be in the next match here. It's pretty wild, yeah. Like, it does bum me out sometimes, like how simplistic the multiplayer like balance stuff is. You know, how easy it would be for CA to do it, and then they just don't. You're just like, I'm too weak. Like, there'll be a patch, and they'll do like, because really, it's just like entering a line of data, right? It's like you're going to buff the melee attack or melee defense. It's like a table, right? So when there's an update for other things, I feel like CA could make more of an effort to squeeze in very minimal multiplayer changes that would make people super happy. And it would take like zero effort on their end, you know? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're looking at their data from their ladder and like drawing their own balancing and think that it's more pertinent than, you know, than this stuff. I don't know. But it would be cool. It would be cool if we could get that. It is best of 3, yes. Never get to watch lives anymore. Rare chance. What's up, Gale Force? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yes, good, Anakin, good. So Warriors of Chaos are ready, and the Dark Elves going to be getting their army ready now. All right. I do, you know, another thing too, I really wish we had a working ladder in this game. I know it doesn't like mean a lot, you know, like, because, you know, obviously the strongest players are going to be like tournament champions and whatnot, but like, it's still a really cool thing to have like a functional ladder with like a leaderboard you can climb, and it's fun to track that, you know. That was something that when we played about a year ago, we played in Grubby's invitational event for Warcraft 3. I had so much fun playing on the ladder of Warcraft 3 champions and then like following the progress of my opponents and seeing what they were doing. Like, that was very fun, you know, and I would love to do stuff like that in this game, but like it just doesn't work, you know? Yeah. Yeah, little things like that. All right, guys. Let's get it. Ladder lets you chase a goal. Yeah, it'd be fun. Like, the fact that the leaderboard doesn't even work is pretty freaking haggard. I mean, and it's such an easy thing to do, you know? I feel like that's an easy fix, but at this point, I mean, I understand why they're not fixing the ladder now, because why bother, you know? But I just hope that in 40K, I hope it works in 40K. Like, I hope we have a good ladder system that can be a gateway for new players into multiplayer games, you know? Yes. We'll see. We will see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to Game 2 in this Best of 3 series. Martini is currently up 1-0 in the series. So Lazuka on the ropes. Now, it's going to be a very Chadley build. I do love myself some Harganeth Executioners. And yeah, they can take down Forsaken and those type of units very, very effectively. Oh my god, thank you. Playing an Orc War Boss in the Old Realms called Big Chungus. You'd love it. I am going to play that in the next few days probably. So thank you so much, T-Rex. That is a super generous donation, boss. And I am going to be doing Old Realms soon. It's been lingering. The Olden Era coming out kind of put a wrench in my usual schedule, but dude, I'm so excited to do that. We'll either do a dwarf or a war boss, obviously. Thank you, man, T-Rex, you rule. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. All right, so Bleak Swords backed up by Harganeth Executioners. We have a Sorceress of Purple Sun. Won't you come? Purple Sun's a great spell. It's really good at nuking, cab positions and infantry as well. Spirit Leech and Beastmaster with Tormentor Sword. He's pretty good. I like the Beastmaster choice a lot. He has good DPS. Tormentor Sword is amazing, and you can use him to run over troops as well. So that's going to be that. We got Witch Elves in the woods, Scourge Hunter Chariots to poke and play the skirmish game, and a couple Dark Riders out on the open fields for sure. All right, guys, and that's that. Now, looking at the armies of Martinius is going to be rocking a big old army here of Marauders into the Sunset, backed up by Chaos Trolls, Quad Chaos Troll. So the Chaos Troll is pretty unga-bunga. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. And this is kind of a style that's relatively unique to Martinius. He loves to play Troll Hordes when he plays the Warriors of Chaos. He's beaten me a couple times with them, and I'm always surprised. I'm like, whoa, that's very different than, the very mouth-breathy kind of, well, I mean, I don't know if it's like calling mobility builds as mouth-breathy is correct, but like, the Marauder Horseman, Hellstrider meta kind of deal that you see at a lot of walk players, right? But yeah, he's got a massive amount of Trolls, Sartorial with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, and he's going to be getting an ambush. The Dark Riders here get ambushed by the Hellstriders, and the Hellstriders are going to tear him up pretty bad. These guys are going to get ripped to shreds. You can see the Dark Riders getting massacred pretty badly, and Lazuka doesn't try and run, so I don't think he noticed that. Witch Elves are on their way over, but yeah, they're trying to fight back a little bit, but again, it's going to be a losing fight for them. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Scourge Hunter Chariots are going to be shooting at Trolls, but the thing about like Troll Horde builds like this is if you have enough trolls, man, the healing it becomes pretty heavy duty. Like the amount of healing you're getting across your entire army. Like these little poking shots with the Scourge Runners are basically just going to be healed. Like they're not going to actually kill any troll models. It's going to be Tricksy Hobbitses. Now, back in the woods, we do see the Hellstriders defeating the Dark Riders, Witch Elves waiting in the bushes, and it looks like another Hellstrider of Slaanesh is going to be on its way out, while Coldwood Knights are being called in to deal with the Hellstriders. That is going to be the game plan. And the Dark Elves need to do what I talked about last game. They need to consolidate their army. Hey, Triple, thank you so much for the 20 bucks. Oh, the pounds, dude. Oh, we're going to Poundland, baby. Hell yeah, Pound Stretcher. Let's go. Thank you, man. And I really appreciate that one. And next time I'm in the UK, I will eat at Weatherspoons in your honor. All right. Witch Elves are here. Coldwood Knights out as well. And we got Bleak Swords ready to rock. They're all kind of eyeing Objective 3 right now. And yeah, I don't hate that idea, consolidating. This is good. You see what Lazuka's doing? Keeping the army a little bit tighter. If you try and play wide against the more swarmy type army, typically you're going to get your flanks folded, and then you're just going to get collapsed on your last point there. But yes, it's going to be good. Eraser, I hope with every fiver. Dude, I'm going to go so hard on the paint on casting Dawn of War 4 games. We're going to be having a tournament circuit with prizes, sponsors, potentially. I am, assuming the multiplayer isn't just awful, I'm going to go really hard on Dawn of War 4. That'll be like a big primary focus for a long time. I hope it's good, though. I hope it's good. All right, Dark Riders, the Dark Ones, yes. Getting hunted down by another Hellstrider unit. So it does seem like Lazuka is struggling to keep up with the Micro Martinius a little bit. These Dark Riders get charged. Granted, he does respond at least. So the Sorceress and the High Beastmaster are going to be coming over and trying to help out in that fight. We'll see how that unfolds here. More Coldwood Knights are going to be on their way out, and it looks like the mainline fighting is now underway. Hargoneth Executioners getting monkey pounded by the Trolls, which are basically a hard counter against them. They get no bonus versus infantry, and also the Big Chicken is going here as well. Martinius with very, very good instincts, realizing, you know, what the priority targets are, and the Hargoneth Executioners are getting pounded by Trolls. Coldwood Knights coming to help, but look at that. Beautiful play by Martinius. With the Plague of Rust, negative 69, that's what she said. Wow, the Plague of Rust and the Searing Doom combo. Just, man, Martinius is so good with that, dude. You can see the Coldwood Knights here getting eviscerated pretty freaking badly. What a play and a half by Martinius. So freaking nice. All right, on the outside, nothing threatening this objective. Over here, we do see the Trolls and Hellstriders winning their respective fight here, too, against the Coldwood Knights. Trolls breaking through the front line of the Bleak Swords, and honestly, this game's looking pretty rough for the Dark Elves out of the gates. You can see that the Hargoneth Executioners are kind of the last thing really holding in the front line because of how elite they are, obviously, but about 400 value being pounded on by the Trolls, and are the Dark Elves going to be able to get Objective 3 here? Their Witch Elves are winning. We do have two Bleak Swords coming over, but Marauders and Forsaken coming out of the woods are going to be able to counter this most likely. Those bad boys are going over there. And yeah, it is looking very, very bleak for the Druchii right now. The Hargoneth Executioners getting isolated by Trolls, certainly pretty rough. And here on the back, the Sorceress just attacking the Hellstriders. That's how you know you're desperate. Sending your Haggard Dark Elf Sorceress with like whatever her combat stats are, 285 weapon strength, to fight a bunch of these Hellstriders is tough. But it's going to be tough to come back from because of the fact that all of the Trolls are now just healing. None of them were really chased off or finished, and once again the Dark Rider is going to be overextending a little bit, maybe getting picked off by some of the Hellstriders. We'll have to see how that goes. He would need like a giant overcasted Final Transmutation to punish this blob, and he doesn't have that in his repertoire. Here comes the Forsaken, so the Forsaken are out, and they're going to be charging through, and the Witch Elves are going to lose that fight. I think like if you have a healthy Witch Elf, fight a full health Forsaken, the Witch Elves get to drink their Little John Crunk juice. I think they do win that fight, but aside from that, Forsaken will win most of those engagements because of the 85 armor. So that's a tough one. A little bit of skirmish going down. We do see the Everwatcher getting poked up a little bit by the Scourge Runner chariots, and the Dark Rider is going to be trying to rotate over to this point, but yeah, just looking so tough, man. The Trolls are really, really laying into the Bleak Swords here. We do have Marauders with Garrett weapons, of course. Not the best at cutting through just chaff infantry, but with the support of the Trolls, not going to be a problem. Big Bird moves in there. Searing Doom activated right there as well. Going to be nailing into the Bleak Swords as well as the Witch Elves. And that is going to be 3 objectives going to the Dark Gods. So all 3 objectives are owned by the Warriors of Chaos. So for anybody who's a little bit newer here, you can see that there's a couple ways to win. Sometimes you could just beat your opponent up so badly that they just leave the game. But typically the win condition in Total War Competitive is that first player to get 1,500 points. Each objective is going to be yielding 1 point per second, and obviously getting all 3 is going to be 3 per second, taking you up to the 1,500 that you are needing to win. So yeah, a little bit of Dark Elf kiting, but like here's the thing, you can kite all day, but yeah, you got to get up and play the objectives. You can't just kite your opponent around the map all day. I mean, you can do it for a long time. A lot of players will poke for, 5-6 minutes before they even attack their opponent. That's like the skirmishing phase of the game, but we are way past the skirmishing phase of the game. We're way past it. All right, over here, what do we got? Raven's Heralds up in the sky. Raven's Heralds are a cool choice. You actually do see them from time to time. But they're going to get wrecked by this flying KFC monster. He's got his big drumstick, dude, and he's going to be laying a whooping down on the Raven's Heralds. Chasing them back, and yeah, complete victory for Martinius. He's got so much left on the battlefield. He's got all his trolls, which are still healing, by the way. So that's the Troll Horde build, man. I like that. I think that's pretty damn fun. And against Dark Elves, yeah, I can see that working. Just like a bunch of regenerating Monstrous Infantry with Marauder support. Worked pretty damn well, man. How does a casual player practice in this mode? Colin, if you join our Discord, you can find a ton of people to practice with. We have a really good community of folks who host beginner tournaments, and also we have a section where you can find people to play with. You can queue on ladder too, though. Ladder's hit and miss, but you can get games on there as well. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Dreadlord Martinius winning the series 2-0. Well played to Lazuka and to Martinius. He tried. He put up a fight, but Martinius is a really, really tough opponent. I'm sure if Lazuka keeps practicing, they will get there. All right, guys. So now we're going to go ahead and set up the next match. Let's do it to it. And who do we have here next? We have, and then it is going to be Grail Guardians versus the Hobo of Honkers. The Honk will be hoboed. Let's go here, and we're going to go ahead and join this other lobby here. There we go. All right, and there's the game. Great. I know, Frost, you love it. I know you like it. I'm going to be doing the new Bannerlords mod. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to do it as a live stream or if I want to record it and have it be like a campaign series. I'm not sure, because if I record it, I could edit it too and make it a little bit more, a friendly watch. You can skip some of the boring stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. We will see. All right, guys. Nurgle versus Empire on the Eastern Isle Colony. We've seen this matchup a bit. I think the meta is changing a little bit. Empire players have learned how to deal with the Nurgle infantry swarm. So, yeah, I think, yeah, it's kind of like this, right? Yeah, the Great Swords are very nice. And Volkmar the Grim. Volkmar's hit and miss. He can be bullied a little bit by Nurgle characters, but, oh my god, is that a Frunkel? Okay, Dusty, you got it. You think it'd be better as a live stream? Good to know. Good to know. All right, guys, the battle is on. Empire versus Nurgle. I spy with my little eye and Uncle Frunkel, guys. Did you guys see it? Did you see Uncle Frunkel and all of his girthy gloriness? Oh, dude, it's so good. Frunkel against Empire, gonna die pretty quick to archers, potentially. It depends, if the archers can be shut down somehow. We will find out. But let's go ahead and break down the armies, yeah? So this army, I don't know if I would quite say meta with Volkmar being on a horse, but it's still a good army. Great Swords will beat a lot of Nurgle infantry, actually. They can trade very, very well. Archers in the back, the Pincushion Plague Bearers, Battle Toads, big monsters, things like that. And then we do also have Volkmar the Grim, who's got all of his buffs, so Shield of Faith, Grand Soulfire, as well as the Grand Hammer of Sigmar. So pretty neat stuff. All right, guys, we do also have an Engineer, the Engineer with the Mercurial Shot. No restock, but just using him as kind of a poking value piece to skirmish with Nurgle. And that is going to be that. Hey, Kari, welcome to the stream. Yes. Yes, yes. So the Nurgle army is definitely more meme territory. Although the Plague Bearer and Marauder spam is kind of like adjacent to the typical strategy. You bring a lot of high HP infantry, and then what you do is you get a caster and you spam these spells. So you spam, oh no, he's not going spell spam. He's actually going fleshy plus stream, okay. So definitely a little bit off meta. Exalted Plague Bearers with their unholy hand grenades could be useful. And yeah, I mean, this is a meme pick for sure. Uncle for Uncle against the Empire is very risky. Yeah, he'll wreck Greatswords really bad. So if Home Dog is allowed to just beat on Greatswords, it'll be a big day for Papa Nurgle. But in terms of like fighting archers and things like that, it's going to be very, very tough. So we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes, man. I suspect those archers are going to really lay into him, but Hobo Honkers is a menace, dude. He is a menace indeed. He's got some forbidden builds for sure. All right. Let me go ahead and get the scorecards up, by the way. So we need to do this. Okay. 0-0. And then this is going to be Hobo. Well, let's do Honkers. It fits a little bit better in there. Honkers. And then on the other side, it is going to be Pope Patty. All right, let me adjust the names real quick, guys. Sorry, we'll be back to the commentary in a second. And Honkers needs his name to be a little bit more powerful, too. All right. Cool. All right, I'll answer one question before we get into the commentary. Can anyone explain why Turin moved away from tourneys and is doing best of threes? It's just it's a fun change of pace, right? Like when you've been casting Total War for freaking 9 years, changing up the format that you do on a regular basis can be very invigorating, right? Like SFTs I love, and people are still hosting a ton of tournaments, so the tournament scene is still great. And this is, again, these are just a supplement to the tournament scene because this is like practice for sweaty tournaments. Best of threes are a format that are usually reserved for more high-end tournaments, so I just wanted to kind of showcase formats that are a little bit more competitive and also just change things up to keep it fresh, really. Because I just like I like to change up the formats every now and then that I cover on a regular basis. But we're gonna probably do like some SFTs next week. You know, like there's no like dramatic overture about why I've changed the format or anything. It's just yeah, I just like to mix it up. It's fun. Yeah, good times, man. All right, so Uncle Fruncle in the woods with the stream of corruption. Yeah, there you go. So the Greatswords there getting cooked up a little bit, and it looks like there is going to be a heal going down from the Empire. It's going to be an Earthblood. Plague Bearers are waddling towards the back objective, but Plague Bearers will actually lose the Greatswords. So the Greatswords have the armor to mitigate their damage, and then also the anti-infantry bonus against these Plague Bearers is quite good. But look at the Engineer. He's putting in some work there. Fruncle and or the Chaos Sorcerer dropping another stream of corruption, so one of the Greatswords is a little bit beat up there. Furies, if the Furies can shut down the Archers, and maybe some Pestigores coming out to actually punch through the armor, that could be cool. We'll have to see. All right, so back in the woods, we have the Exalted Plague Bearers on standby. They haven't come out yet, and it does look like Nurgle is kind of building up an army, trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Oh, Rotflies from Hobo Hunkers. Like, on paper, Rotflies are supposed to counter armor. And in theory, they should wreck Greatswords. They do have good AP, and these are just the Rotflies, not the Drone Riders, so they're a little bit weaker in terms of the combat stats, but see how it goes. Now, Black Rose Knights are the other meta piece of this matchup. They're very good. Black Rose Knights and or Knights of the Blazing Sun are both very, very good choices. You can mix both those guys in. And, oh, dude, a Chad Blaster Volley Gun. Yes. Oh, dude, Chad Blaster Volley Gun. Oh, man, let's get it. Cornetho, good, man. Yeah, it's going very good. All right, so we do see the Nurgle Sorcerer. He's on his Rot Beast. He's loping through the island here, looking to hunt down the Engineer. The Engineer does spot the advancing Exalted Plague Bearers, and right now it's going to be running for his life. I think he's around the same speed. He's a little bit quicker, but that Nurgle Sorcerer, if he gets him poisoned, Pope Patty could be in a little bit of danger. But nope, he's able to get back. And here comes the Nurgle all in. So in the woods, oh, the Nurglings! The Nurglings came through the trees. Look at that. So there they go. We see the archers being tied down and ambushed by Nurglings. Furies and drones coming overhead. And yeah, the Exalted Plague Bearers, all hands on deck right now as this Engineer is currently kiting that Chaos Sorcerer and getting some very good value. And the archers are going to be unleashing Volley Fire onto the Sorcerer as well and doing a little bit of damage. But here comes the drones and the Furies. Oh, Volkmar! Look at this. The Volkmar tech using Soulfire to try and push those Furies off is kind of cool. Hellblaster Volley Gun potentially going to be tar pitted, but the Black Rose Knights are on standby, and they're going to be screaming on in there, so Pope Patty immediately responds. But that Hellblaster gets shreked. Man, that took a lot of damage. Jeez. How are the Greatswords holding up in the front? So far, I mean, Fruncle is in the mix. The archers are mostly tied up right now. So this is the time for Big Pimpin to get his big Plague Sword and actually start cutting through the Greatswords, who are buffed by Shield of Faith, by the way, so it's going to make them a little bit more resilient, but Fruncle is Frunkling all over his opponent's face. Yes, yes. All right, so the Hellblaster Volley Gun going offline is a big, big win for Hobo Hunkers, but it probably is going to be rallying here. Black Rose Knight's going to be attacking into the flies. They only have 24 melee defense, so the lack of melee attack on Black Rose Knights here isn't that big of a deal. But the archers do manage to get crumped by the Nurgle forces. So the Chaos Furies do take down both of these archers here, which is quite massive, allowing Fruncle maybe to have a little bit of a better time. Granted, 2 archers do get stabilized here, and they're most likely going to be shooting into Fruncle here in just a moment. Volkmar, given the big fight in the front line, he does have the leadership buff of Benediction, so he's going to be keeping those Greatswords fighting a little bit longer, while the Black Rose Knights are getting attacked by Rotflies, which is an ideal situation for Nurgle. The objective is being held onto by the Empire. Over on this side, the Exalted Plague Bearers are waddling. It's very, very slow, so there they go. And some great weapons. So Pestigores into Greatswords is really good, and then using the Plague Bearers to nuke them also, I think, would be quite cost-effective. Black Rose Knights running over the Furies. And the Hellblaster Volley Gun crew, is it going to be coming back? It is. So Pope Patty might be able to get that Hellblaster back online. While Free Company Militia are coming out, Floppy Hats of Doom have been called out from reserve. And it looks like they are going to be banishing these Furies to the Shadow Realm. There they go. All right, Free Company, very, very good in this matchup. A very meta choice. Now, Volkmar certainly has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. He's battling the Chaos Sorcerer Lord as well as Uncle for Uncle, who's literally throwing up on him. Good times. I'm sure he didn't sign up for that when he joined the Church of Sigmar, but he continues going. He is steady, battling that giant demon and the Chaos Sorcerer. A good time to run for sure. Knights of the Black Rose, though, and the Archers still firing away. Nurgle has still not managed to get this point, and the Free Company Militia are going to be providing some very nice supporting DPS. But on this side, Nurgle is actually going pretty balls to the wall trying to get a back cap here, and they should be able to get it done. The Death Head's grenades are very, very strong. They do a lot of armor-piercing damage. So these greatswords are going to get folded by these goat people, as well as the Plague Bearers, and probably not going to be lasting too much longer. Their HP is diminishing very quickly. It looks like the Exalted Plague Bearers need to be given another order. For some reason, they're not throwing super effectively. But the Empire has stabilized its backline, guys. You can see all these archers are shooting here, and the Exalted Demon here, the big old Great Unclean one. He's not Exalted, he's just regular. Close enough to Exalted, though. Is going to be eating some Daka, but now we get Bile Trolls coming in. So this is like yeah, Bile Trolls mixed in against Greatswords and Black Rose Knights meta, I think is quite good. Bile Trolls are a little bit weak to Archer Fire, but again, they still have 60 armor and regen, so they can do okay there. But Nurgle does manage to overwhelm the Empire here, but oh, the Hellblaster Volley Gun's back online, but it looks like it's immediately going to be taken offline again. But here's the thing. If you can get your opponent to waste 2 Fury units taking down a Hellblaster Volley Gun, then the Hellblaster Volley Gun is kind of paid for itself in a way. Because again, it costs like just over 1,000, and 2 Furies is going to be like what, 1,200, 1,250, or 1,300 something? I think they're 650. I can't remember. But if you can get that sort of a trade, you have to remember that that's pretty big. But Nurgle is a little bit resurgent here, guys. The value is close. Hobo Honkers does have good healing as well, and the Exalted Plague Bearers are going to be tearing up these Free Company Militia. It is not a fair fight for them. These are very elite demons, and these floppy hat boys are not going to be much of a match for them, especially when teamed up with some Pestigors and some Plague Bearers as well. Now, back on the point, the Empire trying to be resurgent here, keeping their archers online and their Free Company Militia shooting at Furuncle. Furuncle is going to be getting a fleshy abundance right now. Free Company Militia, you know, especially Sterling's Revenge, pack a little bit of a punch. Spearmen are moving over to help these Black Rose Knights. Or Blazing Suns, nice. That's actually very good against the Trolls. It lights them on fire. They're already weak to fire damage, so very, very good choice of incorporating those Blazing Suns into the build. All right, on the backside, Black Rose Knights coming in on both sides and Blazing Suns. That is going to absolutely fold up this army. If these Empire Knights get around the back, slam into this Nurgle infantry formation, it's going to end their careers. They're going to be sent to early retirement, and they are not going to be getting any pensions. Okay, so yes, Sterling's Revenge still online. Knights of the Blazing Sun folding up those Trolls, and the Empire's resurgent here, guys. They are going hard in the paint. Spearmen moving forward. The Free Company Militia are going to be kiting back while we do get more Furies on their way in, and a big old Cav flank here is able to get the job done. You can see the Plague Bearers are wavering. The Exalted Plague Bearers are the only ones who are still steady through all this, but they're not going to be for too much longer, most likely. We'll see how it all plays out. Now, back in the middle, the Sons of Sigmar are resurgent. The Spearmen holding firm, but there are going to be some Marauders with Grey Uplands providing some support to Uncle for Uncle and the Chaos Lord. And that was a good stream of corruption. And hey, look, I mean, Furuncle is actually, as weird as it is to say, he's actually not doing bad. Furuncle has 1,500 value on him right now and is still at full health. I mean, Furuncle might actually win this game for Nurgle, which, I mean, man, the meta that I knew from like maybe 6 months to like 7 months ago is so different. I wouldn't say that this is a meta choice by Hobo Honkers. I think he's just messing around, but he actually ended up being kind of effective against a Greatsword style play, right? Because you get Stream of Corruption, which is really good against Greatswords. Toxic Deluge, also good there. Spirit Leech is nice, and he's a big armor-piercing fighter as well. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of strange stuff that Furuncle is actually doing kind of well. But here comes the Knights of the Blazing Chads, running over the Plague Bearers on the backside. Black Rose Knights going to peel over to attack those Chaos Furies, and the Empire is resurgent on this point, guys. They are going to be getting some ground back, and it does look like the Nurgleites have lost a point right now. And Giga Chad Mustache Volkmar, dude, he is showing this Chaos Lord who's boss. Now, combat stat difference, Volkmar is 55-41, so yeah, pretty good stats on Volkmar, but they are buffed up by the Shield of Faith, or the Grand Hammer, that is. The Chaos Lords probably would win in like a straight duel. The Blazing Sun Knight's going to be retreating back, and Demogryph Knight's coming out with Halberds. That's an excellent choice. Those are War Demis. The Royal Altorf Griffites are going to be giving a huge beating to that Nurgle army right there. But yeah, the Empire doesn't need to be greedy and go for a triple cap. Granted, you probably can at this point. Just send some Blazing Suns to go farm those Marauders. But the Demogryph Knights are going to put a big hurt on this army, especially with Volkmar buffing them. We'll see how that goes. What do we have fighting here for the Empire? The remnants of some great swords. These Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to get worn down by the Terror Route. Looks like there is some Harry Potter action coming in from Volkmar. And yeah, here comes the Royal Altdorf Gryphites to end the career. It won't like kill him super quickly, but it's going to be some damage. I mean, he's still a great unclean one, right? And the drones will probably be used as a sacrificial lamb against the Gryphites to allow for Uncle and the other character to escape. But Nurgle's looking very, very weak on the battlefield right now. And this has been my experience of playing this matchup in the past like 3 months, is that the Empire typically will win it. I've like in my own games plus casting this matchup in tournaments, I think I've seen the Empire win like 80% of the time. It seems like Nurgle is getting wrecked nowadays in this matchup. Granted, Hobohonkers did meme pretty close to the sun with the Furuncle. I do wonder what like an optimized Nurgle build would look like, but yeah, I mean Furuncle's probably eclipsing 2,000 value, which isn't terrible, right? Like let's see what he's got right now. He's got about 1,600, so yeah, he's just about paid for himself. So Nurgle is going to be trying to get its bearings and get, you know, a bit of a Death Star together. With healing brought into the factor, Nurgle is a little bit closer on value, but also the Empire has a healer too. Oh, dude, the Chad Blaster Volley Gun. Nothing else matters. All right, guys, let's get it. Come on, just give me some Hellblaster Volley Gun shots. In its first life, it only got like 1 or 2 volleys right there. That is for sure. Back here, we do see the Royal Altdorf Gryphites getting a bit of a surround on that Chaos Lord. Chadmar the Grim attacking Furuncle, who is on fire right now with some Blazing Sun Knights. And that looks like it's going to be GG. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hobohonkers tap out here. We're going to be seeing the Chaos Lord go down to the Gryphites, and then we're also going to be seeing the big Furuncle getting shot down by those archers there. So yeah, he's... Dude, look at the Jade Wizard throwing hands, dude. He's got like an arrow in his head, and he's just like... Dude, he just like kicked that thing, and it's like mouth maw. Yeah, pretty hard stuff. All right. So, where's the Hellblaster Volley Gun? Is it online? Yes, it is. Oh, just give me some of the sweet volley. So, I play tabletop Warhammer, the old world. I play tabletop Warhammer Fantasy, and the Hellblaster Volley Gun has always been one of my favorite pieces. It looks like a strange lag spike here. Hopefully it's not on my end. I don't think it is. Nope, it is not. One of the players may have disconnected, but that's fine. This game is basically 100% over. So, if one of the players DCs, we're just going to give it to the Empire player. It doesn't matter who it is. This game is 1,000% over. You can stop at Nurgle is getting wrecked nowadays. Might not even need to add the last word, yeah. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Let's see who disconnected. One of them should message me here. Okay. Okay, game was over anyways. GG. All right, so looks like Hobohonkers disconnected, so that's going to be a victory for Pope Patty there. So we will give it here to Pope Patty, who's going to be winning game 1 with the Sons of Sigmar there. That was basically the point where you would be leaving anyway, so yeah, doesn't matter too much. All right, let's get out of there, and we're going to go over to game 2. Sorry we didn't get to see the value and everything. It is what it is. All right, so they're going to set that up right now, and we will join in a second. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what you would do, because I feel like my Nurgle build against Empire is still good. Like I almost won against some really good Empire players, but it's like you always kind of feel like you're on the back foot a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you need to change? Right. So my old build like was working like clockwork, man. I remember like beating really high level Empire players with it. But again, that was like 6 months ago. The meta changes quickly, you know? Yeah, it was kind of like just like a swarmy thing like this. I'd have to think about that one. Like, maybe it's time to go to like an armor check type situation. Do you just go for like a bunch of Chaos Warrior Grey Opens? I don't know. I do not know. All right, so we're going to go join the lobby again. And then, there it is, and great. So Hobohonkers is down. He's going to need to win his next 2 games to bring the series back, but I have faith in him. I think it's certainly possible. He lost connection to the game. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm too weak. He's remaking a spectator slot, I guess. We'll see how that goes. By the way, guys, I'm thinking about a new campaign. Let me message you. They need a new lobby. Let's see. I think I'm going to be doing an Albion campaign next. I've heard that the campaign for Albion, the Murder Queen, the one who starts in the Chaos Waste in the north, is super difficult and really, really fun. So I'm thinking about doing that one next. Yeah. And let's do that. We need a spec slot. Chaos Knights are not that good against Empire, in my opinion. No, like Gryphites will wreck them. Yeah, they typically have a lot of rough trades, I would say. And like even great swords can kind of punch through Chaos Knights a little bit because Chaos Knights don't really get through armor effectively, and great swords have good enough AP to kind of get through their armor. So, all right, we need a spec slot. Hobo. I feel like that meme of the Eric Andre like rattling the gate let me in right now. All right, who is the host? Okay, and then the other player that he's playing against is... All right. Let me in. Is this the game here? It might be. It might be the game. Good times, good times. Murder Queen is hard until you unlock your unkillable regenning Raven Doom stack. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Max, good to know. Do a Zinch campaign, please. I could do a Zinch campaign. We'll see. I'm going to put it to a vote, but I'm looking at Albion right now. The OVN campaigns are very good. Not those. Oh my god. Give it to me, precious. Am not in lobby. It's bugged. Let's get a new lobby. Okay, so they're going to remake the lobby right now. Apparently it's bugging out, so we will we'll see what happens. Oh, really, Maximillionaire? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the OVN mods are really good though. What of the 3 modded campaigns that we've been doing? So we've done Borgio. We're doing Borgio. I finished recording it, but we have Borgio, we have Araby, and we have Marienburg. What has been your favorite of those 3? Like for any of you guys who've been watching those, like which one has been your favorite? And also let me know why. I'm curious to get some feedback on that. Yeah. No, don't worry, Noctils. It'll happen eventually. All right. So we got this, and now we should be able to get in there. Great. Your efforts are not laughed at. They're respected. All right. So we got Bretonnia versus Elves here on the edge of the Darkwood. We have the Warhammer French versus Atlantis. I'm going to go get some water real quick. Yeah, we're going to do a Old Realms playthrough soon. Yeah, we're going to do it very, very soon. Maybe even... Maybe this weekend. I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll figure something out. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get some water. Thank you for joining. And good times. All right, guys, what's cooking? What is cooking? Oh, Professor Pone with the resubscribe, the big dog. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kara, I'll have to think of something for that. Okay, so we got some feedback. The OG hot dog mayo stream is what you want? Ah, you talk about hot dog streams right when Pone joins, of course. Piccolo's campaign is your favorite. Borgio has the best campaign. Why Piccolo? Yeah, Piccolo's really good. He's actually very OP, too. The Vizier was great. Having a narrative campaign in Slow Fall to Evil was awesome. Yeah. Need to watch more of your olden era videos, but I also want to play the game kind of fresh. Yeah, I'm going to put up another guide soon on how to play the Grow faction. Yeah, it's fun, man. Olden era is very fun. It's a great game. It's amazing. Yeah, it's really, really good. The PvP is fun, too. But I've had such a blast playing with Pone, and scheming like builds and strategies is very, very fun part of that game as well. All right, guys, let's go ahead and break it down. Taking a look at the army here of Pope Patty. Oh my god. Triple Grail Guardian for Pope Patty. And then it's also going to be the Fey Enchantress. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be a bunch of Elite Cav, the Green Knight, Fey Enchantress, and that is basically it. That is a wild-ass build. Now, looking at the armies here, yeah, look at this. He just kind of blind countered him, dude. Oh my god, he blind countered him. He just has like halberds, elite halberds, and Ilariel the Radiant with healing. So yes, Hobo Honker is going for the win this time. Doesn't want to lose the series. So is going to be going for halberds. Reavers for objective capture pressure. Storm Riders are also nice because they can get up here and capture this point. And they're also spear units, so good against cav units. And that is going to be that. I like the guides for my magic with the game. Yeah. Sounds good, Kiri. Yeah, I will do more. I will do more, 100%. All right, so the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The Green Knight and all of these minions, the Grail Guardians and the Fey Enchantress, are on their way over to try and do what they can. The Giga Chad Phoenix Guard are on their way, yes. Larry is also cool because of the Bunavisha, so she gives a magic damage to nearby allies, which can be, well, somewhat relevant. I guess in the Bretonnian matchup, it's more ward save than it is Fizz Res. But against Green Knight, that is incredibly relevant, actually. All right, so Reavers are trying to kite here. We do see the Bretonnian Cav are going to be wheeling about face. And honestly, oh, the Green Knight! He's got the dreaded Frostbite. Oh, no. And the Reavers are going to get folded here. They're going to have a bad time. So the Grail Knights have caught them because of the Frostbite from the Green Knight. And, yeah, he's just going to be hemorrhaging models here, which is very, very unfortunate. Okay. So Halberds are cruising up. And looking at the current objective situation, we do have some Reavers for Hobo Honkers waiting in the bushes. The Halberds are on their way over. The Bretonnian army might be able to pull him apart too, though. That is one thing. He might be able to isolate and bounce around the objectives, and the Halberds may struggle to deal with it, you know? All right, so here you go. Illyrian Reavers getting chopped to pieces by the Grail Guardians and by the Green Knight as well. Green Knight, a menace in this game, just like he is in frickin' Tabletop. And in the meantime, we do see the Grail Guardians attacking into the Storm Riders. Now, Storm Riders don't have good armor piercing, so the 120 armor is going to be a little bit much for them to handle, and you can actually see that the Bretonnians are like, yeah, we don't give a shit about your spears. We're going to bring in our heavy freaking 60-something melee defense cav units with 120 armor and just get the picks. That is huge value right there. Now, that's going to be what appears to be a Dweller's Blow. Did I see a Dweller's Blow coming out? No, I thought I did for a second. No, it's just one of the attack animations there. Okay. So, middle objective is taken by the Elves. And now Bretonia, very victorious over here. But Patty's going to be heading over to objective 3, and he is going to be grabbing this point. The Elves are kind of, I think, like, oh, man, this is not going to be as easy as they thought. On this backside, Mounted Yeomen and Knights of the Realm. Some Silver Helms waiting to steal that objective right there. And the Halberds are going to have to be partitioned. I think you're going to have to leave maybe the RORs in the middle and take the basic ones back here to get your home point, because the longer this goes on, it's going to get rough. Those Grail Guardians getting another heal, and you'll notice how they've taken 0 damage so far. I don't think a single Grail Guardian has died, and they've wiped out a full unit here as well as a full Reaver unit, so very tough. Green Knight and more Grail Guardians in the back. Going to be running over another Lothern Seaguard, dude. Oh, man, this is actually pretty menacing, dude. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, he's getting some good value here. Now, the High Elves are going to be calling out Silver Helms, which is honestly a fine fight. And, uh-oh, this is not going to end well for the High Elves, guys. Larry tries to do some healing, but there is just such an erect Bretonnian army coming right now. The Fey Enchantress and 2 full health Grail Guardians, and the Elves don't really have enough to summon anything except maybe a Spear unit, which is going to be something. But, yeah, this is going to be the High Elves getting folded here pretty bad by this many Grail Knights. Okay, on the backside, it is Silver Helms getting ambushed, and it does look like Hobo Honkers is starting to take some rough fights. Meanwhile, on the backside, there's a Trebuchet being called out by Pope Patty, but immediately protected by these Knights of the Realm who will dispatch those Reavers. Let's go ahead and go back to this fight. Oh, man, look at these guys. These Lothern Seaguard getting folded, dude. And, like, these Company of Calendarian are not going to have a good time either. They are going to get wrecked by the Grail Guardians, too. So the High Elves are just desperately calling things out to try and fight this Grail stack. But, man, oh, man, it is not working out well. Now, the High Elves, they do have objectives 2 and objectives 1. Over here, the Bretonnians able to stabilize their side point using their Knights of the Realm to defeat those Silver Helms, as they normally will. Retreating back are some of the Grail Guardians preparing for cycle charging, so they do charge back in there. The Fey Enchantress is going to be coming in, and 1 unit of Grail Guardians is going to be flanking about, while the Green Knight is going to be attacking Larry, and man, they're just getting farmed at their spawn, dude. They're getting absolutely farmed at the spawn by these Bretonnian Cav. Yeah, look at this. Larry's in trouble, too. I mean, Green Knight, a very good assassin character. One of the best assassins in the game, I would say. And he's quick, he's got Frostbite, and yeah, she's still frostbitten. And if she gets surrounded by Cav, too, it's going to be bad. But look at this, man. Only 1 Grail Guardian has died here, 1 here, and none have died here either. Perfect vigor on these guys also, so they're all fresh, right? They don't give a shit. They're drinking that Grail juice, dude. That Grail gin and juice. All right, Knights of the Realm are holding it down. The High Elves know they're losing on value, so they're just going to be trying to win on points. So sending the Elite Halberds to the back point is a very, very smart play because they're going to be tough to deal with. On this side, yeah, the Company of Calendarian getting folded, and the Grail stack is now probably going to go reclaim Objective 1. I think somebody needs to go over there and get that if they can. In the woods, we got Knights of the Realm heading to the back objective here, and the Green Knight is just dunking on Illyriel the Radiant. Is she going to make it? Yeah, she does make it to her halberds, just barely, but takes a ton of damage in the process. All right, elsewhere on the battlefield, we see Knights of the Realm charging into Unbraced Spearmen, which is pretty cost-effective for those guys. And what do we have here? Earthblood activated on Larry. Backpoint's going to be taken to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit. And Bretonnia has been able to kind of delay this, getting their trebuchets in to shoot at the Phoenix Guard. Pretty cost-effective there. And yeah, just trying to mitigate capture weight. Definitely a bit of a mistake. Should have kept both your cav units on that objective to probably slow down the cap, but not a huge mistake, in my opinion. All right. Objective 1 is flipping. Grail Guardians, and Grail Guardians. So those bad boys are going to be rolling that point over here. Looking pretty good while doing it. Fey Enchantress providing that support as needed. And the trebuchets will be able to boink down those halberds after like 5,000 years. Now, how are the Bretonians going to get a second point? That is a question, because the High Elves have kind of secured the other ones to an extent. Having Phoenix Guard on each point is very, very tricksy hobbitses. But yeah, as we look at the points, we do see the High Elves are ahead. 386 for the Bretonians and 473 for the High Elves. Big value lead. Obviously, the High Elves have gotten huge value, but dealing with those Phoenix Guard is not going to be easy. He didn't bring Dwellers Below either, so he doesn't really have a spell that can like nuke elite infantry into the pits. This would be a losing fight. Attacking into 2 Phoenix Guard units with these cav units would be a bit of a disaster. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to wheel about and go after the weak point over here. And now we get some Pegasus Knights being called out. Interesting. High Elves don't have anything here. That objective is open. The Green Knight is going this way also. And are they going to Alpha Strike these Spearmen? I think that would be a good play. Like, Alpha Strike these Spearmen, force these Phoenix Guard out, and maybe surround one of them. And now Hobo Honkers is putting his feet down. He's got his Fireborn ready. Fireborn will trade pretty well into the Grail Guardians. They have anti-large, armor piercing, and pretty equal combat stats, to be honest. All things considered. Chalice of Potions on the Keepers of the Flame. Hobo Honkers is not paying attention, and it looks like that is going to blast him right in the face. Oh, God. It's so good. And here it comes. And, okay, a partial hit. Oh, he just barely dodged that, man. Good reaction there. He still was able to react quick enough to avoid that. And on the back point, I think Bretonnia needs to just try and wrestle one of these points, man. We do see the Grail Blob heading over to the back point to chase those Reavers off. Meanwhile, in the woods, Knights of the Realm retreating away from Illyrian Reaver Horse Archers. Peasant Mob's coming out. Because, like, one Phoenix Guard could be overwhelmed. If you can lure that Phoenix Guard out here, like right here, and then surround it with Cav, like Grail Guardians, and then maybe, like, Green Knight, I think you could bunker bust through them. It would be hard, and you would take casualties for sure, but I think that's got to be the play. All right, so this objective is secured by the Bretonians. The Halberd box looking very menacing, and we do get some Quest Knights being called out. A good choice against the Grail boys. And Mounted Yeoman going to be intercepting the Reavers right there with the rest of the Cav units. That is going to be a 500 gold donation to the lady. Looks like they're going to try and flee right now, but if the Green Knight can get his claws on them, he will, of course, be frostbiting them, which is going to be incredibly tough. Trebuchet is shooting, I don't know what. It looks like it now has an attack order to go after these guys, and it has done a little bit of damage. Reavers are being cut through pretty badly by the mass amounts of Knights of the Realm and Yeomen, as well as the Green Knight, and they do get terror-routed too. The Green Knight, such a menace. And the Grail Relique is coming as well. All right, all right. So on the backside, nothing going on here. Do we have anything coming out of the woods to stop that from being captured? Bretonnia is what Bretonnia needs to make sure doesn't happen is they need to make sure that it doesn't end up being a triple cap situation. If the High Elves are allowed to sit on one objective with 3 Phoenix Guard and Larry and some Fireborn, then they'll win the game. You need to get the second objective before they fall too far behind in points. That is for sure. And you can see these Phoenix Guard are already getting cut up a little bit, right? They're not having the best time. Quest Knights coming out, Peasant Mobs as well. So the true infantry of Bretonnia, this is like the most lore-accurate Bretonian infantry, just like the shithouse peasants with the big glorious knights getting all the attention there. All right, Knights of the Realm about to get wrecked. Fireborn intercepting them, and they are going to get pounded pretty freaking badly. Although the Grail Guardians are thinking about taking that fight right now. Tempest up in the sky from Larry, not bad, but this could actually be kind of bad for the Fireborn. Is it a reverse Uno? Maybe it is. Grail Guardians getting a charge in the back. Fireborn a little bit caught up here. And Larry and company going to be trying to retreat. Chalice of Potions friendly firing some Grail Guardians, unfortunately. But it does also, I think, tickle the Fireborn. Not really. Okay. So here comes the Phoenix Guard. A big heal going to be going down from Larry, but that's a ton of damage. You know, 3 units of Grail Guardians plus Pegasus Knights with their anti-large bonus. Fireborn taking a lot of damage there. Elsewhere, the fight rages on, but the middle is really the epicenter of action, as the Grail Guardians going to be cycle charging into the Keepers of the Flame. And the Bretonians are going to be taking that fight while their glorious Mortis Engine is going to be draining. And that is one way that the Bretonians can deal with the elite infantry, is using the Mortis Engine effect from the Fey Enchantress. The Mist of the Lady, it does do damage over time, so very, very good. But it might be time to retreat. I think this fight is starting to become a losing fight for Poe Patty, and for Hobo Honkers, it's looking good, right? He's got halberds and sustained combat with cav units. Grail Guardians are starting to hemorrhage models, and the Fireborn are not taking that much damage anymore. They took some from the burst, but this is where Poe Patty might throw the game. He should get back, let his peasants get in, and have the Fey Enchanters fight with the peasants, while the Grail Guardians go after the weaker points, right? This is, I would say, a bit of a mistake, for sure. It's going to cost him. All right, Pegasus Knights are on the run. We do see the Grail Guardians getting smashed up, and Hobo Honkers is pulling the value back very, very aggressively. Peasant mobs are coming. Fey Enchantress is committed to the fight. Larry's a little bit trapped up in there, and we do get some Questing Knights around the back, which is going to be some damage for sure. We'll see. Maybe he makes me eat my words, but I do think that this is a very precarious fight and very, very dangerous. And the High Elves are going to be getting a triple cap now as well during all this. But the Bretonnian masses are here, and are they going to be able to grind it out? I don't know, man. I don't know. Fireborn are getting worn down. Unwashed bodies are now on their way in. And the Grail Guardians here getting chewed up by the Keepers of the Flame. The Grail Guardians still have about 1,000 value right now. But yeah, that is a lot of peasants. And I think the fight could be okay if Ilariel the Radiant gets taken down. That could justify it. And she is kind of getting punched in the face a little bit right here. Remnants of the Pegasus Knights intercepting the Reavers. Going to be able to make not quick work of them, but we'll be able to make work of them. On the backside, we have Companions of Quenelles hanging out there. And yeah, it does look like Larry is in trouble, and that will justify this fight for sure. The Mortis Engine from the Fey Enchantress is also doing huge work, and with Larry going down, the Phoenix Guard are going to be unsupported, and the Peasant Mob's giving really nice buffering as well. So yeah, that might actually be enough for Poe Patty to clinch it. The Phoenix Guard are getting dragged down by the Mortis Engine effect, as well as some of the Grail Guardians, of course, doing good damage. And I don't know if Ilariel the Radiant is going to be able to get away, but Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine is no joke. It is 1,800 here. I mean, it's not the highest end Mortis Engine, but people, undervalue it, I think. And 8 to 16 isn't bad. I mean, a lot of Mortis Engines are 12 to 24, so this one isn't that much less, It's not that much less. It's not like the Skaven one. So you can't let Larry escape. These Grail Guardians, they need to finish off Larry if they can. The Mortis Engine from the Fey Enchantress getting more and more value. She's gotten almost 200 value from just bumping and grinding on these elite units. And the Grail Guardians are very damaged, but their leadership and their determination has kept some of them in the fight here, and it looks like one of them is going to be swarming on Larry the Radiant. But High Elves might win on just objectives, guys. So that's the thing. On the back point, you can see they're already going for a Helm's Deep. They're sending spears back there. Reavers and the Bretonnians are going to be surging with their tattered cav, but should be able to get their clutches on that. And at the back point, we have a healthy Phoenix Guard unit. Yeah, it might be too little too late for the High Elves to... or for the Bretonnians to get back in the match. We're going to have to see, on points that is. Big cat fight, Knights of the Realm will fold up these Reavers pretty effectively, but he's going to have to start playing something over on this back point here. I think it might be GG, because the High Elves are already reinforcing. Hobo Honkers is going to be sending infantry to the back point to make sure he can win on points, and I think that is going to be that. I don't think Bretonnia will have time. I could be wrong. I was kind of wrong about the middle fight. But yeah, the Mortis Engine of the Fey Enchantress was, as strong as I remember it. There was a time in Warhammer 2 where you would see Fey Enchantress with like 3,000 value on the regular, but that was back when I suppose Dwellers Below was kind of a thing too. You were seeing that being played. Peasant mobs hanging on to the middle, and the Bretonnians are going to be saturating onto every point here. They should be able to get this one pretty quick with all those cav units. It's a lot, and they could just steamroll those Lothern Sea Guard. Over here on this point, the Green Knight's coming back, and Bretonnia doesn't have much in the way of capture weight, guys. It's going to be tricky. Peasant mobs trying to hold the middle. Here, they got to stop the bleeding, so all those cav are on the objective and are going to be swarming into the Lothern Sea Guard there, but I don't know, man. I think it's going to be too little too late. He does get his capture weight here. Very, very close, man. Very, very close, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Fey Enchantress trying to break those Phoenix Guard right there. Capture weight is going, like, they're winning the capture weight on both sides, but he's just like, man, 15 seconds too late. He's just like, just barely too late on this, guys, and that's going to be victory for Hobo Honker. So Hobo endured the mobility, played the objectives, and stuck to his game plan and was able to get the win in the end. So very, very well played, guys. And I love both builds, honestly. Super, super fun. I do think that middle fight was still a misplay. I think if the Bretonnians had just gone for that weak backside point and held the two outside points and then gone for the Alpha Strike, maybe, but super cool. 3,000 value, 1,600, Green Knight, 2,800, and yeah, fun match, man. Really, really fun match. The Halberds were tough to get through, but they held long enough and got the High Elves the game. So, GG, guys. We're going to be going to round trace. The face-to-foot style, yes. So, we have Driver versus Darren Dimwits after this match. Okay, so we do have another best of three coming up. All right, all right. Yeah, GG, right? GG. Fun times, man. That was quite a good game. Very, very good one there. So we got Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves in the last matchup. A pretty common one for some reason on the Proving Grounds. Kiri saying the early game would have broken your morale. I know. That was pretty brutal, but he held on there, man. He held on. He did good. Hell, those were some pretty brutal isolates when he was able to get those units trapped up, pick them off. It was good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Yeah, thinking about another hero stream, man. Thinking about one maybe. Tomorrow is what day of the week? Yeah, tomorrow is Thursday, so should be able to do one maybe tomorrow afternoon. We'll have to see. Yeah, the Bone Zone. I mean, this is a matchup as old as time. It's so weird how, like, some matchups, despite, like, the game being drastically different than it was in Warhammer 2, you see them all the time. Like, Tomb Kings Wood Elves has been a matchup that has been a meta matchup for so long. Like, I remember casting Warhammer 2 land battle tournaments where this was, like, yeah, this was a common thing. That Grail Guardian Death Star. Yeah, it was pretty good, Dusty. It was. It was. No end in. But yes, I'm trying to remember what the old meta used to be for the Tomb Kings in this matchup. I would love to see a Casket of Souls, by the way. I unironically think a Casket of Souls sitting behind a tree line on this map would be pretty okay. But Screaming Skull catapults are very nice. Arrows of Kernus can kind of shut them down, but we'll see what they decide to play. We will see. Evil schemes. Evil schemes indeed. But yeah, no, looking at some other modded campaigns. I think we will, when we get a new Cathay update, when we get the Tigers, or the Lion-O or Chitara or whatever they are, Snarf, we will do a campaign of that. I think that'll be the next like vanilla campaign we do. But for now, I'm thinking about Albion. Looks really, really fun. We've done so many human campaigns, though. I'm trying to think if there's something else we should do. Snarf, yeah. Bone Giants? Bone Giants are a little bit better in land battle. I mean, I wouldn't even say they're good there in general, but they're better there because of the fact that it's just mainly killing. Bone Giants are still okay. They have niche applications, but are a little bit tricky to work with. The cool part about Bone Giants is you could just unsummon them, you know, once you use their ammo and get a bit of a refund. What's up, Afro? How you doing, man? Piccolo made me cry laughing. Piccolo was so funny. Oh my god. The Piccolo character in the Southern Realms campaign is just so freaking good. Miss the old Dark Elf meta with Marathi. Marathi still sees play, Vashkod. Yeah, Marathi does. All right, let's go ahead and break down the build. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be an anti-infantry build for the Wood Elves. Poe Patty with a massive War Dancer rush. War Dancers are great because they can rip apart the frickin' the chaff units. And even Tomb Guard, they'll trade very well into. They just have that anti-infantry bonus and are very, very cost-effective as well. Did I try the open test for Olden Era? No, I haven't tried that. No, I'm just gonna. It comes out in a couple days, and I've been playing it with Pwn, so same difference. Dark Weaver with Doombolt. Doombolt's very good here. You can snipe Tomb King's Lords. It has 100% AP as well, and yeah, Blade Wind is also good against infantry positions. So a lot of forward pressure. This is looking to be a triple cap. Yes. All right. Way Watchers in the wings. Way Watchers are really, really devastating here. Pretty easy to protect too. Wood Elf Cav are very excellent at protecting Way Watchers and Archers. Tomb Kings do have catapults to shoot at them, but on a map like this where they could just pop in and out of the trees, it's going to be very, very tough. All right, so for the Tomb Kings of Hobo Honkers, we have Nehekar on Horseman. Front line's going to be Bone Daddies. We have Khalida. Khalida is a fun character, a good assassin and or sniper. And she's going to be teamed up with the Lich Priest of Nehekara, who is going to be using Osirians, most likely to shut down Wood Elf Cav or slow them down and do damage, and Curse Blades as well. Yeah, and the rest is pretty much just infantry swarming. Yeah, Skeletons, Mass Light Cav coming out here from the Skeleton Horsemen to try and play the objectives, and also dive some of the Archers if they can. We are going to see Nehekar Horsemen moving up, and they could get Shrek'd here pretty bad by the Way Watchers. We're going to see. So arrows from the trees. Talk about thematic, right? It's pretty cool. You got the Way Watchers kind of camping in the tree line right there, and yeah, look at that, like shooting out of the dusk in the shroud. Very, very good flavor, and they do pick off a couple horsemen there. Actually, only one horseman goes down, but a little bit more HP going there as well. All right, guys, there is going to be some witchcraft going down here. It is going to be some sort of a Doombolt and Arrows of Kernus combo, and Khalida is going to have a bad time. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's cost effective. Skeleton Horsemen have engaged versus the War Dancers, but the War Dancers are definitely going to win that fight. They just have much better combat stats than Haggard Skeleton Horsemen, and numbers as well. 100 there compared to the 60 on those guys. Khalida getting smashed up though, but with the charging and Khalida as well as the Lich Priest supporting, maybe a little bit of magic getting into the mix, the War Dancers could start to have a little bit of trouble. We'll have to see. The Way Watcher is going to be rotating to the middle, and there's a big opportunity that Pope Patty here is going to be able to snipe out Khalida. Khalida is looking very vulnerable, sitting at about 60% HP. Doombolt's going to be off cooldown relatively soon, and you can see the Waystalker is basically just sitting on Khalida the entire time. All right, the mobility core of Hobo Honker is going to be rotating this way, looking to try and dive into the archers there if they can. There is some opportunities for doing that. We'll see how it plays out there. Middle objective is owned by the Bone Daddies. The way War Dancers might be able to flip it, but looks like the Bone Daddies are able to get waves and waves of trash units on that point, and they are going to be going for a full court press here. But Wild Riders intercepted the Nehekara Horsemen, carrying flying overhead, and we do see some cav around the outside, going to be intercepted by Wild Riders as well. I can't help but feel Pope Patty is winning most of the trades here while holding on to the objectives as well. We do see Objective 1 is owned by Bone Daddies. Objective 2 and Objective 3 here as well is owned by the Wood Elves. Yeah, so Wood Elves have 1, Tomb Kings have 2 right now, but again, I feel like a lot of the trades are going very, very well. Oh my god, look at that Blade Storm. Damn, dude, he just got baptized. Skeleton Horsemen, and Hekar Warriors getting karate chopped there. Really, really rough stuff. And the cav of the Tomb Kings basically been folded like a piece of paper. The Skeleton Horsemen here and the Nehekaran Horsemen got rolled up really, really badly. I think in this matchup you need Screaming Skull Catapults, and you also need maybe a Nushapti Grepo, like the Chosen of the Gods, to try and value trade from downtown. But man, it's definitely looking very good for the hardwood right now. Arrows of Kurnus going in, and it does actually hit Khalida. It's able to weave through the trees. The Elves, of course, know the tree line pretty damn well. And the Tomb Kings are in the process of getting their front line folded. Wild Riders coming around the flank, enveloping on these Nehekar Warriors, and the War Dancers in the front. Very, very killy units, these bare naked ladies. They definitely can get in there and do some good fighting. And the Tomb Kings Infantry Corps is slowly getting folded up. And this could be a quickish game. As we look around here, there's no Tomb Kings presence anymore on this side of the battlefield. They've kind of consolidated their mobility over to the middle. But like, they're not going to be able to get on top of the Way Watchers simply because of the fact that the Wild Riders exist. And look at that. The Lich Priest of Nehekara getting brought down to half health with one volley. And oh god, another volley here. He's the negative 55. He's like, Anakin, I'm too weak. And he's too weak. So there he goes. And yeah, Wild Riders winning their fight here. Ushapti summon out of desperation is a good call. Trying to shut down some of the archers, but overall probably not going to have the best of times. Nehekara Horsemen going to be intercepted by Wild Riders here, and I would imagine that Pope Patty is just going to be calling out more and more mobility, and he does. We actually get a Great Eagle being called out, which is quite interesting. Khalida living in the bushes, not having a good time there. The Ushapti summon is doing some good disruption with some remnants of the Nehekara Horsemen, or it looks like another unit of them. We'll see if they can actually get him back in the game a little bit. I don't think so. Chariot's coming over here from Hobo Honkers, not a bad one. They do run through those Dryads there, and the Dryads are wavering. They are shooken up. And yeah, that is objective number 3 that is still in Wood Elf clutches. All it's going to take is one cav unit coming over there to mitigate that. Value is being brought back a little bit by the Tomb Kings. You know, you can see some of the Wood Elf units in the middle being worn down by attrition. But when the Ushapti summon disappears, and when this last kind of vestige of cav diving gets worn down, I think that is going to be all she wrote. We'll have to see how that all unfolds here, guys. All right, Skeleton Chariots are attacking into the Dryads. Skeleton Horsemen getting a big envelop right there as well. So that objective is going to be on the process of flipping here, most likely. Yes, we can see Tomb Kings are getting that one, but yeah, it's a valiant attempt by the Tomb Kings to get back in this. The Way Watchers being tied down and taking a lot of damage here might be a step in the right direction. Some of the Nehekara Horsemen did get back there, ran down a bunch of the Way Watcher units with that Ushapti summon, killing a lot of models, which is going to be mitigating the DPS of them going forward. And yeah, the little bit of a lack of infantry presence in the middle from the Wood Elves, they're getting a little bit worn down, that is for sure. Wild Riders, though, how's this fight looking? Steady, and fighting Nehekara Horsemen Dryads should be a favored fight for the hardwood here. The middle objective is taken by Tomb Kings, and the outside objective is taken by Tomb Kings as well. Khalida is in her new natural habitat, by the way. So Khalida is living in the trees, sitting at 626 HP, being hunted by the dreaded Great Eagle. The Great Eagle, you know, kind of how they're used in tabletop as well. Kind of a little assassin to go after your artillery and your weak pieces in your army. But yeah, the Great Eagle might be tar-pitted here. Khalida should just run to the back of the map, honestly. I would probably hide Khalida in the bushes back here. Just try and keep her as far out of range as possible. Now, can the Tomb Kings maintain these grounds they've taken? With Wild Riders coming in, getting a good flank on these Skeleton Spears, probably going to be leading to crumbling here in a second, with War Dancers doing their DPS in the front. And the Archer line is back online now, shooting into Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard are silver shielded, so if anybody's going to be eating this fire, definitely they're candidates. They're going to be mitigating 55% of the DPS coming in from these arrows, which is quite huge and very cost effective, but certainly a target that the Wood Elves need to get rid of. Hardwood over here using their Cav to take Objective 3. The middle objective is still owned by the Bone Daddies, but the last of their units are on their way out right now. You can see the Skeletons are crumbling. War Dancer is going to be able to flank into the back of the Tomb Guard here, and with the Way Watcher shooting them, should end their careers. So yeah, nice resurgence by Hobo Honkers. It was a nice little dive there, but I can't help but think he's still kind of cooked. The beginning of the game was so rough for him. And what do we have here? The Great Eagle and the Wild Riders do miss their charge, which is unfortunate, but they should still win that fight versus the Skeleton Horsemen. No problem. Although they have an amazing charge bonus, so not getting their charge bonus of 68 is really, really unfortunate, actually. All right, Way Watchers finishing off the Tomb Guard unit in the woods here. We do see Skeleton Chariots being taken down by Wild Riders. It does seem like the Tomb Kings are running out of gas now. Khalid's gone, and that's going to be a tap out. GG. Well played. 2-1 victory in that series for Pope Patty. It's a very, very fun series. It was a good game. So I do feel like Wood Elves are definitely a little bit stronger than Tomb Kings, but I do feel like that matchup is winnable for Tomb Kings. 2-1 for the Pope. GG, well played, guys. Value here. 600, 17, about 1900 there on the caster with the Blade Storm. The Blade Storms are really devastating, actually. That magic was very, very good. For Tomb Kings, yeah, Khalida just kind of got wrecked. Feels kind of bad. You know, she had a bad time, but what can you do? All right, guys, let's go back, and we're going to go ahead and get our next best of 3 ready to go. So next up on the docket, we have Driver versus Darren Dimwits. So let's go tag those guys. GG, well played. Okay. And GG. Let me get your lobby here, and we're going to go cast this game. All right, all right. So we're most likely going to be seeing some high-level Empire player here, which is Empire play, which is very fun. Curious what his opponent's going to be doing. Chaos Dwarves versus High Elves. Okay, fun. Artillery. Hopefully we see some Infernal Chad Fireglaves, a unit after my own heart. We will see. And the map is going to be Border Low Landing. You know, the thing about this format that I really like is how fast-paced the games are. You know, sometimes in the SFTs, we finish a game and we sit there for like 30 minutes waiting for our next one. But here it's just rapid fire, ready to go games, man. It's nice. Oh God, roll band sounds. Oh man, I was up so late last night. I had a lot of trouble sleeping team. I was up to like 5 a.m. Oh, I'm too weak. A good day to be an elf. Yeah, elves have been having some good runs. Let's see if the Chaos Dwarves are going to be the ones to shut them down, or if Driver will unleash the Oceanid Swarm to quench the fires of Hashut. Maybe that will be the case. Maybe it will. But yeah, what do Chaos Dwarves do in this matchup these days? The meta used to be pretty set. You just go like a Hell Cannon or something, or some sort of artillery. I do feel like it's a little bit risky nowadays, but I guess we will find out. Okay, guys. The Dawizar are still building. I can probably go look at the armies. We can go look at the armies real quick, yeah. Sea Elemental and Oceanid build, yeah, that's been making a bit of a comeback. The Double Noble is incredibly meta here in this matchup, though. The Double Noble to counter the artillery is super, super meta. With the Armor of the Stars, they can become invisible, and then you just go back there and cackle, right? For the Chaos Dwarves, again, this is also meta. Double Death Shrieker, Fireglaive to protect it, Bull Centaur Renders. Like, both players are playing a fairly meta playstyle right now. Yeah. Driver saying, I found out that Chevron Bolt Thrower is your best bet. Interesting, yeah. Interesting. So the battle is soon to be on. What are your other matchups that you guys have going, Driver? I don't know if you're here in chat, but if you are, have you guys arranged your other matchups yet? Let me get a little bit of a sneak peek on what's a coming. Jesse says, my sleep is so fragmented that I usually sleep for about 4 hours and have to wait 2 hours before going back to bed again. Yeah, it can be like that for sure. It can be like that. I've never slept well. I've always like had anxiety about going to sleep, and you know, I just like to stay up late. I'm a creature of the night, you know. Creature of the night. Noble on a horse is how to get arty in tabletop too. Is it really? Yeah. pretty much all the high elf players I play against only use dragons, so I never get to see nobles on horseback. It's basically just 2 giant star dragons just punching you in the wiener, you know, over and over. Have best of threes and campaigns replaced? No, not at all, dude. No. I'm just changing it. I explained this earlier, but I like to change up the format, like what we're doing. And yeah, there's still a ton of tournaments happening right now. There's tons of other hosts. So the tournament scene is still very active, but I'm just hosting best of threes to showcase more competitive formats, which we will see in season finals and things like that. And also just give me a change of pace. Nothing's replaced. It's just temporary. You know, we of course will go back and do tournaments too. I don't know if Rock Glorious Rod is very good, John. I haven't tried it in a while. I know it might be better now with the curse actually spreading properly, but it'd be something worth testing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down and see what is cooking. So for the Chaos Dwarves, double Death Shriekers. Death Shriekers are amazing against tiles if you can keep them alive. They, of course, wreck single entities, and they're pretty good against static archer and or spear positions. So yeah, it's very, very good. We got 2 of those bad boys. Dwarf Warriors, Fire Glaives to protect the backfield, a Sorcerer Prophet of Buna, which is good against Fireborn, as well as other elite units like Phoenix Guard and Swordmasters, and a couple mobility pieces, and that's going to be it. So yeah, this build is a fairly normal Chaos Dwarf build, I would say. A fairly normal one. And on the west side here, or east side of the battlefield, technically speaking, we have Illyrian Reaver Archers, which are going to be trying to ninja the back objective. Very good units. And aside from that, we do see the High Elf Army here. It's going to be Spearmen, Oceanids, Sea Elemental, and a couple Nobles as well. Now, the Nobles are going to be using Armor of the Stars to make them stock and unspottable, and then they're going to be trying to get on top of the artillery pieces. But yeah, the Sea Elemental does have crazy resistances against Chaos Dwarf shooting, right? 20% missile, 30% physical, and then fire is going to be 20% as well. Death Shriekers do magic damage, though, so they mitigate the physical res, but yeah, that's going to be 40% resistance against Death Shriekers, which is actually very, very substantial for sure. All right, spears are on their way up. We got spears coming here too, and now it is time for objective dose to go to the High Elves, and it looks like the High Elves did not get the back objective. They were kept in the trees by the Hobgoblins, so the Hobgoblin Archers kept those guys in check. And oh, the World of Warcraft Arena Tactics Pro Gamer, the most OP pillar in all of the old world. Do you think after all the battles that we fought on this map that this tower would have been destroyed by literally rocket warfare? These are rockets, by the way, okay? This is like some modern warfare technology being used in a fantasy setting where people use bow and arrows. And somehow it's not OP. But alas, the World of Warcraft Arena Tactics from Driver, very, very strong. Dude, that used to piss me off so bad. I was a Frost Mage when I used to play Arena, and I used to just get so frustrated when you would be playing like a Resto Druid Warrior build, and the Resto Druid would just be like humping the pillar. You're like, is this really like high octane PvP, high skill PvP, humping a pillar and running in circles? Is this really what like constitutes like fun and exciting PvP? I hated that shit. God. Understandably, for balance reasons, I guess it was necessary, but it just, oh, it always felt so lame. All right, guys. Fire Glaives, though, are going to be planting their feet down, but they will do very little damage because of the fact that the Sea Elemental will mitigate 70% of their damage. So that's pretty painful. Now, on the wings, coming in from Driver, he is going to be using 2 Reavers to try and steal this from the Cutthroats. The Cutthroats should be able to attack them. They should be. And also move these guys back here to secure that point. If you're the Chaos Dwarves, you can't really afford to lose that. Look at the Sea Elemental guys, basically taking no damage. Just moving in, cackling, writhing mist to give him shields, and oh, here comes the ocean. Oh, yeah, baby. So the rockets are shooting at the Sea Elemental as well. It's going to take like 5 years to kill that thing, but the rest of the Dawizar army is holding somewhat effectively. The unpaid interns fighting with the Sorcerer Prophet. Chaos Dwarf Warriors here are going to be chilling out, and the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here and the Hobgoblins putting up a decent fight right there. Now, as far as the backside point goes, we do get some more Hobgoblin Wolf Riders coming out to fight against the Reavers, and the Reavers might actually lose that because they didn't get the proper charge, it looks like. Although more Reavers here, they're actually able to overwhelm the Cutthroats. So a bit of a contested fight back here, and it looks like the Reavers are going to end up winning that melee fight as the Hobgoblins just kind of outclassed by the combat stat line of the Reaver. Now, what are the Chaos Dwarves going to be sending back here to try and save their back objective? Are they going to be spamming out Wolf Riders, or are they going to be saving for the dreaded Bull Centaur Render? Now, Sorcerer Prophet, using him to fight the big man is not terrible. The only damage mitigation that the Sea Elemental will get here will be actually quite a bit. Fire and physical. The bullets in the back from the Fire Glaives. One of my favorite units. I literally started a Chaos Dwarf tabletop army just to play these units. And Yeah, unfortunately they're not very good in tabletop, but man, do they look cool as shit. So, yep, Fireglaves still shooting at the big man, and even if they get attacked in melee, they do have the halberds. They've only gotten 300 value shooting at the big beastie here. And the high up mobility is able to wrestle this back objective. So the Reavers outclassing the Hobgoblins, overwhelming that point. And now I love the Ranger pick. Sending over a Ranger here to really kind of collect and hold that objective there, I think it's going to be very, very nice. Now, in the backfield, we do see the Deathstreakers being attacked by the... Oh, did one Deathstreaker get taken offline? It looks like we did see one get killed. And or taken offline, I believe. So the Bull Centaur Renders do catch them. And it looks like the other Deathstreaker did get taken offline while I wasn't looking. Okay. So sneaky nobles, but the Bull Centaur Renders do manage to get in there. Yeah, look at that. One Deathstreaker is fully offline, guys. Very, very nice. But the other Deathstreaker is still cooking and is going to be providing some nice supporting fire. The Blunderbusses are out. Blunderbuss is a good screening unit against these pieces. We'll see how they all play. Dwarfs holding on to the middle objective with their stalwart Dwarvish infantry, and the Hobgoblin Wolves just kind of getting wrecked on the outside, but I would imagine the Bull Centaurs will head over there shortly. Now, this is an opportunity for the Chaos Dwarf Blunderbuss, son of Theoden here to prove his worth. And yeah, that is a lot of damage. I mean, that's just volume fire, exactly what you need to be doing to take down a big beastie like this. And the Bull Centaur Renders are getting a very favorable fight. This is where the dim-witted one can pull back the game if this fight goes well. All right, so big shotgun shots coming out from the Blunderbusses. Deathstreaker Rocket Launcher also trying to finish him off. Sorcerer Prophet actually leaving that fight, which I feel is a mistake. He should have stayed over there and been cycle charging on the wings and helping to finish off some of the units. But we got a killing box here, guys. We got like several powerful shooting units, and Blunderbuss units are so incredibly cool. All right. Yeah, this thing has sponged a lot of damage, though, and it's gotten good value, too. The Bull Centaur Renders getting worn down. They're fighting two anti-large units. Wow, both of whom have Colossal Strike, too. That is pretty savage. Sea Elemental is about to break, and the Oceanids are summoned out of it when they do, of course, get low. But that Sea Elemental is going to be paying the troll toll, and the two Nobles actually beating the Bull Centaurs because they had monster support, they had Larry support, they had a lot going on right now. But now the Nobles need to be targeted down for sure. But the Sea Elemental does fall. On the backside point, Hobgoblin's going to lose that fight pretty badly, and it looks like a Fate of Unit activated on a very beat-up Reaver. I can't help but feel that's a big mistake right there. You're probably going to see some good quality units coming out soon, yeah. High Elves, though, I think Driver's still in a winning position. The Chaos Dwarves are slowly losing the middle objective. The White Lines of Krace, they're such a cool-looking unit. I think they're one of the coolest-looking units on the roster. Are going to come out with their great upends and lay a royal boinking down on the Chaos Dwarf Warriors right here. So they are going to have a bad time. Bull Centaur Renders have rallied, though. The Blunderbusses are being tar-pitted by these Oceanids, who are going to be disappearing in just a second, and they should be free to start shooting down these Oceanids right there. The Bull Centaur is actually giga-chatting it pretty hard, despite the fact that they were very low. They rallied and then get a good counter-surround, and one of the Nobles is getting circle beaten here pretty badly. The other one is also quite tattered, and look at that! The Bull Centaur is swinging it back there, guys. They are swinging it back, and oh, I forgot to update the scorecards. I will do that. I will do that after this game is over. All right, guys, Chaos Dwarf Warriors heading over to push the Rangers off. They will be able to defeat the Rangers. That is a very nice grab for dim-witted one in the back. Taking both Nobles down is quite huge. These Oceanids, still a bit of a problem, but yeah, both those guys are in the trash can. And now Bull Centaur Renders, they're okay against infantry units. They can definitely do all right. Another Tempest from Larry. Silverhelm's being called in on the backside, so there is the Fat Tempest with the Storm Riders trying to take him down. He is a little bit shaken up in terms of his leadership. Steady at the moment, I suppose, but Dwarfs have been triple capped for quite some time. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors, like I said, will win that fight, especially with a little bit of Hobgoblin support. They should be okay. Both Nobles getting put in the trash can here, and the artillery piece, what is it even shooting right now? It looks like it is shooting at the Noble to try and get him off the battlefield, which is probably smart. These Fireglaves, I think, are just worth unsummoning at this point. Just let the Bull Centaurs chase those guys off the battlefield, and here comes the backfield fighting as the Dwarf Warriors and the Hobgoblins fighting Silverhelms, actually. Silverhelms are pretty menacing. They will really, really endure the Chaos Dwarf Warriors and the Hobgoblins there. So tricky, tricky. All right. What do we got cooking, ladies and gentlemen? Bull Centaur Renders going to be weaseling around the outside, so they're going to be creeping, while we do see the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here surging forward. Sorcerer Prophet of Death going to be descending from the skies, looking extra evil. And there he goes, yes. Good Bulls on parade. And what do we got in the backside? Deathstreaker Rocket Launcher is sitting at about 600 value. You know, it's been shooting at things with fire res and missile res the whole game, but oh man, you got to finish off those Oceanids, big dog. If dim-witted one loses this Deathstreaker just to some haggard beat-up Oceanids, that's going to be really, really tough. Yeah, Rogue, I will. But I think the High Elves have got this game. It seems like the Chaos Dwarves have just been pushed back Too many rough fights for them, and yeah, losing their back objective multiple times and then losing the trades back there has been very, very precarious. The Bull Centaur Renders, though, doing great. I mean, a solid unit here. They're at 2,300 value, cutting through these Silver Helms, but that triple cap, man, look at the points. They're bleeding. 3 victory tickets per second, guys. It is going to be very, very tough for him to come back. Sorcerer Prophet flying in the skies. The Death Streaker is tied down for now. Where are the Hobgoblins? Where's the Horse and the Rider? Definitely need some Hobgoblins to come in and protect that Death Streaker. It is wavering right now. Death Streakers have like sub 10 melee defense. I think it's a little bit higher. I think it's 10. So yeah, it's going to pretty much get hit by every single attack and break very, very quickly. All right, guys, GG. Sorcerer Prophet also, I felt like he didn't do much this game. The Bunas were not terribly useful. You really wanted some Spirit Leeches, I felt. Like, Spirit Leech would have been excellent at dealing with the Nobles and some of the other SEs he was fighting, but that is that. All right, so charge coming in from the Bull Centaur Renders. The Oceanids here going to be getting smashed up pretty good, but it doesn't matter because the game is over anyways. All right. Yeah, the Water Elemental tanked a lot of damage. It did. It probably didn't get a lot of damage value itself, but yeah. So let's get you 0. That's going to be 0, 0. And then we have, what do we have here? We have, that's going to be Dim-Witted, and he is playing against Driver. J&M, Driver. Driver. Drivers in all caps. He can be very powerful after his first win. Okay, guys, this is best of 3 series. First one to win 2 games obviously wins the series. And we are going to be going into the next match here in uno momento. All right, so let's see what we got. We got Empire versus Warriors of Chaos on the Chateau de Roquefort on this map. Sorry, I forgot to check the values. Doing a little bit of admin stuff there, but we are all good. So after this game, what do we have? We have Maximillionaire versus Ponty, potentially, but obviously this could go the distance. But Maximillionaire versus Ponty, Rogue AI versus Bird, and then Peppy Zapper versus World Beater are going to be wrapping up our games tonight. All right, all right. Okay. So Gotrek Starbreaker versus 2-1. Okay, I'm going to see if these guys want the last slot. Looks like we might be adding another matchup here. Blood Penguin versus Gotrek Starbreaker. Okay, cool. So that is going to work out great. I know Elves are having a good run today, man. They're not doing bad at all. Them tricksy hobbitses, they have been performing. They have been indeed. So Warriors of Chaos Empire is a fun one. There's a handful of ways you can go about it as the Empire player. You know, the old meta is wagons, but I don't think wagons are the way anymore. I mean, I still think they can work. I guess it depends on the map. Wagons are really good if you have a home objective, which you can easily hold while you value trade. But yeah, you can also go more frontal focus. You can go like great swords with like a basic archer line, for example, and then just a bunch of Empire Cav of your own. You can kind of actually meet Warriors of Chaos on their own terms, but then you can get pounded by troll toll spam if they go very troll heavy. So there's a little bit of back and forth. Does Medieval 3 and 40k Total War both use new engine? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they both do. Yeah. I'm somewhat certain that they both do. Could be wrong, but I think they do. No and then. So Walk versus Empire. I wouldn't hate seeing a troll swarm again. Just like friggin' 5 or 6 troll units with a bunch of like marauders just like unga bunga down the field. Like Hellstriders pushing on the flanks. I think that playstyle could work relatively well. Is it fair to say that despite the Merworm getting all the Sea Elemental, yeah, the Sea Elemental is better, yeah, it is, Daryl. It's more cost effective. The Merworm is just so expensive, and the Sea Elemental is just so incredibly tanky and cost effective, and actually pretty killy in melee too. Yeah, yeah. So I do think the Sea Elemental is in a better spot now. It sees a lot of play. I mean, I think we've actually seen Sea Elemental in like World Championship level tournaments and whatnot. Yeah, we have indeed. All right, Warriors of Chaos. I want to peek at the build, but I don't know if they're on the stream, so I don't want to spoil the builds for any of the homies right now. No spoiling there. Man, guys, I want to get into Dawn of War 4 so bad. I wonder if they're gonna, like, the rate at which they're gonna add new factions. Like, how gung ho are they gonna be, right? It is kind of weird having a 40k game and not having Chaos represented. Did you guys notice that? We got that for both games. For friggin' Total War Warhammer 40k and Dawn of War 4. No Chaos in either of those games out of the gates. Fear of the screen peeker, I know. How many of you homies remember the LAN parties from the early 2000s? You know, when you're playing split screen with your brother or whatever, and there's like, no screen peeking, Tyler. Yeah. Old school Halo days. I know, the screen peeking was so degenerate. Isn't that funny that that was even a thing? They will add new factions as fast as they let us get in the betas. Oh, I just love playing Chaos factions, you know? I'm very pumped for Dawn of War 4, but I have to say that Mechanicus trailer was pretty terrible. It was really bad. The cinematic trailer, when they when they were turning the Necrons into stormtroopers and they just couldn't hit the dude, that was so dumb. There's like 7 Necron warriors and then like a Necron Praetorian just like not shooting their guns and just they can't hit the broadside of a barn. Whereas in other cinematic trailers, we've seen Necrons like shoot Space Marines and also shoot Imperial Guard units and like melt them. It like disintegrates them, but they can't. Like, it was so haggard. I was actually very disappointed with it. It's not a huge deal because I'm sure the game will hopefully still be awesome, but like that one thing, I was like, come on, dog. The trailer was awful. I agree. It was really bad. Some of the Orc trailer was good. The Orc trailer they did was amazing. And you know, that company is really capable of good cinematic trailers. If you guys haven't seen the Iron Harvest launch trailer, dude, it is so good. It is so good. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Let's take a look at the Warriors of Chaos Army for Dim-Witted 1. He's got Hellstriders, obviously a good, you know, mobility piece and good at chasing down skirmishers and trolling. The main army is going to be Marauders. And then we do also have some Marauder Grey Weapons. Aspiring Champions, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle with what spells? Is that Fleshy Abundance only? Then Herald the Hammer and a Hell Cannon. What the hell is this? T-Rex Pushup says we would play dodgy LAN parties in Baghdad in 2004 and bombed out buildings and actual fistfights over screen peeking. Oh, that's epic. That's like such a millennial experience, dude. Oh my god, yeah. Not only being in that war zone, but just like the frickin' like, yeah, the rage over the screen peeking. Dude, T-Rex, man, that's a great story, man. That's a great story. All right, so Hell Cannon is moving up the chute, and I don't know what this build is. This is a wild-ass build, dude. We have 2 foot characters. We have Herald the Hammer, and then we have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle on foot, both of whom will get wrecked by Karl Franz. Now, the Imperial Army of Driver is pretty badass, actually. He's got Halberdiers, Silver Bullets, and 2 Greatswords on the wings. A very cool, disciplined Imperial formation. And we got double Mortar. Mortars against Walk is very off-meta, I would say. Very off-meta. But on this map, they can actually shoot because the line of sight on this map is very precarious. But we'll see. All right, so the Light Wizard is going to go back here and does have Shem's Burning Gaze, so can use this to try and snipe the Hell Cannon. It looks like he maybe already casted it once. I don't know what kind of damage we maybe saw. And now the rest of the Chaos Infantry are going to be moving forward as Chaos is going to be getting a triple cap on the Empire. And a Hellstrider does weasel around the back. But the Imperials should be able to call it a cav unit to protect this. And yes, it is going to be the Silver Bullets turning about face to shoot them. And Empire Knights are going to be getting in front of them and screening out those Hellstriders right there. On the backside, Hell Cannon's still shooting away. And shooting at the Greatswords is probably better than shooting at Karl Franz. Franz is a bit of a hard target to snipe. And we do see another Shem's Burning Gaze. I think one more Shem's Burning Gaze and the Hell Cannon is going to go offline. It does rip a shot, but the Harry Potter back here, dude, he's going full Magic Man back here, and it's going to be able to take down the Shaft Cannon, as I like to call it. Chaos going to be calling in some Hellstriders, maybe to try and surround him, and if he can get us surrounded that Light Wizard, that would actually be pretty big. Don't know if that's going to be the case, but we will see. Herald the Hammer versus Karl. That's kind of a fun fight. Karl should win it with Cycle Charging. Yeah, Herald is a very, very strong fighter, but Franz is on a monstrous creature, should be a little bit favored in that particular fight right there. All right, so the Hell Cannon is back online, shooting at, is it shooting at Franz still, or is it shooting at Greatswords now? It looks like it's shooting at Halberdiers, which is a good choice. Halberdiers, Greatswords, any of those units are going to be worthy, and man, did they get wrecked by that. Herald the Hammer also does cause terror as well, so he's a bit of a menace. On the outside, Hellstriders versus Empire Knights, and this other Hellstrider unit from Dim-Witted should be able to move in and help out in that fight and help them win it. Harry the Hammer, yeah, he's living his best life as the Chaos Infantry do arrive on the outside point. The Imperials are able to get this one. Hellstriders flanking into Halberds, not going to be the strongest play in the world, but might be able to help these very beat up Marauders here trade a little bit better. We will see. But the Greatswords are able to get that one done. And the Harry Potter back here is going balls deep. Did he get the Hell Cannon offline? He did. So now it was once an erect shaft, but now it is very flaccid, laying on the ground. It has blown its load and no longer is here to fight. All right, Forsaken moving up. Forsaken do get hard countered by Greatswords. The Empire definitely in a advantageous position right now. Granted, they are a little bit behind on objectives, but I would say that the fighting in the middle is going to go quite well for them. Grenade launches coming out. Karl Franz with a Life Wizard will eventually be able to beat both the Nurgle character and Harold the Hammer. He's the Prince and Emperor after all, and these are just some, side characters here, basically. I mean, Harry's got a little bit of history, but, the Nurgle character, not so much. All right. Free Company Militia called down to the flanks, going to be moving up towards the objective. And yeah, Free Company Militia will beat basic anti-large Hellstriders pretty effectively. Anti-large Hellstriders are really bad at fighting infantry. They have incredibly low melee attack, which is compensated for by their anti-large. So they're good against large stuff, but against infantry, they are pretty bad. So the Free Company Militia will beat them, and then we'll be able to put pressure on Objective 1, which is going to be a big win for the Empire. Greatswords here, defeating Forsaken. No surprises. We talked about this. Forsaken are countered by Greatswords. The armor of the Greatswords will counter the shock damage of the Forsaken and the lack of AP, and then their own weapons with the anti-infantry and armor piercing will punch through the Forsaken. So that is to be expected right there. Karl Franz going pretty Giga Chad, taking down the Nurgle Lord here. He's looking a little bit rough, and it does look like Driver is going to be jumping off to potentially a 2-0 victory here in this series. We'll see. There's still a little bit of time. Misplays could happen. Dim-Witted 1 is close enough on value. Maybe he could weasel something back, like getting us around on Franz and picking him off could be pretty massive, but not going to be easy. All right, Chaos still holding on to 2 objectives. Free Company Militia winning their fights over there. Grenade launchers are going to rally, and the Trolls are getting into combat with these Silver Bullets, while Empire Knights are going to be coming over trying to save them if they can. Objective 3 fully secured by the Imperial forces. The Hell Cannon has been unsummoned, no longer going to be in play here. This is a good play here by Dim-Witted. Definitely want to unsummon your beat-up infantry units and call them back in. And it looks like the Light Wizard is going to be unsummoned as well, which is an interesting choice. I feel like he still has magic, but Franz being surrounded here, I mean, this is one way that Dim-Witted can maybe get back in the game. If Franz gets surrounded and taken down by all these Hellstriders, that'd be pretty massive. He does get a big regrowth right now. Name a more iconic combo than Karl Franz and regrowth overcasted. It is his best friend in this game. Yeah, he's trying to get away right now. Definitely needs a little bit of milk. Is there going to be another Hellstrider called in to try and pin him in? Marauders going to be trying to rush up to that objective, but the floppy hats of doom have arrived. So here they are, and that's going to be, with their current health, probably about 4 capture weight, and these guys are going to be another 5 capture weight there, so just park them on the objective, and that one should flip. And it's still at a point where the Empire can win on 2. It's not like a super desperate situation. Franz, though, able to stabilize, it looks like. He did get his Jade Wizard in there to help him out a little bit. Probably going to need some support, though, or at least to run away from that fight. Harold the Hammer, dude, massive dong over here in the front, just fighting it out, pushing these bad boys back with his aspiring champion line. So the Imperials are going to be forced to retreat, and these guys are like, stand and reload, fire. Imagine that, being these like handgunners getting charged by these like hulking Chaos Warriors. And it looks like the Knights are going to rally, and they are getting their lances out for Sigmar. Very epic shot. There's few things in this game that are as epic as like Empire rescue moments, where like the Cav come in to like rescue some state troopers or something. It's just so epic. All right, Mortars still doing good, actually. You can see the Mortars are shooting in here and helping Franz out, but now we got some Skull Crushers coming out. Oh, Skull Crushers. Skull Crusher! Franz should have ran a minute ago, but he's been staying a little bit too long, and this is what could give Dim-Witted a chance back in this game, guys. Skull Crushers are anti-large. They hit very, very hard, and yeah, Franz is going to want to retreat. He is getting very, very low. Now, on the backside, Silver Bullet's trying to shoot here, but good old Harold the Hammer, he's keeping that pursuit going with his aspiring champions. And it is hammer time. They're going to be drawing sabers, but not going to matter too much against the Hammer Storm. And the aspiring champions will be very good here as well. So some of those guys are going to get mulched and will pay the iron price. Chaos actually holding on to the outside objective, so the Marauders and the Forsaken able to get that one done. And honestly, the Empire might be in a losing position now with how they blundered. Letting Franz like sit back here for like 2 or 3 minutes was a huge mistake. It was a big mistake there. And that could be a game throw, which could allow the Forces of Chaos to get their way back into the series, which again would be taking us to a game 3 here. Marauders and Forsaken grabbing this one, and more Greatswords coming up. Now, a Greatsword will lose 2v1 here. If you get the Marauder to fight in the front and the Forsaken to hit him from the back, then that will be enough to probably win that one. And Skullcrusher is honestly going to be a menace. The Mortars are being unsummoned right now, which is a smart play. He knows that he's going to be losing ground, so he's going to be yielding it and trying to get a bit of a refund. So you'll see he gets about 600 supplies there, so not bad. It allows him to summon something out, but Yeah, guys, it is actually looking a little bit scary for Empire now. After that blunder with Karl Franz, he did not need to go down like that. That is for sure. So Marauders versus Greatswords. Forsaken going to be weaseling around the back. Good play here by Darren, the dim-witted one, as he goes by. Greatswords in the middle trading well, but they're about to get their skulls crushed by the Skull Crushers of Khorne. Even though these guys are anti-large, they still do reasonably well against infantry, just because their stats are good. They have 69 charge bonus, that's what she said, and then they do also have really good combat stats. They're not like a unit that is like dependent on its anti-large bonus. They can do well against both things. But yeah, the Empire, I think, threw the game. Halberdiers here are going to be ground down by the Hammerstorm. I would not have thought in a million years that this Chaos build would work against like one of the better Empire players out there. But man, he made it work, dude. He made it work. All right, so what do we got? Forsaken and Marauders fighting it out versus the Greatswords. And ladies and gentlemen, what a comeback here by our Chaos Chad, huh? That is something. Royal Altdorf Gryphites are out on the field. Is Driver going to be able to pull this game back? It's going to be tough. He does have some idle Empire Knights in the back. They could definitely make their way over there and try and contest some of the points. Greatsword's able to hold here. The Bulldog Cav, they're doing it, man. They are sitting at, what, 1,000 value right now? Some of which, of course, was against Karl Franz right there. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. Now the Bulldogs are going to come down here. Granted, the Royal Altdorf Gryphites will defeat them, but as long as the dim-witted one keeps some support nearby and has a Nurgle caster back, by the way. Fleshy Abundance is going to be back on the menu. The Bulldogs are going to be in good shape. This is actually probably a favored fight for the Bulldogs because they have Forsaken support, although with the regrowth, it's a bit dodgy. Yeah, they're going to need to get a heal quick because you can see the Gryphites are outscaling them because of the healing. And yeah, okay, Gryphites probably end up winning that just because of that regrowth there. Objective 3 looking pretty firm. Halberdiers are coming up. Very unfortunate for Driver to forget about his Empire Knights back here. They could be making a big difference in this fight. But the Bulldogs get a Fleshy Abundance. So now the battle's going to get a little bit more contested here as the Royal Altdorf Gryphites, the regrowth is going to be wearing off. So now they're going to start taking damage. And it looks like with Greatswords kind of flanking in here, if they can get to the back of these Bulldog Cav, they should be able to edge this one out. Jade Wizard is broken. Oh, Harold the Hammerstorm is here, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, Harry the Hammer. He did his big hammer slam. Oh, yeah, let's go. He did the Hammer of Harry. I love it, dude. That's great. All right, Forsaken intercepting Greatswords. And the Bulldog Cav are slowly defeating the Gryphites. Halberd support's going to be nice here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Greatswords here and Free Company Militia. It's going to be a losing fight for them because the Marauders and the Trolls will overwhelm the Greatswords, and then the Free Company Militia are going to be falling shortly after. Dude, what a Chadley build, though. Man. And as it currently stands, we do see the Warriors of Chaos getting what appears to be close to 1,200 points. Yeah. And the Bulldog Cav did good. They got about 2,200 value in their life. And the Demogryph Knights still in the mix. But yeah, Chaos is going to be able to swarm out swaths of infantry now. What the Empire really needs right now is Karl Franz. If Franz was here, he would have folded up a lot of those fights. Would have been able to support the boys a little bit. But yeah, now it's not going to happen. All right, guys. Chaos Trolls. Solid unit, man, for their price point. I'm waking up to the Chaos Trolls. We've seen them a couple times today, and they've done pretty well for themselves. So, yeah, these Greatswords are getting circle beaten, and not long for this world. Their ranks are thinning very, very quickly. The Free Company Militia trying their best with the Gryphites coming down here. This is a good play by Driver. The Gryphites will actually turn the tide of the fight with the regrowth. But the Imperials are going to need to get a triple cap, which is going to be hard. The Warriors of Chaos are pressuring pretty hard on all objectives. But, you know, stranger things have happened, man. Stranger things have happened. So here comes the Demis. They might get a terror out on the Trolls. 14 leadership being hit in the flank, and they're going to rout maybe in a couple seconds if they take more shock damage. We'll see. They're sitting at 25. Free Company Militia on the bright side do have a lot of models, so they're going to be able to hold it out. And the Bulldog Cav coming in to help as well. Might make a difference, but yeah, the Royal Altdorf Gryphites are such a good unit, man. Oh, the terror out on those Trolls and those Marauders is so clutch. So, yeah, that objective probably going to flip to the Sigmarites. Warriors of Chaos coming over with a lot of units here, but grenade launchers coming out from Driver. Are the Imperials going to be able to pull this back? Beautiful grenade launcher volley, by the way. Very, very nice. But now there's going to be Hellstriders hot on their case. And 2 Chaos Marauder Infantry is going to be a lot of capture weight coming in. Hellstriders are all up on those Outriders right there, so they're going to be getting hunted. Back on objective Dose, it looks like the Jade Wizard is going to be trying to grab that one. Harry the Hammer needs to get back here right now. Oh my god, don't throw it! Dim-witted one needs to stay on this objective. No, don't throw that. Oh, man. Okay, that's getting real dodgy, guys. He's not. Is he paying attention? Okay, he is. Harry the Hammer is going to be going back here. Harry the Hammer will mitigate that, but with the Demogryph Knights coming back in, yeah, getting a little bit shady there, but he did notice. GG, well played. So, what a game by Dim-witted one, huh? He was looking kind of cooked in the beginning, but that persistence on trying to finish off Karl Franz, got the job done. And the forces of the Dark Gods with Harry the Hammer against Imperials. I don't know what's going on there. I can't help but feel like Aecold would just be stronger with his healing, but that was a very more Chad pick than Aecold, that's for sure. Yeah, guys, GG, well played. GG, well played. So, like, the meta against Empire used to be, like, Infantry Swarm, but now that Empire players are incorporating so many greatswords, it seems like it's switching into, like, more semi-elite stuff, too. Very curious, very curious. Value on the Hell Cannon, only 200 there, but the Bulldog's got about 2,400. Franz, he tried. He still got 2,600 value, you know, which was good. But yeah, if he had lived, I think that driver still would have won. But he did not. GG, guys. Well played. Okay, guys, so we got Greenskins versus Dwarfs. We have the Subjugation Wars on Imperial Ambush here on this last map here. Let me see if we have this. Great. Okay, that's fine. So let me check here. Okay, I versus Bird. 2 ready to go next. Okay, let me shuffle the order around. Yes, yeah. So Rogue AI and Bird, if you guys are around, I would like to switch you guys. Maximillionaire needs a little bit more time, so that would be ideal if we can. All right. Perfect. Looks like one of them says yes, and now we just need to see what Rogue AI is going to be saying. Sleepy says, have you followed Grubby's new Warcraft 3 tournament? Yeah, I saw the announcement. Pretty exciting stuff. It looks like it's... it looks like this time around it's not going to be probably as sweaty as the previous one, because I think they're not like all RTS players. Last one was like mostly RTS players. It'll be interesting to see. I would say that, you know, looking at the new Grubby tournament, I mean, yeah, I think that either Hera or Tyler 1 will win it, because Hera is like a champion level RTS player. Even though he doesn't know Warcraft 3, you give that man a month to grind, he's going to be really strong. And Tyler 1 has a huge advantage over everybody else in the tournament because he already has like several thousand games played. So like that's pretty brutal. I mean, Tyler 1 has a huge advantage on most of the other players in the tournament. He's already played in one of these, and he's got a lot of games. So I would say either him or Hera are most likely going to win. Yeah. Yes, yes. Grubby was trying to get mostly league players. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's cooking here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I would say Hera is going to be pretty good. Atrioc is also in the tournament, has some experience. Oh, okay, so Atrioc he's got 1,400 elo. Okay, yeah, he might have a chance of winning too then. 1,400 is pretty damn good. That's really strong. Like, most of the players in the RTS tournament started off around 1,400. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people did. But yeah, so Atrioc is good then too. Okay, so Atrioc, Tyler, or Hera. Yeah. No, Tyler 1 plays a Warcraft 3. Yeah, he's playing in the Grubby Invitational, the one that I played in a while back. Yeah. Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad. He put in a lot of time. He grinded pretty hard. But Hera definitely has the most RTS credentials. But they said the same thing about the last tournament too, right? The last Grubby Invitational event, they were saying that, you know, a lot of people saw the announcement and they're like, oh, the Vipers are going to kill everybody. But then I think Viper got eliminated in the round of 8. You know, and you had a freaking Dota player make the grand finals, and then a Total War player who's not even like, you know, grinding traditional RTS. So Warcraft 3 is a bit of a different beast, you know, than traditional RTS. It's the hero management really lends itself to like Dota style play for sure. Like, I think Dota players are insanely good at Warcraft 3 once they get the mechanics down, because they're so good at microing those heroes. That's what I noticed when I was playing against Sing Sing. Is his hero management was just so much better than mine. It was very, very tough to keep up with. All right. So, old man stretching sounds. Oh, okay, man. Let's break it down, ladies and gentlemen. We got game 3, baby. Let's do it. All right, it's going to be Goblin Laborers, Hobgoblin Archers in the back. Oh, so Hobgoblin Archer spam. Is this a forbidden meta here? Yeah. All right, so we got mass Hobgoblin Archers. backed up by a chore front line with unpaid interns, and it looks like it's going to be a Sorcerer Prophet of Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. So I guess Plague of Rust to focus fire with the archers, which is going to be quite nice. All right, all right. Now, elsewhere on the battlefield, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the Dread Legions of the Dawizar. Or, excuse me, they had the Dawizar flag color. I was like all confused. The greenskins here, yes. So it's going to be goblins, backed up by Airboys, Rampage Goblin, so he's going to be the Mushroom Man, with Curse at a Bad Moon, as well as the Tormentor Sword and Hammer of Gork. Okay, so just a wide greenskin army, very traditional, with some trolls mixed in and some wolf riders as well. yeah, it's good, man. Dude, they chose, their banners are so similar. God, why do people do this? I swear to God, the next person who picks similar banners is just getting a game loss. The person, they're both getting a game loss. I don't know how that's going to be possible, but they literally picked the two most similar banners possible. Although, it's not Driver's fault. Driver is just playing standard Chaos Dwarfs. Dim-witted one switched his banner. Yeah, it's, oh God, it's so troll, man. Both armies are half goblins. Yeah, you're not wrong. There are a lot of goblins on this battlefield. Good times, man. Good times. All right, so Goblin Wolf Riders. Hammer of Gork is a good choice here, shooting out of the trees. It looks like we do have some Black Orcs as well. Yes. I think there's only one Black Orc here, though. But, yeah. I think the Grey Opens might be better in this matchup, just because of the Chaos Dwarf armor. But, the shielded ones aren't bad either. It's just to confuse me, I know. I don't know what that means, a new tournament. They're talking about Warcraft 3. Bloody Bob, yeah. So I played in a Warcraft 3 Invitational like 10 months ago, and they're doing another one, Grubbius. Yeah, so that's what people are talking about. It's you guys don't see all the chat, but I'm talking with people on both YouTube and Twitch. So, all right. So the Goblin getting that objective, and here are the Goblin Wolf Riders getting this one. Hobgoblins will beat Goblins head-to-head on the Wolf Rider game. But very interesting Chaos Dwarf build, man. I would not have played this way in a million years. Like a massive battle line of Hobgoblin archers with a very flimsy front line, I suppose. No, they still have 3 Dawizar units. We have Blazing Beards of Basharik. We have the Chaos Dwarf Warriors over here, and that is going to be that. All right, so Greenskins getting Objective 2 and Objective 1. The Chaos Dwarf's going to be advancing out of the trees here to try and get Objective Trace, and it looks like they are going to be getting their clutches on that one. So there they go. Is there any unit in multiplayer that has gold shields naturally? Let me think about that. I don't... Nurgling's Ironbreakers might, but I don't think so. I think they're all silver unless you augment them with like some sort of weird spells or things like that. Maybe Nurgling's Ironbreakers. I'm not sure off the top of my head. That is a good question. For a beaver, oh my God, I barely know what that means, dude. Yeah, rogue AI, we could for sure in the future. All right, guys, the battle is on. The Dread Legions of the Chaos Dwarves going to be pushing forward, and this is what I like to call lane pushing strategy, where when your opponent like has you kind of swarmed out, you just kind of like keep your whole army together and just try and value trade. Because then, like, think about it. The Greenskins have like 1,000 value here and then another 600 value back there that are not going to be involved in this main fighting. So we get an Iron Demon coming out for Driver. It's going to be really good at running over Goblins. It's pretty good at doing that in tabletop as well. But the Iron Demon is moving and the Goblins are going to be getting Shrek'd and terror routed pretty freaking quickly. The Night Goblin War Boss does come in, drops a little bit of a Tormentor Sword. For what reason, I don't know what the follow-up's going to be. Is there going to be any arrow follow-up? I don't think so. And now comes the firepower, the Chaos Dwarf Archer line. I did not have this on my bingo cards, but they are shooting in and doing some okay damage right there. And so far, the Chaos Dwarf battle lines have held pretty well. The Greenskins need to get... Dude, I think he forgot about these units. Oh, no. I think he forgot like about some AFK units on the other side of the map. That is going to be very, very rough. Nonetheless, the Iron Demon's still cackling pretty hard, and Plague of Rust activated on the Blorks. The Blorks are going to be down to 50 armor. Oh, Foot of Gork! Let's go! Stomp the yard! Boom! And that wrecks those Blazing Beards there. Very, very nice. So the Trolls and the Orc Boys there. AFK on that side point. I think at the very least the Troll should be brought over. And one of the Iron Demons, or the Iron Demon, getting a little bit trapped up here. Also, there's Infernal Castellans. I did miss that. So Driver does have double Infernal Castellan. But look at all the arrow fire from this build. This is a very, very unorthodox build here with all these DACA pieces, right? Very, very strange stuff. All right, on the flank, Spider Hatchlings coming in. Snagla Grobspit is here, so the big man summons spiders in the backfield and has them jump on top of the Hobgoblins. A very pro-gamer play. And now he's going to be weaseling around the back while the Greenskins get that forward momentum going. But a lot of arrow fire is going to be peppering into them. Messy indeed. Magma Cannon in the back used to tank the leadership. And now, oh, dude, maybe the AFK Wolf Riders will make a difference because maybe Driver didn't notice them either. So they're going to be creeping through the trees and trying to shut down that Magma Cannon. We'll see how it all works out. But so far, the Greenskins have held the Chaos Dwarf push. Heavy fighting going down here, but that archer fire is going to add up. It for sure is. You can see the Orc boys eating a lot of archer fire right here, while Snagla Grobspit keeps summoning spiders in the backfield, causing a lot of disruption, and let's go into the epicenter of combat. So the Night Goblin War Boss is fighting the Iron Demon, but he's also being attacked by the Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut and some Infernal Castellans, which are one of my favorite units. I think they're a little bit risky, but they are so freaking cool. Tormentor Sword activated, allowing the Goblin to escape, so he's able to use his treachery and wiles to get away from that. And the Magma Cannon is going to be hit. Wow, he didn't see those guys. The dreaded side of the map, like AFK strategy. A new meta is upon us, guys. A new meta is upon us. All right. Magma Cannon is surrounded, being killed by a 300 gold unit. Talk about Value City. If Driver loses that, he's going to be feeling real sad, guys. In the meantime, the Hobgoblin Archer line's still partially intact. They do fire damage, so shooting their fire damage arrows into the Trolls here is quite cost effective. More Boarboy Biggins coming out, and we got Orc Biggins coming there. But this Archer Daka is starting to add up, guys, and now it might get ugly with the advance of the Iron Demon as well as the 2 Castellan Chads. And also that Night Goblin Warboss is very low. If he gets focus fired and killed, I would probably, if I were Driver, get both of these Infernal Castellans and just take pot shots at the Night Goblin Warboss here, you know? I think that could be pretty good. All right, he's going to be juking about. Iron Demon's moving up. Magma Cannon shooting again. Did he stabilize the Magma Cannon? He did. Okay, so he called out some Kadai Fireborn to protect his Magma Cannon. And the Wolf Riders are going to be pushed off for now. But still a very cost-effective distraction, which forced a bit of an awkward play, right? All right, Hobgoblin Archers have used a lot of their ammo. Plague of Rust activated on the Orc Boarboy Biggins, so now these bad boys are going to be really squishy. And a Searing Doom combo. So that seems to be all the hotness right now. You Plague of Rust them, you Searing Doom to mitigate their armor, and then the Arrow Fire is really going to end some careers. So he's using the Iron Demon to like blob things up, and then he just follows up with his mass archer line of Hobgoblins, and he gets some big old value right there. The Trolls and the Boarboy Biggins getting sent out to pasture, while the Greenskins are going to be resurgent with a bunch of infantry here and Black Orcs. So they're going to be trying to stabilize their back point, making sure the Chorfs don't get it. And so far, holding on over here pretty good. Although the Kadai Fireborn might come down here. I think they're accidentally chasing those units. I don't think that was the intent, but we'll see what ends up happening here. All right, Night Goblin Warboss and Orc Boys coming on down. But man, that Archer Fire is no joke, dude. It's kind of cool to see, right? Very unorthodox. Here, the Hobgoblin Archers do get afflicted by the Sting of Snagla, so they're going to be a little bit lower. And Snagla is back here fighting some Blazing Beards, but the Spiderling summons are quite good, especially against Hobgoblins, who don't really have the means to even fight them. So just chasing them down with Haggard Spiders is very cost-effective. And now another Archer unit's going to be shut down by Snagla as well. Over here, we got the Warboss duking it out versus the Iron Demon. He is riding a giant Cave Squig, so he does have at least have some good AP values, and he might be able to win that fight. That'd be pretty big for him. He's got the homies helping him out. Du Bois are back in town, and it looks like some archers are here. Definitely need some Ruglets in the mix here, but yeah, the Iron Demon is getting low. Might actually go down here. And the Greenskins, if they can just hold on to their side of back objective here, while also holding on to objective 2, I mean, they're going to be in good shape. So Kadai Fireborn is heading over to the main line fighting. Not going to be opting to split push, which is probably smart, because if it split pushes, it's an easy counter for the Greenskins with some Boarboy Biggins, which, yeah, see, he was already planning to do that. He calls in the Boarboy Biggins. So sending the Fireborn over where you have more support, probably not a bad idea. But the Greenskins are getting a little bit flimsy here, guys. The single entities of the Chaos Dwarves are adding up, right? You have 3, 6, 9, damn thing's fine, as well as the Infernal Castellans too. So that is going to be a 12 capture weight there. It's a lot. The Arrow Boys should move on to the objective. They should be sitting on the brink, like the edge of the objective right here. It's a bit of a mistake, but Searing Doom activated. Iron Demon going to be at 11 HP, and something's going to finish it off. We don't know what or when, but something will. All right, Snagla and the boys. Oh, dude, MLG Pro Gamer Snagla. The dim-witted one is back here, and he's got his little spider gremlin here taking down the Magma Cannon, which is such a good play because that's not an easy thing to pull. He actually uses his spiderweb attack, and it's going to be snaring him in place. So that is quite massive. All right, so Arrow Boys move up on the point. Iron Demon is down for the count, and we do have Savage Orcs moving in to help. Boarboy Biggins getting a square engagement. It would appear to be a fairish one against the Fireborn, although it looks like they got shot by some arrows as well. Squig Herd should move in and help there to finish off the Fireborn if they can. Magma Cannon's still shooting, but it's not going to be long for this world most likely. Although, no, Bull Centaur Renders get called in. Nice play there, and Snagla is probably going to be in danger. He's going to need to find a way out, but the Bull Centaurs do have him kind of surrounded. So when two units are going against each other in this way, it basically comes down to the mass of the unit, right? So Snagla's mass is not that good, actually. Each individual Bull Centaur is heavier than Snaggla, so he's going to have trouble pushing out of the blob right there. That's going to be very, very tough. All right. So back in battle, guys. What do we got? This objective here, we got the Chaos Dwarves. Losing it. The Greenskins getting some Savage Orcs and some Arrow Boys up. Points are getting a little bit sketchy for the Dowie Tsar, although they are getting a lot of pressure coming in with the Kadai Fireborn. Kadai Fireborn will wreck Savage Orcs and Arrow Boys. So I still think maybe Chaos Dwarves are slightly favored here, but it could change with some really good Boar Boy engagements. We're going to have to see. The Boar Boys getting a downhill charge with a Wog or something could be pretty menacing. Curse of the Bad Moon activated on the Savage Orcs, but they're going to get broken up by the Fireborn. The Chaos Dwarves now have a pretty comfortable double cap. Their back objective is secure. The Magma Cannon's back online, and another unit of Bull Centaurs is going to come up. I think this one might be over. The Greenskins are just running out of gas. They have their Lord is too low. They're having some rough trades here. The two Castellans kind of cool. These regenerating, capture weight pieces. I don't hate that strategy. All right, so in the woods, what do we get called out? Hobgoblins and Hobgoblins. A lot of Greenskins going to be rallying here, going to be trying to capture the objective of the Bull Centaurs. A very cool unit. Do get in and start taking these guys to Pound Town right here. So the Black Orcs are going to be chased down, most likely by the Bull Centaurs and beaten. Spider Hatchlings coming back. They're going to be disappearing soonish. I don't know if they'll do enough DPS to get rid of the Magma Cannon. Maybe they will, since it's so freaking low. A couple of Goblin Laborers going to be coming over there to try and help out. But yeah, looking at the Greenskins here, every time they move out, they're just getting folded. The Kadai Fireborn, the Archers, the Infernal Castellans, there's still two of those guys, and they have like full ammo also. And the Sorcerer Prophet is also here as well. And the Castellans are halberd units, so when they get in a melee with, Boar Boys, for example, they're going to be able to chop those models down. You can see two of them attack and two Boar Boys fall, so every attack taking down a model is pretty decent. With the Magma Cannon, breaking their leadership as well, because they are burnt. So yeah, that is going to be GG, it looks like. Driver are going to be closing out the series, most likely 2-1. And Foot of Gork is cool. Yeah, certainly sends a message. Oh, Foot of Gork. Damn, dude, he just baptized those Hobgoblins. Just took out, oh my god, those guys just got deleted. Look at that. That was a great Foot of Gork. Damn. That Hobgoblin unit lost 114 models. This other one lost, nearly 100, about 79 right there. And yeah, wow, that was a great Foot of Gork. If the game was a little bit closer, that could have made a big difference. But no, Greenskins are completely routed. They don't have enough gas going here, and the Chaos Dwarves are too healthy. And at this point, the Chaos Dwarves can just win on 2 points. But they have enough time to go get the third point as well. And that is going to be that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Dim-Witted 1 tap out here soon-ish. He's got a couple Boar Boys coming back in, but yeah, not going to matter too much. You just get the Castellans. You can have him shoot the War Boss. He's kind of a vulnerable target right now. Sorcerer Prophet could shoot him as well. Greenskins tried to get the back point, but like I said, those Bull Centaur renders able to stabilize things, and Orc Shaman is also running for the hills. Searing Dooms have been good. That one a bit of a miss. Nice dodge there by Dim-Witted 1. But nice 2-1 series between these guys, man. Very, very good stuff. I'm digging it. It was a good fight. Yeah, the Hobgoblins got made into pasta. They got rolled into bread dough right there, man. That was a nasty Foot of Gork. It was. Yep, Archers are back, shooting into whatever the hell they can. It looks like some Orc Boy spears. The Boar Boys are just not going to be able to get the momentum. With two Castellans here, it's going to be too hard. Castellans and the Sorcerer Prophet are all respectable fighters. Even Chaos Dwarf Harry Potters are good fighters, just like in Tabletop. You can get Chaos Dwarf Sorcerers in Tabletop to have, like 5 or 6 toughness, I think, with a Mantle of Stone. So they're very, very tough fighters. And they also have good combat stats, too. They have, good fighting skill and things like that. So pretty well reflected here in this game as well. All right, Blazing Beards of Basharik are on this objective. That is going to send these orcs packing. Might even get some Blasting Charge salvos in here. We'll see if they do. Yep, they throw some of their Hashit grenades. Does some okay damage. It wasn't a complete connection right there. There's more Chaos Dwarf Warriors are going to be coming across. Another Foot of Gork, dude. I love the Chad Foot of Gorks, by the way. Granted, I mean, they're just hitting Hobgoblins, but it's still very, very fun. Over here, Blazing Beards cutting through the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, and the Chaos Dwarf Warrior is going to be bringing 5 plus 2 capture weight. So it's going to be 7 capture weight in total. So there they go. Those guys are going to be here. And, yep. For the first time of the game, we do see the Chaos Dwarves breaching 1,000 points. Really, really closing the gap here. Is there any way the Greenskins can bring this back? Am I crazy? Maybe the fact that the Greenskins have had the home field advantage here for so long, maybe they can weasel something out. They do get a nice little flank right there, taking down the Hobgoblins on the point and sending in waves and waves of units. The Castellans and the Sorcerer Prophet, will they be outgunned? The Chaos Dwarves, though, do manage to take the side point during all that, so I think that kind of takes away any chances that the Greenskins have. Maybe they get a resurgence right here, but it's just not going to matter. Yeah, look how beat up this guy is. I mean, a couple hobgoblins can finish them off, yeah. And when Greenskins and Skaven lose their lord, it's a disaster. There are two factions that I think is the worst in the game in terms of like losing your lord. It's got to be Greenskins and Skaven, right? Like who else suffers that much? GG guys, Driver winning the series 2-1, a glorious Hashut victory, and that is going to be 2-1. Very good matches, man. That was a beautiful comeback by Dimwitted one in the previous game as well. Yeah, Castellan build was fun as hell, man. I didn't hate it. And then, yeah, you had all the goblins shooting away. Really cool to see some different styles and some different, play patterns here. It was great times. Tomb Kings don't care that much about losing. I mean, they care, but it's not as bad because at least your stuff doesn't run, Yeah, vampires hate it too. That's true. Vampires hate it for different reasons, though. It's because of how centered around the vampires are so centered around their vampire lord, right? Yeah, that's true. Counts also suffer pretty bad. Yeah, I love the Snaggle play. He was very fun. The spider summons were pretty clutch. I thought there was some fun stuff there. All right, guys. GG. Well played. So now we're going to go ahead and see if we have our next game ready. Let me check here. All right. All right, so we're going to do Rogue AI versus Bird. You two are up now. All right, all right. So let's go ahead and get our next game going. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a fun stream so far. And let's find our next match. All right, so it's going to be Rogue AI here, I believe. Yeah, Coast doesn't care because they just resummon Celostra, right? I know. I think that's one of the most unfun ways to play Coast. Celostra, it's so lame. That Knights Errant summon is just it's so good. All right, so this is going to be Rogue AI, our future in a nutshell, versus Bird. Bird is the word. Slaanesh versus Ogre Kingdoms on the Brave Valley. Big old map. There's a person playing a warrior priest on the Warhammer Online fan server named Turin. that's so cool. Yeah, take a screenshot and send it to me, man. If you're playing, that'd be really funny. I'd love to see that. The Hobgoblin Khanate hates losing their lord. There you go. That's true. The modded factions. Oh, the big Chungus ogres, dude. They're here. It's time for them to rise from the ashes. Sweaty matchup, guys. This is going to be very sweaty, though. Brave Valley is one of our bigger maps. It's a very cool looking map, though. I think, look how epic this looks. Like some huge, creepy forest with like this little valley that people fight over. It's like a ceremonial valley or something. Yeah. Downtime between series and games have been pretty low. Yeah, that's why I like this format. I think, I mean, I love the SFTs and everything, but this is so nice. Summons do reset when a lord dies, yeah. So when you resummon them, they come back with their summons. It's really good. It's really only abused with Celostra, though, because like other summons, I'm trying to think, like Snagla can summon a couple spiders, whatever, right? But yeah. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and break it down and see what's cooking. Hey, Rage Piglet, I'm happy to hear that, man. So this is going to be a meta Slaanesh build, probably, yeah. Mass Forsaken, just because of how good they are. They do well against pretty much most Ogre Infantry except Iron Guts. And then we have Forsaken of Slaanesh, Devoted Marauders. There are going to be some Devotee Crossbows, interesting choice. They, of course, can shoot down Ogre big stuff. And the thing about Devotee Crossbows is they're like the Dennis Reynolds, right? It's not like that they're going to do the damage. It's the implication of the damage that they're going to be doing that will force you to come in and attack them, which then Slaanesh can punish you. That's kind of the idea there. We have an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, so he's got Pavane and Hysterical Frenzy, and that is going to be that. All right, guys, so for the Chunguses, it's going to be Flingers, Noblars, Pigback Riders, the usual suspects, Ogre Bulls for some capture weight, and then a Thunder Tusk. So Thunder Tusk is going to be teaming up with Brag the Gutsman. Oh, dude, I love it. Yeah, so we got Brag the Gutsman, Anti-Large Punisher, and a Slaughtermaster who's going to be healing Brag as well as the Thunder Tusk. So yeah, that is for sure the way you do it. You go down here, you get Objective 1, and then you just fight over Objective 2, and that's all you do. Don't try and play a wide strategy against Slaanesh. Keep your army together. And here it's pretty easy to do, actually. You're going to be able to do it. Okay, it's been too long. I know you guys want it, so we'll give it to you in a second. Hold on. Yeah, you got one character here, one here. Oh, that was the worst wiener I've ever drawn. Well, that's a long one. It's got some power. They need to contest that objective where the wiener is pointing. All right, that's what you need. You wouldn't happen to own a boat. I do not own a boat. No, I do not. I do not. I don't have enough money to own a boat. They're expensive. Nor would I want to, really. Although I think they're very cool. All right, guys. So the Thunder Tusk is thinking about going fisticuffs with the Exalted Keeper. Uh-oh. Is Rogue AI going to be taking some free damage? He is. Oh, Thunder Pimp gets in. And the Exalted Keeper of Secrets not happy to be losing that HP. Down to 32 movement speed right now from the Chilling Aura as well as Frostbite. And Bragg the Gutsman's coming in with his anti-large bonus as well. And he does have the Foreboding Executioner. That was a very, very good start for the Ogres. You know, very, very good one. All right, so now the Chunguses are going to be heading over towards the middle. And we do see the Exalted Keeper of Secrets turning around using the Seductive Glory to get the Rampage. Bragg the Gutsman needs to get all hands on deck here, and he's going to be coming across, and I can't help but feel the Ogres are going to be favored here. Oh, yeah, dude. Big Bragg pimpin'. And he does make contact, doing a lot of damage. Remember, Bragg does have an Execute, so if you get low near him, you pay the iron price. So Ogre Bulls are in combat, and the rest of the Ogre army is going to be saturating in. Healing going down on the Thunder Tusk, and the old Exalted Keeper of Secrets is having a very, very bad time here versus those two characters. It is very strong. All right, Lead Belchers on this map are quite excellent. Just plant them here, and if your opponent tries to flank you, you call in Blood Vultures and or Saber Tusks to defend them. And yeah, looking at the army compositions here, I think that the Ogres are going to be in pretty good shape. Slaanesh doesn't have a lot of great tools outside of its Lord for dealing with the big stuff, and this Thunder Tusk is going to make quickish work of those Forsaken. Bragg the Gutsman, of course, is going to be a menace as well. And yeah, very predictable. Fury's going to be coming down the side. This is where you get Blood Vultures and Saber Tusks. To come down here and deal with that dive. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, though. The Lead Belchers, though, shooting away, doing some great damage, and the Slaaneshi Lord is on its way back in to attack. It needs to get some healing going, and it might be able to. Yeah, you can see it is healing a little bit right now with the Feaster. Saber Tusks are nearby, and Ogre Bolts with dual weapons, both of which are a good counter against Furies. And the Furies are just going to kind of sit overhead while the Lead Belcher continues its reign of tyranny. And in the middle, Bragg the Gutsman, as well as this Thunder Tusk, are just establishing dominance on ye old Exalted Keeper of Secrets, which is going to be forced back. How cool is it? Like, this is like a sweaty game. These are two sweaty tournament players playing sweaty builds, and like Bragg the Gutsman is actually kind of a meta piece of it. Very, very fun, man. I love to see it. All right, so engagement from Fiends of Slaanesh. A little bit of a lapse in micro from Bird. We'll see if he's going to notice. Is Bird the word? He needs to get those Ogre Bull dual weapons in combat there, so it looks like they're going to pull in on their own. Noblar is helping these Saber Tusks fight the Fiends of Slaanesh, and now more Saber Tusks are going to be on their way in, and the Lead Belchers should honestly get stabilized. Middle objective belongs to the Chunguses, as does objective 1. Slaanesh has not been able to rip the objectives from them here. While the Bulls and the Pigback Riders continue their royal rumbling, fighting is definitely favoring the Ogres on value. And remember, the Ogres are healing too, and Slaanesh has very minimal healing on the roster. But getting a Lead Belcher pick here isn't bad, but at what cost, right? A Hellstrider, a Fury, as well as a Fiend of Slaanesh all died trying to take down a Lead Belcher, and that Lead Belcher might not even die. It might stabilize. It might be able to come back online. So I do feel like the Ogres are pulling ahead really hard in this game. Granted, the middle objective is in a little bit of danger, but Bragg the Gutsman of the boys, they didn't hear no bell. He's still going, and I would love to see him get his Execute off. We're going to see if it matters. Yeah, so backfield is completely stabilized by the Ogres. Ogres are a faction much like Kislev that are super, super good at defending their backfield. Like, if you try and dive a Kislev backfield, there's going to be Dervishes and Winged Lancers and, like, Streltsy popping out to shoot you and all sorts of stuff like that. But Ogres might even be better at it between their mobility of their Monstrous Infantry. Yeah, they're definitely very, very good. All right, so what do we got cooking here? We do see ye old Thunder Tusk grinding away. Slaanesh does manage to rip the middle objective from the clutches of the Ogres, but I don't think it's going to be for too long here, as we do see the Forsaken of Slaanesh getting run over a little bit. They're shaken, they're stirred, they're frostbitten, and here comes the big dog, dude. Look how cool that thing looks. Nimrod says, Turin, if you're going to run these events, can you... Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'll look into it. Thank you, Nimrod. I will. All right. I'm not doing those, by the way. That's Twitch just doing that. I don't even know how they... Like, I've never once clicked the run ad button on Twitch, ever, I don't think, in my career on Twitch, which has been like a couple months. All right. So Lead Belcher is turning about face, shooting into the Devoted Marauders. Wow, look at the Lead Belcher salvo, dude. Just folding those Marauders up, and then the Ogre Bulls are coming to get you, dude. All right, so those bad boys are coming in. They got their big beat sticks. Oh, yeah, dude. Nothing like an Ogre gut plate charge just launching like a bunch of models. It's just so freaking glorious. All right, so back on Objective 1, we do see it's being held by Ogres. Objective 2 is, yeah, it's a little bit contested here, but it looks like the Ogres are going to get it. Yeah, they're going to fold back these units, and I think this game is like 5,000% over. I think that Slaanesh is just out of steam. I mean, what do you have? You have a beat-ass Exalted Keeper of Secrets versus like a full health Thunder Tusk, Bragg the Gutsman, The rest of the trades have been going very good for the Ogres as well, and maybe Slaanesh is going to find a way to rat the objective game, like take some Forsaken over there, but the Ogres, pretty quick to respond. I mean, their melee units that have 5 capture weight have 54 movement speed, so those guys are very, very menacing. Yeah, so you can move over there, go do this, and we do see some Furies coming over to help as well. Look at this Death Star of units, by the way. Marauder Horsemen being called out, Riders of the Mighty Serpent, but they lack AP, and they're not going to make that big of a difference here. We'll see what they end up doing, but yeah, they do got that little BVL, which I didn't notice that. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent had bonus versus large. Is that a new thing? I didn't think they did, but I guess so. All right. So flying overhead are the Blood Vultures. Forsaken are going to get folded up pretty badly here. Thunder Tusk is going to be sitting on the point, and we do see the Exalted Keeper thinking about coming in here, but Bragg the Gutsman is lurking nearby. He's waiting. The Gutsman sitting at about 500 value, ready to farm some more value. Forsaken just being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even though they're very good here, it's going to be tough. So, desperation play coming in from Rogue AI, sending in his Exalted Keeper of Secrets to try and assassinate the Ogre Lord. It's a good play, honestly. It's a good one. The Ogres need to be a little bit more sweaty about focusing down that character. You don't want to let it... Oh, the Execute! Oh, it's an Execute range! Is it going to happen? Oh my god, here comes Bragg. Bragg's going for it. Oh, man. Dismember activated, losing a little bit of HP there, but also healing a little bit. The healing has gotten the Exalted Keeper out of range of that Execute, and it looks like the Exalted Keeper is going to be weaseling away there for sure. Flank objective, though, in flux a little bit, but I think some of the Noblars getting there will stabilize it. In the middle, we got more Ogre Bulls coming down. Riders of the Mighty Serpent going to be trying to ninja that point, but not going to be having much success. And we do also see the Ogre Bulls here having a good time taking these devotees of Slaanesh to Pound Town, which is probably what they want, being fanatics of Slaanesh. Maybe not that kind of pounding, but yes, they are going to be getting it. And the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, anti-large javelins, helpful enough. But yeah, Bird has got this game. This game's in the bag, I think. The Thunder Tusk is too much of a menace. Bragg the Gutsman chasing with a full Rage Boner, but yeah, the Rock Skulls get the job done. GG, well played. Fun match, guys. I enjoyed that one. Hopefully you guys did as well. And yeah, good Duel of Fates. Thunder Tusk 2700, Bragg the Gutsman was a menace too. He didn't do a lot of damage, but he was the implication again of him doing damage, forced Slaanesh to run away. And yeah, just the Slaanesh Lord getting wrecked, not really having a good answer for the Thunder Tusk, couple things like that. Were tricky. Very, very tricky. All right, guys. So that is going to be game one. Going to the Bird is the word. Well played to both players. Rogue played a nice match despite the circumstances, but Bird was a little bit too strong there. And yeah, Champions of Slaanesh, kind of an interesting choice. 1300 there too. All right, so now they're going to switch up the map. Okay, so you guys have this. These are next three. You guys are last. All right. Cool. Ogres ate well. Yeah, I mean, look. Plenty of sustenance on the Slaanesh roster. I mean, not the demons, of course. We got Lizardmen versus Wood Elves here. That's a fun matchup. I like this one. You know, the solar engines are always cool to see. Freaking sharks and lizards with laser beams on their freaking heads. It's always a good time. We'll see if they can unleash the DACA. Oh, man. How many of you dirty... Don't tell me, obviously, but I wonder how many of you dirty dogs have the Dawn of War 4 gotten to the testing. Man, if you did, I'm so jealous, man. I'm so jealous. Oh, but don't tell me, obviously, because it's NDA and stuff. Oh, Oxyotl. Oh, shit. The little guy. The Doomslayer of Warhammer Fantasy. If you guys don't know the lore, if you guys are like new to the setting and you don't know the lore of this lizard character, look up this name, Oxyotl. Just go look up his Wikipedia and read his lore. It's ridiculous. Like, he literally travels to... He's like the Doomslayer. Yeah, it's some wild stuff. All right, guys. I'm going to go get some water while the players deploy. Hopefully it won't be too quick. I'll BRB. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see. Yeah, Dow 4 is supposed to come out this year. Yeah, it is. I think we're gonna get it in the summer. I think in summer we're gonna get like an open beta, like sometime in June or July, and then I think it'll release like maybe like in the fall, like full release. Could be wrong. Okay, guys. So taking a look at the build for the hardwood. Wow, that's a lot of archers. Holy shit, archer maxing here for sure. Bunch of Glade Guard and a combination of probably Starfires and regular shafts. We have a Prey of Anathrema caster and a Shadow caster as well, with 2 Dryads in the front. Okay, now this build is probably going to be very good against an archer build. It's just mass with shielded units. If I was a wagering man, I would put most of my marbles on Bird's army. Now that could be changed by good cav call-ins. Like Rogue AI could call in Wild Riders and start sweeping up positions, but I just feel like this is going to be rough. Like I feel like the lizards are going to triple cap them, and the arrows aren't going to do that much damage against the skinks. Oxyotl, a bit of a cheeky character. You want to use him to snipe enemy characters, so like the Spellsinger and the Glade Lord and those type of things. We'll see how it works out, though. That is a hell of a lot of archers. All right, so the Ancient Salamander is going to be scooting up, getting ready to do a little bit of poke and stroke right here. So he's going to shoot into these guys. Give it to me, Precious. Archers would love to shoot the Ancient Sally. Ancient Sallies are a bit of a hard counter against Dryads, actually. The fire damage is very good. It connects and does cook up some of those Dryads and will continue to do so. Skinks swarming up on all the points is a very strong strategy. It's a lot of HP to get through, 8,000 HP apiece, and they're only like 300 to 400 gold. All these archers are visible. These are just Glade Guard. There's no Deepwood Scouts or Way Watchers, so they are all visible as it currently stands. All right, so more shots coming out from the big man. Where is Oxyotl going to be going? We do see one objective going Dinos, one going Wood Elves, and the side objective is going to be contested here. How are the Dinos going to play this point? We're going to have to see. Another shot coming out from the Ancient Sally is going to be a swing and a miss. And now all the archers actually getting range at the Salamander. He's going to need to juke and run. It looks like he is going to be trying to juke and dodge there. All right, so the Lizards getting their clutches on this point. We also see some Cyrus Warriors who should be up on the point. Definitely a mistake from Bird to not have them up on the objective there. And why is the Lizard army playing so cautiously? I feel like they should just be Unga Bunga pushing into the archers. We'll see if it ends up costing them a little bit. But the Skinks are holding, obviously being overwhelmed, but they do still get the objective here, which is nice. And the mainline Lizard army has not advanced yet. We do see in the backfield a bunch of Feral Cold Ones called out, as well as a unit of more Feral Cold Ones. Wow, 4 Feral Cold Boys are on their way out. And Feral Cold Ones are actually kind of good against Dryads, because Dryads lack the armor piercing to get through their 90 armor. So the Feral Cold Ones, you know, a cheap armored unit, basically. They can do some good work. Hey, Afro, thank you for subscribing, dude. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you so much, man. Hopefully you're still around. Thank you, brother. All right. Archer Fire, going hard in the paint. Here we do see the Skink Cohort Javelins losing to Dryads over time, but the Cyrus Warriors will be a bit of a different story. But yeah, I'm really surprised he's not triple capping the Elves right now. I feel like it's incredibly possible, and he's just kind of letting the Elves get a lot of shooting that doesn't need to happen. But we'll see if it comes back to bite him in the butt. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. All right, Velociraptors, the clever girls are coming. They're going to be popping out of the trees with their ambush. They are very clever indeed, and they're coming to help out their Cyrus homies down here. So the Cyrus and the Skinks trading well enough. Yeah, the Wood Elves not making a ton of progress on this objective, and the Salamander getting punched pretty bad here by a lot of that firepower, and now advances the hordes from the bottom. So Cyrus Warriors moving up, and the mainline army is going to be pushing into the front, because these archers cannot shoot while they're running, right? They can shoot while they're running forwards, but not backwards. So if you could just get these guys to start running, they're going to be losing a ton of DPS right there, which is going to be very, very nice. Cohorts moving up on the archer right there, which is going to be quite cost effective. One little Skink Priest with Flock of Doom, going to be probably Flock of Dooming these stacked up archers here. Oxyotl helping out where he can, you know, just shooting his little blow darts, but shooting blow darts into Wild Hunters of Kurnus would be good. But yeah, the objective here in the middle will, with proper micro from Bird, most likely should flip here soon. Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to come in, but fighting in the tree is not going to be terribly cost effective for them. The answer for the hardwood, or excuse me, the lizards, is to get all of the chameleon skinks and start shooting at them, and get Oxyotl to start shooting them as well. That would be nice. All right, so the fighting rage is on. Cohorts have tied down a couple archer units, and over here we do see the Velociraptors help win their fight. Cyrus Warriors should be able to help finish off these Dryads as well, though it looks like these Cyrus maybe actually finally got broken there, so we'll see how that all unfolds. Middle objective is in flux. The Feral Cold Ones get afflicted by Melkos. They eat a lot of archers. Really, really nice Flock of Doom, by the way. That was a brilliant flock. It hit like 3 or 4 units. Prey of Anathrema activated from the caster. Going to be pinning down these Colden Riders, who are now going to be getting attacked by the Wild Riders. But Colden Riders do have 90 armor, so they should endure it. Even though they will probably lose in sustained fighting, they'll take a while to kill, which is going to give the Lizards a lot of agency here on the battlefield. All right, so in this fight, Wild Hunters of Kernus being poked down by the dreaded Oxyotl. Ancient Salamander being a NFL quarterback in the pocket here, with Oxyotl being the running back, it looks like, doing a little bit of a sweep. But he's going to be pulling about while the Salamander gets an Ice Bombardment on the Glade Guard. And now let's look at Collins. It's going to be Colden the Riders, not Spear Riders, but Generalist Riders. Okay. So these ones afflicted by Enfeebling Foe, allowing the Wild Riders to trade very well, but swaths of Lizards are now piling in, and those Wild Riders could start to feel the pressure. Now, where are the Colden Riders going to go here? Getting them on Dryads isn't a bad idea. Dryads certainly vulnerable to that. Value trading favoring Bird, and as expected, the Archers do get forced back. And dude, those Flock of Dooms hitting 3 Archers every time, plus the Salamander really leaning into them is so freaking painful. Oxyotl going for the pro gamer snipe, guys, so there he is. All right, he's got some cool animations. Let's see if he's going to get another one before the Dryads get to him here. But nope, Dryads get in combat, so he just punches that Dryad in the face, and it just runs away, you know, not wanting any more of that smoke. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Objective 1 and 3 currently belong to the Dinosaurs, and the Lizards are definitely forcing the Wood Elves back. The Wood Elves back here have some Archers online, but they're constantly being pressured and having to shoot into shielded units. Not the best feeling for those bad boys. Feral Cold Ones getting a partial surround of the Glade Lord as more and more Colden Riders are going to be spammed in. Wild Riders doing some decent peeling here, but the middle objective is not flipped yet, so that is giving a glimmer of hope to the Wood Elves. But if that middle objective does flip here and the Dinosaurs get it, it's going to be a tricky one for them. It's going to be very tricksy indeed. So Colden Riders get that objective, most likely charging into Spears, which is dangerous, but the Spears are also inundated in combat with a couple other things. And it does look like the Children of the Old Ones are going to be getting objective too. So now the Wood Elves are triple capped. That's going to make this game very sketchy for them. Bird needs to do some housekeeping though. Needs to unsummon these units or, you know, send them into the fray. One or the other. Because like you can run out of units in late game if you don't unsummon. So unsummoning here. The Saurus you could maybe leave as like a guard dog down here since they're still kind of hard to deal with. But yeah, definitely some housekeeping. Housekeeping needs to be done. All right, Skinks cleaning out the Dryads. Some Saurus down there. Nope, looks like Skink cohorts, but they're holding on to it relatively well. Wood Elves are going to have problems, man. The victory tickets are bleeding very quickly. Before you know it, homie is going to be at 700-800 points. Moving up are the Saurus Warriors with shields. An incredibly difficult unit to get rid of. Saurus Warriors are probably one of the most obnoxious units to remove from a position. I don't know what it is about them. There are units with higher leadership, higher armor. Like, you would think a Longbeard would be harder to remove than a Saurus, but there's something about the Saurus that just makes him so much more obnoxious. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like the mentality of the Saurus, but yeah, man, they're hard to remove. All right. Colden Riders getting into the mix, attacking into the Glade Riders right there. Oxyotl just being a big pimp, and yeah, just sniping that Glade Lord, which is a good investment. I mean, over the course of a long game, taking down the enemy Lord, what's not to love? That is quite big indeed. All right, on the backside, Colden Riders diving into the Archers, being hunted by Wilded Rangers, but the Wilded Rangers getting smashed up by those Ancient Salamanders. Very nice. Oh, these are Horned Ones. We got Horny Boys in the mix. So Horned Ones, I mean, they got netted, but not a huge deal because they're netted in combat with something they want to kill anyways. Horned Ones are badass units. They hit very hard, but a little bit weak to this focus fire, especially when their backs are turned, so their shields aren't going to be relevant. Enfeebling Foe, a lot of firepower, but the Horned Ones, they didn't hear no bell, and they're going to be charging in now and running over some of the Archers. So there they go. All right, so they're rolling. Some sweet Limp Bizkit blasting out of their little Lizardmen speakers that they have attached to their dinosaurs. Melkos on them as well. A lot of resources from the hardwood being allocated to try and take down the Horny Ones. Now let's look around the battlefield and see. Objective 1 is not being contested. Objective 2 is pretty clear in control of the dinos. The side objective here, though, a little bit of potential. I would imagine that the Lizards are going to just send a cohort over here to stabilize that one. That wouldn't be bad. Certainly don't want to flip any objectives if you don't have to. Salamander's still doing great work, man. They are doing great work, and yeah, they're also good AP fighters too. People forget Salamander's got a little bit of smoke in melee. They can throw down. But yeah, better to use all that ammunition. So maybe retreat that guy back, and he's so low too. Yeah, he's probably going to go down. Some of the Archers back there, I think, were shooting him, or somebody had him zeroed in. Yep, so he's going to be running 300 HP right now. Are the Wood Elves resurgent? Are they going to find their way back? They do have a couple units of Wildwood Rangers, which are going to be very killy. Cold Ones coming out. I'm going to crack open a Cold One with the boys. Maybe try and attack in. I think at this point, you just consolidate your forces on objectives 2 and 3. You just let the Elves maybe have this one, although there is a full health Skink unit down there, so maybe you don't have to relinquish that point yet. Oxyotl with the Master Predator here, guys. He's doing it, and he is getting his snipe on here against the Glade Lord. Yeah, gets a nice hit right there. Dude, how cool is it? We actually get to see Oxyotl, like, he's just got a bunch of arrows sticking out of him. That's so haggard. I love that shit. But yeah, using him to snipe that character is great. 900 HP, man. He's slowly killing that Wood Elf character. Death by 1,000 spoon blows. That's a really funny YouTube video, by the way. If you guys haven't seen that, it's like, I don't know what the original video is called, but like spoon, like death by spoon or something. Yeah, it's something ridiculous like that. That is a funny old video. All right, so objective number 1, owned by Lizards 2. Wood Elves get their archer line partially back online, but I can't help but feel this Glade Lord's about to get smashed up, which is going to hurt that leadership, that is for sure. Obviously, it's a situation where the dinosaurs can win on just one. Oh my god, what the hell is going on over here? Wow, he's got a lot of units here. Okay, these Feral Cold Ones need to get back and help secure the middle. They should be able to. I didn't see those. But now that those Feral Cold Ones are coming back in, it's going to be a problem. And Oxyotl gets the job done, guys. Yeah, he takes down the Glade Lord. She did not have a good time getting darted in the face by the Master Assassin. And the Elves bringing in Wild Riders, but Clever Girls are coming in droves, and they're very firmly in control of Objective 1. Objective 2, potentially in some flux, but the Elves are kiting very effectively against the Wildwood Rangers here. And the Feral Cold Ones will provide enough of a distraction to make this take a little bit longer to get. And a big swath of reinforcements coming up here. Yeah, a whole bunch of those guys are going. All right, Objective 1 and 2, still owned by Dinos. He's approaching 1,400 points here, which is going to be kind of the point of no return. And it does look like the bird is going to be the word here in this series, as he does stabilize his point with a huge onslaught of Feral Cold Ones. Who would have thought Oxy-Chad was going to be nice? Yeah, he did great, man. Oxyotl was a menace. He took down the enemy lord. He's cheap. He's hard to snipe, right? So, like, Wood Elves have just a rage boner for sniping good characters. So just bringing, like, a cheap, hard-to-snipe character is pretty brilliant, actually. I do like that tech. But, yeah, this game's over. Wood Elves are losing on the field, too. It's not like they have any momentum here. I mean, a little bit with the Archer Corps still being online, but, yeah, Dinos are just going to be spamming out cost-effective units, and Feral Cold Ones trade well enough into even Wild Riders to be able to hold them at bay. So, yeah, that's a tough one. GG, guys, 1,443 points. Unwinnable game right now for Rogue AI. He physically cannot get there quick enough to get the points. But well played to him. Cool build. Risky, though. Going wide with archers like that against like very skink-heavy armies is very, very dangerous. Came back out of the realm of chaos to slap some trees. Yeah, apparently he did. All right, guys. That is going to be 2-0 for Bird here in this series. Well played to both players. Oxyotl got about 900 value, all of which was probably on the Wood Elf floor, to be honest. Salamander did pretty good, but aside from that, it was just kind of swarming and Golden Riders all day. Yeah, too many archers probably against an army that can present this many cheap 300 gold shields, you know? So that is Trixie Hobbitses. All right, so let's go ahead and get the next match set up here. Let's do this. And then what do we have here? Who's next up on the docket? Okay, so let's see. So we got Maximilianer versus Ponty now. Let me find these guys. Maximilianer. You're up. Oh, okay, they need maps. Okay. So this series is going to be slightly different, by the way, because it's going to have Ponty and his opponent have agreed to let Ponty play Dark Elves every game. So it's going to be a slightly different series instead of normal best of threes. Oh, Davok for sure. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But the last Invitational was more competitive because it was mostly like RTS sweats, you know? This one will probably be a little bit more casual. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah. All right. So what do we got? So Ponty sending the password over. And we have you guys there. Great. So let's get in there and do this. And let's do that and that. Okay, so this is going to be Max on vampires, on his beloved vampires. Yeah, that's scary. Max. We'll just do Big Max for now. I think that's going to be fine. And then on the other side, we have you guys. And that is going to be Ponty here. Okay, great. Money, money. All right, so what do we got on the other side here? Got to give maps to these guys, so let me go ahead and reply to you. Let's do... And then we can do Pit of Treasures. All right. So just gave those homies some maps. We're all set. No, Science, no. I'm not playing in the next Warcraft Invitational, no. I don't think there's any repeat players in this one except Tyler 1, yeah. I would, you know what I would be interested in doing, though, is I'd be interested in, like, you know, if you would want, I would happily cast some games, like, on game day or something. I would jump in and maybe cast, like, one series or something, if you would want that. But I would love to. I love Warcraft 3. It's an amazing game. All right, so let's go ahead and cook and see what we got. The armies of the Dreadlord Max. He is the goat of vampire counts in our community, for sure. Zombies, Corpse Cart. One Corpse Cart wielding a Necromancer, actually. He's got a Goose up in the sky. Because knowing that he is facing the Lord of Hydras, he's going to probably want a Goose to fight those Hydras, and a Von Karstein Lord with Storm of the Night to shut down Flying and Flock of Doom spam. And of course, a bunch of Ghosts. So we got Ghosts for days, Uno, Dos, and Trace, and that is going to be that. All right, so the army of Ponti. It's going to be Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves, actually. So very, very melee-heavy army. Going to be getting Crunk. Coldwood Knights, Crone Hellebron, as well as a Death Hag. So they got their Crunk Juice. They got their Witch's Brew. Okay. And then a Burning Head Caster. I don't know how this is going to work. I have no idea how this is going to work. We will find out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun and see what's going on. Max should have gone with the Musion scheme. Yeah, Musion has one of the better schemes. If I were ever to paint a Vampire Count army in tabletop, I'd probably do Musion. Yeah, like I really like that. I would probably take like Bretonnian Men-at-Arms and kit bash them with zombie heads and do like the full Musion. It's such a cool aesthetic. God, that just reminds me of how lame it is that Games Workshop has like the whole legacy separation, where like some factions are just like not in the game, even though all the like they could just easily be in the game, you know, all and because of the Age of Sigmar overlapping. Oh, it's so stupid. Yes. Here comes the Witch Elves and the Coldwood Knights, Sisters of Slaughter, and more Witch Elves. The Von Karstein Lord's going to be good here. Flock of Doom will actually be very effective against these bunched up Witch Elves. Crone Hellebron's got to be careful, though. She could get bullied by the Goose. She's kind of squishy. I mean, has pretty good stopping power, but we will see what happens. Ponti has a body pillow of a Hydra. Yeah, Max is a zombie one. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Sisters of Slaughter are grindy. They definitely pack a bit of a punch. Vargeist are also going to be a big problem. They will wreck these infantry. I can't help but feel Ponti's build is going to get picked apart. I would love to be proved wrong. I would love to see this Dark Elf build win, but Max is bringing like a very sweaty vampire army, and Ponti is bringing like something that is very, very fringe and very tricky to pull off. Now, Coldwood Knights, yeah, they're cute, but what's going to happen is the Coldwood Knights are going to get zombie summoned, then jumped by the Vargeist and by the Terrorgeist, and it's going to be a disaster for them. We'll see how it works out, though. So they're thinking about it. There they go. The big old engagement coming in. Hey, what's up, Vegetarian Shark? What's going on, man? All right. Coldwood Knights are back. Coldwood Knights back here. We do see Sisters of Slaughter. And a Zombo summon is underway. He's trying to tar pit something to bait them into a big Flock of Doom. He does end up getting the Flock of Doom and the Breath Attack on the Coldwood Knights. So that one hurts a little bit. Zombie's going to get cut up, but here comes the dreaded Vargeist. Now, what you need to do against this, when the Vargeist land on the ground, you need to call in Dark Riders to trap them. And that would allow the Sisters of Slaughter to actually trade reasonably well, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch them. And the gremlining is going to continue, as they do mostly get back up in the sky. A lot of them get away. I don't think any of them got trapped in the ground. So yeah, now you got to start thinking about the middle. Sisters of Slaughter, Witch Elves, Burning Heads, you know, playing that middle objective. The longer the fighting is caught up back here, the worse it's going to be, right? If you are playing the freaking Dark Elves here, you don't want this smoke back here. You don't want any of this, you know? All right. Coldwood Knights, Witch Elves are cruising. And moving up is ye old Scourge Runner Chariot. Scourge Runners are a good choice. They give you some poke with which you can kind of keep the vampires from just flying over you with no reprisal. So having like 2 or 3 Scourge Runner Chariots could have been able to stop that out of the gates, right? Crone Hellebron is creeping nearby, and the Druki are slowly making their way up to the objective. Now we're going to see if they're going to be able to cut through those ghostly units. I mean, they do have really good stopping power. A lot of Little John Crunk juice, that's for sure. Scourge Runners are getting some good poke and stroke. Crone Hellebron could get Cycle Charge. She's very squishy, but she hits like a truck. 500 weapon strength. I mean, Karl Franz on Deathclaw hits for 480. Crone Hellebron hits for 517, even on foot. So just a bit of a testament to how hard of a hitter she is. But yeah, you need some magic damage, so Slaanesh's Harvesters would be your best friend. Honestly, they would be really good here. Doomfire Warlocks will do well enough against like Vargeist equivalents, and they're good against zombies, good against Karen Race. If Ponty does not have Doomfire Warlocks in his build, I think he's going to be in some danger. It's going to be tough, but we'll see how the fighting goes. Yeah, Vargeist are a top-tier unit. They're very, very good. They hit super hard. A little bit on the squishier side in terms of their defense, but they hit so hard, it's, the best offense is the best defense, good offense kind of thing, right? It goes both ways depending on what era of NFL football you're talking about. Baltimore Ravens, early 2000s might say one thing. But, yeah. So here we go. Fighting is soon to be on. I just want to see the Sisters of Slaughter getting into combat and killing zombies. It's going to be cool. So here we are. The bare naked ladies are charging in. And the zombies are going to start getting torn to shreds, as is expected. Scourge Runners should not be on auto fire. That's a bit of a mismicro from Ponty. They should be saving their ammunition and only shooting at big targets. Here we get the Wraiths coming in. Going to be a problem. Flaming Sword of Ruin is activated, though. Ooh, nice Flaming Sword of Ruin. And Max didn't react super quickly. He actually takes some big casualties on his Hex Wraiths there. It was a pretty quick reaction, all things considered, actually. And, yeah, they're still going to be taking some casualties on the run, while the Witch Elves and crew are going to be advancing up. Burning Head activated, but Burning Head should only be used on the ghostly units, really. Here we see the Cairn Race actually still kind of dying to the Sisters of Slaughter, despite the damage mitigation. Sisters of Slaughter are definitely a blender unit, but here comes the Vampire Harambe's. The Vargeist do get a big flank charge, and the Sisters of Slaughter are getting folded up. Ponty needs to be a little bit quicker on the react here, get some Cold Bone Knights maybe over to support that. Meanwhile, on the side, the Sisters of Slaughter and the Witch Elves fighting a decent little fight. But the fight is pitched, it is contested, both players trading somewhat evenly here. But we will see who is going to be winning the long grind. Chariot's getting run down by the Dire Pack, a bit Bronzodia by Ponty. If he had countercharged with the Chariots, he would have actually been able to do a ton of damage. And look at this, Crone Hellebron dropping the Crone Boner, the Gaze of Cain. So everybody here is going to be on steroids, including the Death Hag. And yeah, Crone is sitting at 700 weapon strength right now for a foot character, which is so freaking cool. And yeah, Crone actually rampaging and killing that freaking Chariot there is not bad at all, or that corpse card, I should say. Death Hag and Cold Bone Knights grinding it out. Value trading does favor Ponty a little bit. We're going to see if his Forbidden build is going to work. If it does, I'm going to be super impressed. Burning Head activated on the Cairn Race, and the Burning Head does also end up going through the Cairn Race over there. So that was a really good Burning Head. And are we going to see this freaking build from Ponty work? This absolute meme lord build. I would be shocked, but man, it is actually not doing terribly right now in this fight. Doomfire Warlocks in the mix. Okay, so Ponty does know his Druki. Cold Bone Knight's going to be coming across to intercept the Dire Pack. And at this point, you just turn and fight. Yeah, just get everybody in here and fight. The Dire Pack should be forced off. Death Hag's grinding it out on the middle objective. The Crone Hellebron is... Oh, she has her sword going. That's right. She's got her Walmart Mortis sword. Now, where's that item? It's the... not the Amulet of Dark Fire, but yeah. Wow, she takes down the Necromancer. And now Crone Hellebron is going to be getting in the mix over here. And what is the conditions for that sword again? I always forget. The Curse Blade. Affects units if losing in melee... if they're losing in melee combat. Okay. So yeah, she's going to pile in and is going to be a bit of a difference maker in this fight with the remaining Witch Elves. This objective does go to the Druki right now, guys. Very, very strong stuff indeed. And we do have the Cavalry Corps coming across while the Hag is going to be finishing off the Cairn Race. Dark Elves looking menacing, guys. On the backside, we got Witch Elves that could reinforce. They've been guarding that back objective, but honestly bringing them up to the middle here I think is going to be a little bit stronger. The Cronebone Hellebron and her crew of Witch Elves fighting hard in the pits. Maybe this could be a situation where the battle starts to flip back. With Crone Hellebron being overextended, maybe sniped out. We'll see if the Witch Elves have enough sustainability here. Cold Bone Knights coming in to help, though. Vargeist are waiting to countercharge them with a bit of a chub. And the Doomfire Warlocks, if they can get around the back and drop some debuffs and catch these ghostly units, that is going to be very, very nice for sure. All right, Witch Elves afflicted by Flock of Doom, very nice. Cold Bone Knights chewing it up. Hex Race are coming into fight as well, but we'll see how the Witch Elves trade against them. Again, with the Crunk Juice, it could be a different story. Look at that. Flaming Sword of Ruin. Ponty going for a bit of an Alpha Strike. Giving the Flaming Sword of Ruin to all his units, a huge combat stat buff. And look at this. The Vampire, Count Chocula, is getting its butt kicked by Crone Hellebron. Oh my god. And look at that. The Crone buff as well. Is that what I think it is? Or maybe that's another Rampage. I don't know what that is. It looks like that. Yeah, the Gaze of Cain. There it is. So that is a big, big steroid buff there. But is it going to be enough, guys? Find out on today's episode. All right, Doomfire Warlock's getting us around. Crone Hellebron trying to get that pick, but she is being 2v1'd by the Terrorgeist as well as the Vampire Lord. But she does have her Hag helping. The Hag does have 624 weapon strength with 91 melee attack. Dude, Cain would be proud of this build, that's for sure. Cain would just be, you know, really enjoying this one. All right, guys, Burning Head activated right there. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a swing and a miss. Anything going down here? Kindle Flame, Vigor Mortis, so mainly just buffs. And the Dark Elves have been able to hold on to this point for a while. But remember, Vampires are super grindy. They could appear to be losing games, and then they just pull it back, you know. They can for sure. All right, big charge coming in on the Vargeist right there. Getting on top of the Dark Riders. The Cronebone and her Death Hag squad actually able to chew through a lot of these units, but a really good isolate coming in here. Max, you know, ever being the Vampire Lord, does see weakness and smells blood in the water, and is going to be going after the Sorceress who's broken. So very nice pick. No more Flaming Swords, no more Burning Heads. Granted, you could resummon her, but still a very, very nice one. Now, will the Vampires endure here? Will they get it done? All right, coming in are elite reinforcements of the Sisters of Slaughter. The points still do favor Maximilian. He had the double cap for a long time. He's getting some capture weight in there now. The Witch Elves, 55 kills on them, only 400 value, but Cronebone is certainly dominating that ground fight. Looks like maybe a little bit of pressure coming in the back. Coldo Knights are here, and they really need to get those Sisters of Slaughter up into the fight. They need to get in the mix. Death Hags are getting attacked by Vargeist, the Von Karstein Lord, and the Goose overhead. Thinking about diving, but, you know, playing it a little bit cautious here. Feasters in the Dusk, a nice killy unit, will put some damage on the Sisters. Granted, the Sisters will be able to win that respective fight. And Cronebone getting hammered by something. I don't know what that was. It looks like maybe getting charged by a Vampire Lord. But, oh, she's going for revenge. Heroic Killing Blow and Witch's Brew activated. And what is she going to be attacking? Is she hitting the Vampire Lord, or is she going to be wasting attacks into zombies? Looks like Count Chocula able to flee the scene, as is the Vargeist. And the two Hags are going to be getting crunk on their Witch's Juice. But they need to go stack on top of the Sisters of Slaughter to play it very, very safe. Did that Fire Sorceress come back? I don't think so. We do see the points. Let's see how they're going now. Dark Elf still holding on to the 2. He's catching up, but it's a process. Lesser Doom Bolt activated on the Corpse Cart. Man, a regular Doom Bolt here would be so freaking good. Like getting a Doom Bolt to finish off the Von Karstein Lord or the Goose. The Hag is being isolated. Maximillionaire's Vampire grindiness is starting to come into play, but the Hag and as well as Crone Hellebron need to connect with that Terror Goose if they want a chance of winning. Coldo Knights versus Hex Wraiths. The Coldo Knights, yeah, getting swarmed pretty hard, but there's a Soul Blight over there afflicting those units. But yeah, look at the Coldo Knights getting it pretty bad. Hag versus Vampire Lord. Cronebone versus Terrorgeist. A lot of this game is going to come down to, honestly, how the single entity fight goes. The Crone Hellebron still only winded, actually. And now is going to be dropping the Gaze of Cain. Is she going to be able to finish off the Goose? She does get the Goose crumbling. One more hit should lead to its demise, especially if the repeater crossbows can help out a little bit. But it looks like she didn't connect there. Burning Head activated. I mean, that will be hitting the Goose, leading it to crumbling a little bit more, but yeah, tricky fight, man. Vampire Lord still hanging on, about 1,000 HP. That Death Hag didn't hear no bell whatsoever. 200 HP Hag just going at it, and the Vampire Lord's hitting at 800 HP. Man, so many close calls here, but Max might be able to pull this game out if he can stabilize his characters, because he's starting to win the other fights. You can see the objective does flip. The Dark Elves kind of getting folded on the backside right there, and that Sorceress with Burning Head is here. Now, if the big monsters and the Vampire Lord hadn't been taken down, that'd be one thing, but with them still being alive, that's tricky, man. It's tricky. This guy is still healing right now. Count Chocula sitting at 872 HP. And on the backside, we have more Sisters of Slaughter being called in. They are doing very good. Oh, Fireball! The Pro Gamer Fireball! Oh, the tower block! Oh, he just World of Warcraft him, dude. I feel like I'm back playing my mage again. That pillar, I hate that pillar so much. You know, I hate it. It does add a little bit of variance, to be honest, but it's too dreaded for me, that pillar. All right. So Terrorgeist's going to be flying overhead. The Fire Sorceress needs to run right now and get ready to cast another Fireball. The Vampires are on the hunts. Sisters of Slaughter grinding it out, and there's going to be another one coming in. But he is... Oh, shit, he got triple capped. Oh, that probably seals the deal. Max stole the back objective from him. Yeah, Ponty wasn't paying attention. And a ghoul came through the woods and stole that objective there. Yeah, nasty. Man, I'm impressed that this build worked even remotely close to what, like, decent. Like, this, not bad, you know? Not bad. Sorceress going to be shooting another Fireball, probably the Von Chadstein Lord. He's most likely going to dodge it. Sisters of Slaughter are coming in, but yeah, losing the back objective probably seals the deal, you know? Big old AoE Imbo. Very nice one. Going to be hitting the Hex Race and the Goose, as well as the Vampire, kind of taking away what little hopes the Elves have of winning this one. But yeah, Vampire is very, very strong, obviously. Max's control, though, is quite excellent with him as well. And it looks like he's going to be going into fight again. But, you know, Crone Hellebron, she's got a pretty good leadership with all these steroid buffs and the rampaging and whatnot. She's got 950 weapon strength. We're going to see if she's actually going to be able to connect. And she does miss that attack there. The melee defense holding firm. Sisters of Slaughter getting through a ghoul, and another Sister of Slaughter here being overwhelmed by a lot of units. And the Cronebone, 700 HP. The problem is, even if the Crone can pull this off, I mean, she might... Oh my god, look at that! Oh shit, the Vampire Lord got KO'd! Damn, son, look at that. 500 HP. The Crone didn't hear no bell. Oh my god, the Crone meta is upon us, I guess. 4,700 Crone value. That is insane. That is legendary. Oh, legendary. Pwn does that so well. Golden Knight's coming out. It's going to be a little too late, but I feel like we should just give Ponty the win for getting 5,000 value with the Crone. He should just win the whole series for that, honestly. The Crone is going to get charged again, 200 HP. Is she going to be able to finish off the Goose? It looks like she finally will get broken and or wavered here. We'll see. But, yeah. That's insane. I know, the Foot Crone Hellebron getting 4,800 value. That is like taking me back to the olden days. I remember when we casted an Everchosen. It was one of the first Everchosens we casted at Italian Spartacus's apartment here in California. Crone Hellebron was very OP back then. She had like a bugged, her item was like bugged or something. Wow, she takes down the Goose too. Damn, dude, she took down the Goose. But that is an insane game. 5,000 Crone Hellebron. Dude, that is magical stuff. All right, guys, GG. Let's go ahead and update this. That is going to be a victory for... I almost gave Ponty the win. I was just like, because Crone did so good, I was like, oh, yeah, you got the win. But no, dude, what a cool-ass build, man. Like, look, most lesser vampire players would not have won that. Max is very skilled, so he's able to pull that off, but I actually think Ponty would have beaten like 80% of vampire count players with that. Yeah, Value City, I know. Noveltine, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Von Chadstein got 2,800 and the Goose got about 24 too. So pretty good value. But, you know, you combine their values and it's basically the Crone Hellebron here. So hag maxing, yes. All right. So now let's see what the next matchup's going to be. It's going to be Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. They agreed in this best of 3 instead of doing regular picks and bans to have what's it called? Ponty play Dark Elves every time. So all good to me. As long as both players agree, I don't care. All good in the neighborhood. Okay, and let's go ahead and see what we have next. So we got 2 more best of series after this. We have Peppy Zapper versus World Beater, and 2 newish players, I think. And then we got Blood Penguin versus Gotrek Starbreaker, which will be a very sweaty grand finale to today's best of 3 series. So, yeah, Hellebron was a beast. She was. They got to switch the map though too. Hopefully they're aware of that. Should have their builds ready to go. Right on. Yeah, on foot, she probably was like, what, like a 1,500 gold character or something like that? No, although with all the buffs, the Gaze of Cain and stuff, maybe a little bit more. Yeah. All right, a Ragnarok Lair, and we got Lizardmen versus Dark Elves again. This is going to be the time of the Hydra, maybe. Maybe the Charybdis. I don't know. Ponty does bring some wacky builds. He does indeed. Oh, Hargoneth units are so cool. They are. Yeah. What do the Dark Elves look like in Age of Sigmar these days? Do Dark Elves have a faction? They have the Daughters of Cain or whatever, right? Oh, dude. This is the next 40k army I'm going to do right here. I'm definitely going to do a Iron Warrior. I love the Iron Warriors aesthetic. They look so cool. That like blackened to like silver with the hazard stripes look pretty sick too. Yeah, dude, look how cool that army looks. God, but like painting those big monsters, war machines, it's not something I look forward to. Okay, so we got... Are they an Order faction? They are an Order faction, aren't they? Yeah, Daughters of Cain. Okay. Yeah, that's some cool looking units, I guess. Yeah, you got like the Iron Scale. Here's basically the Sisters of Slaughter, right? Then you have the I think these are the new... Are these the new Witch Elves? Do they have armor? Yeah, the armored Witch Elves, yeah. Games Workshop moving away from the 90s scantily clad armor, it looks like. Though some of the units still have it. I think this is the original Crone Hellebron model. It just moved to Age of Sigmar. That's Crone Hellebron up there. Yeah, I'm like fairly certain that is. The Slaughter Queen, yeah. Yeah, mostly a lot of units imported from, yeah, the old Witch Elves are out of stock. Yeah, these are the OG ones. And the old Sisters of Slaughter. I think they're going to move Dark Elves to, officially to Warhammer Fantasy. Cause there's like a lot of writing on the wall. Like the fact that these models are not being restocked, these are all like fantasy models. Like I can totally see them consolidating and making Dark Elves an official army in Fantasy again. Yeah. 90s, I thought we were still there, I know. 90s were a good time. They were a lot of fun. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun and break it down. So taking a look here, guys, at the armies of the Lizardmen. Going to be a Maximillionaire with a bunch of Skinks, a Stegodon with a Ballista Bolt Thrower, a Slan of Light, and then Homeboy's also going to be rocking an Ancient Salamander as well. Now, for the Lord of Hydras, he's got Repeater Crossbows, Medusas, which are probably my favorite unit on the Dark Elf roster. Really good at killing infantry and okay at fighting monsters too. The rest of the army is going to be very chaff-centric, and we do have a Supreme Sorcerer, so Pendulum casting. No big Medusa or no, there is a Medusa, but no Charybdis or no Hydras. Yeah, Turin was 50 in the 90s, yeah. Dude, yeah, I was just reminiscing about like it's crazy seeing like the cost of living, the proportion of like a 90s salary to what you could do with like, or even early 2000s with you know, what you could buy in terms of like a home or even just like cost of living, like groceries and stuff, dude. Oh man, it's insane to look back at though. God damn, dude, that freaking is a big throw by Ponty if he doesn't move. Ponty, you better pay attention, dog. Oh, God, does he notice? He does, but he loses his lords down to like 30%. Not a huge deal, though. Like, you can just hide that unit in the trees and cast spells. There is going to be a Pendulum coming out. Hopefully no overcast damage, and Max is just going to dodge that. So that was like a panic Pendulum. That was just like Ponty panicking there. Now, the Medusa is going to do some okay damage, but these guys are in loose formation right there, so it's going to be a little bit harder to really pound them. And, ooh, look at this Slan. Using the Shem's Burning Gaze. Nailing down that Bloodwrack Medusa, dude. Damn. That is some good stuff. Buying a home, what is that? I know, seriously. It's just absurd, yeah. Alright, Bleak Swords and Dreaded Spears coming up. Objective number 3 is going to be held by the Skinks, though. So far, Max with some very cost-effective poke. Granted, the Medusas are now returning the favor, melting down some of the Skink cohorts in the front, and the other Medusa is going to be doing the exact same thing. These units are so sick. Yeah, they're so freaking cool. And look at that. Really, really cost-effective, by the way. Panic at the Pendulum. Oh, that's so good. I like that. That's really funny, actually. One Medusa kind of on death's bed, though. Getting really, really lowered down by the Shem's Burning Gaze in tandem with the Skink Skirmishers there. So good combination. Scourge Runner Chariots being called up to put a little bit of DACA down into the Ancient Salamander, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, or at least what they should be doing. The Medusa here, shooting while she can, but now there's going to be Velociraptor Cav coming in, but neither of them are anti-large variants, so the Medusa will probably be able to hold relatively well. Down here, we do see ye old Ponty looking to cast a Pendulum. He's kind of creeping with his Harry Potter right now. Very, very dangerous. Not sure what he's trying to do here. The Skinks did get screened out by the Spear units, and it looks like there's going to be some Dark Riders coming in. Man, Ponty's got to be more careful with his Lord. He's just like eating random javelins right now for no reason. There's no reason to be out there. Just like, go hide in the trees, dog. Go hide in the trees. I know it's late for him. I think Ponty is Polish, so for him it's got to be like, 1 a.m. or something like that, maybe 2. All right, Dark Riders running down the Chameleon Skinks, pretty cost-effective, and his Lord is going to run back into the bushes. The Colden Riders have dove back here, and somehow the Dark Riders got caught. Don't know how that happened. Definitely a big misplay there. The Dark Riders should never get caught by Colden Riders. You should retreat them back and then call in your own cab to screen those bad boys out. But the Dark Riders with the cost-effective trade, taking down a 600 gold unit, now engaging versus Golden Riders, which is going to be a bit of a disaster for them, but we'll see how it all plays out. Maximillionaire just chortling and Slan right now, and actually using his Stegodon to get down and dirty in melee. So the Stegodons do move in, starts to trample over some of the homies here, and then is going to be retreating back as the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow Fire does saturate in. But both of those Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows still are going to be online, but the Dino is pretty firmly in control of Objective 2, with the Slan Ancient Salamander also cooking some of the units down here using the dreaded Lizardmen Skirmish. Chariots, though, should be effective at running things over. The Slan might have a net here. Is it net of Amachok? And it looks like it is going to be a net of Amachok. Really, really nice. And the cold ones who came down here, the Spear Riders, or just the regular Riders, that fended off those Dark Riders, are now going to be turning about face. They're going to be reforming the ranks after having forced their opponent to fall back in good order. And now they will be charging into ye old Chariots here. So the Chariots going to get hammered pretty good. You can see they're losing a lot of HP to the armor-piercing attacks, and that point probably is going to be flipping to the dinosaurs. Now, the Medusa is out for vengeance. We do see the Medusa attacking into the Battletoad. The sweet Siren of Lustria, dude. Many a sailor have fallen to the thick booty of the Slan Mage Priest, trying to kill him and not succeeding, and he does move away there. Colden Riders get in combat versus a Medusa. It looks like a banishment's going to be activated right there. Very, very nice. Elsewhere on the battlefield, dinosaurs seem to be holding well, but there are some Blackguard in the mix, so I did mix that. Ponty did call in some elite halberd units, and somehow they ended up on the other side of the Lizard army, but they couldn't come back and help consolidate the middle a little bit. We're going to have to see. But the Slan getting the job done. The Medusa is forced back, and the Colden Riders here heavily debuffed, but even still are trading well enough. Doomfire Warlocks are not good against armor, so they're not going to trade super well into Colden Riders typically, unless, of course, you can lower their armor with like a Soul Blight, which you do have. So they can be okay for a short burst of time. Down here, we get some Dark Shards in the wood. Ponty rolling up with these guys. Value trading is actually getting a little bit closer there, but I love Pavise crossbows. They're so cool. Yeah, Dark Elves, they just kind of plant their feet here. Shooting out of the trees will mitigate some of their shots, but many will get through. And putting some good, consistent poke down on these units here. While in the front, Dark Riders going to be fighting a losing fight versus the Cold Ones. And the Lizards still holding on to the point. Now, there's a bit of a problem, of course, with the Blackguard. They will be an issue to deal with, but I think that the Slan with his banishments... I don't know if he has any left, actually. Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, Blood Statuette and Banishment he does. So he should be able to wreck those guys. Shouldn't be that big of a problem. All right, Golden Riders trying to surge through the lines and get on top of the Dark Shards, which would be pretty devastating. Lizards managed to hold on to the middle objective as well. Chariots are tied up in melee versus Cav, and the Ancient Salamander even being used in melee to shut down the Scourge Runner Chariots. Although, the big Stegodon here, he needs to get back. He's got a lot of ammo left. That Stegodon, you definitely want to retreat him back this way and then just have him shoot kind of his ballista shots for the rest of the game would be smart. Lesser Doom Bolt going to be activated from the Druki. That will be boinking the Slan, doing about 200 HP. So nothing that crazy. Back in the woods, are the Dark Elves going to be able to break through here with the Medusa? Dark Riders and maybe a little bit support? No, not with the Cold Ones coming down to the big flank and the big chunk of Stegodons coming. Shem's Burning Gaze from downtown. Nice one. The Medusa is probably going to break and or shatter here. Wavering, negative 15, and down goes the leadership. Wow, the Medusa actually stabilizes. Impressive. All right, Pendulum activated there from Ponty. Not a bad one. Kind of tickles a little bit, but it hits some of the Golden Riders. But yeah, it's probably going to be game here. The Dark Shard position gets folded up. The Medusa is going to get isolated and killed. The other Medusa is offline from the thick Slan, and there's nothing contesting the objective. So this game is over for sure. We should see a victory from Max here and his reptiles. Razordon Hunting Packs, a good choice, a good counter against Blackguard. And the Slan dropping another Shem's Burning Gaze, putting this the Bloodrack Medusa down to about 400 HP. So not going to be long for this world. All right, guys, Skink Cohorts are going to be on their way out. Spear Riders are cruising for a bruising, and the Dark Elves don't really have much to contest that. Honestly, the Lizards could probably go for a triple cap, but Ponty, I don't know if he knows the game's over yet, but the game's pretty damn over. The Medusas are down. His Lord, I think, actually died somewhere, or at least is very low. Not going to be terribly impactful. Banishment activated right there. And yeah, it's going to take a while to finish the game, obviously, because there's no triple cap in play. But yes, we do see 2 units of Skink Cohorts coming up. Uno and Dos, they will get that objective. And I think with that being down, Ponty will probably realize the game's over when he gets triple capped like that. Cold Knights versus Spear Riders. Spear Riders are anti-large, so despite being a little bit lower, their anti-large bonus might help them edge out that matchup. We will see. The Dark Elf Lord is on the run. I would imagine that the Slan Mage can get a Shem's Burning Gaze and maybe get a snipe there. That wouldn't be bad at all. Razordon's pulling back, being hunted by Spear Riders or Cold Knights, but you just run back here, force them to overextend, and then counterpunch them with your own Collins is going to be nice. Yep, Shem's Burning Gaze there. Karate Chop, that might break leadership. We'll see. Stabilizing at 1 leadership. The Slan, do you have the net? A net would be pretty clutch now. You can maybe get the Slan in melee and get a little bit of action there. But the Cold Ones do end up losing that fight simply because of the repeater crossbow support. Middle objective is a little bit dodgy, but overall I think that the big chunk of Stegodon's going to come in. Objective 1 gets flipped, and that is a triple cap right now, guys. That is a triple cap. The big dog Stegodon, what kind of value have we seen? About 1,300 this game. It's got a break, actually. So Ponty pulling a little bit of value back here. But, yeah, I don't think it'll be enough. I mean, he is rock hard triple capped right now. Another Shem's Burning Gaze. Oh, the Matrix. It looks like the Sorcerers did dodge that. Nice sideways angle right there. The Razordons need to run. And, oh, we got big pimps coming in, guys. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Cohort of Fwaddle. They got their Power Fists coming out, guys. And those Power Fists are going to take a bunch of these Dark Elf units to Pound Town. Really will be able to roll through them. Dark Elves a little bit resurgent in the middle. They got a little bit of momentum coming, but I think once the big pimps get here, it's going to be tough. On the outside, the Medusa did come in and actually wipe out one of the cohorts. Could we see a comeback? I mean, I think it's going to be similar to last game, where even if Ponty does start to pull value, he's just too far behind on points to catch up. But maybe he'll work something out. I don't know. Stranger things have happened, man. Stranger things have happened. All right, so the Golden Knights get folded. Cohort of Fwaddle and the Razordon Hunting Pack's going to be surging up. Probably going to be able to stabilize the middle. The Slan should roll on the objective, too, to provide his capture route where he can. Looks like some skink gremlins going to come down here. The chameleon skinks. What I coined as, in Warhammer 2, one of the most annoying units in the game. I think they are. I don't know about Warhammer 3. In Warhammer 2, I used to hate playing against chameleon skinks. I don't mind as much in domination mode, but they were so frustrating to chase down. Oh my god, is it Empire main? It was just pure pain. All right, cohorts here fighting it out. More cohorts going to be heading over to grab that point. Will the Dark Elves be able to grab it? I don't know. They do have a fair amount of units coming out, but it looks like the Lizards are kind of stabilizing every point with their cohorts rolling up and the big Power Fist Croxagores just going balls deep in enemy lines. These are spearmen. They'll still die quick-ish, though. These guys have really good stats, but it looks like they're going to retreat, not wanting to get enveloped, and probably will use them to try and defend here. Yeah, you also don't want to be getting just blasted by Dark Rider repeater crossbows. That's certainly not what they had on the menu. Golden Riders intercepting Dark Riders here. The Razordons are going to be forced back. Razordons do have 90 armor, but they're very, very squishy. Despite that, they have low HP pools, so yeah, they can get it pretty good. Looks like a Shield of the Old One's going to be activated, giving some nice ward save right there. Chameleon Skinks securing this objective. Spec Ops on the other side there, so there they go. And yeah, there's that. See you later all the time. Thank you for joining. All right, so moving on up are the Chameleon Skinks once again, just to drag them through the mud. The repeater crossbows from Ponti, very good. He's starting to resurge a little bit in some ways. Like, this land is getting low. He's got some spear units coming up, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't think it is. It's simply because, I mean, his opponent's at 1250 points. It's so close to winning the game already. You know, he's been on the back foot for a long, long frickin' time. All right, guys, Chameleons are shooting their little blow darts right here. The cohort of Fwaddle retreating away from the spear units, waiting for some saturation to get in and help them. And the Cold One Riders do get in. The cohort of Fwaddle can now pile back in here. But yeah, this game's over. Ponti is a player who tends to fight to the bitter end, even when games are very, very over. Homeboy is just like, he likes to raw dog it and just like go the distance, you know? Yeah, Supreme Sorceress is broken, sitting at -16 leadership, so she's going to be getting packed up here. But yeah, guys, GG, well played. Fun matches from Ponti, though. We got to see some cool builds. A little bit had some sloppiness with the micro in this game, you know, with his Lord getting popped and the Medusa's kind of getting sniped out. But like, there wasn't much he could do about the Medusa sniping. But the Lord snipe was rough, but didn't end up costing him too much, all things considered. All right, so Max winning the series 2-0. Absolute menace is that man. Looking forward to seeing him in the next championship series. And yeah, the Slan with 2100 value from those Shems. The Salamander did good, and yeah, Stegodon was all right. Stegodon was all right. For the Sorceress, very low. Medusas did okay, though. 1200 and 1200. Pretty good value on them. Blackguard only got about 600 value. Yeah, they tried their best. Okay, guys, so now we are going to go to Peppy Zapper versus World Beater. Let me see if those guys are up. So Peppy Zapper versus World Beater. You two ready? If one of them doesn't show up, I can step in and play, even though I'm like kind of foggy right now. I would love to play a match. It'd be fun. And let's see if they have lobby waiting. If not, we can also just go into the next series too. Although if somebody's been waiting all day, you know, that's one thing. Penguin, and I think it's this one. There we go. All right, let's reset the score. No, wait, were you just in that lobby? Great. Fresh lists. Let's try and find a game. Okay. Yeah, they're ready. Okay, cool. So we got a match on our hands. Let's find this. And it's not that one. Is it not this one either? You set that bad boy up. Okay, they're going to be setting up the lobby right now. Cool. So we should be good to join in a second. Alrighty. So how you guys been, man? Is life treating you guys well? Y'all hanging in there? Getting through these wild years that we live in. What do you got here? What is the coolest theme? Oh man, the Grim in the Grave takes me back. I was in my 20s when these ones came out. Remember this? How many OGs remember this? How many more best of threes do we have? We have two more best of threes. So we're gonna go for about 4 hours probably, I would say. Just caught up on the stream earlier. Part of the brag tech was to remove ITP from Slanesh Blob so I could terror out. So, oh yeah. Thrag removing ITP from Slanesh is kind of a cool tech. Oh, you're blessed by Nurgle, Rhino. I hope you feel better, man. That's not fun. All right, so who's making a lobby? I posted. Let me find their maps. Okay. These guys are a little bit newer, so it might take a moment to get things together. There we go. Okay, we got them the maps. And Great. So we got World Beater versus Peppy Zapper. And Peppy Zapper, I think, has like a Shih Tzu as his picture. Always good. Doing good. You're married. I'm a married man in 31 days. Congratulations, Pork and Chops. Yeah, congrats. All the best to you and the partner. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's been a lot, Scotch. It's been a lot. Yeah, we're looking for a place to move as our current situation is running to the end of the road here. I started watching and playing just before Oxyatl came out. Wow, that's a long time. That's still a long time ago, man. Oxyatl was what, like 5 to 6 years ago? Something around that ballpark. I did see the Aztec Age of Mythology thing. Yeah, I'm a little bit more excited about Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era right now, but I will probably get to that eventually. Probably will eventually. All right, so we got Norska versus Lizardmen on the Blasphemous Snowfield. Let's get the scorecards updated with the proper names. Where is this? No Enden. So World Beater. All right, so let's get his name fitting in the nameplate there. And then we have Ponty, or Peppy Zapper. We'll just do Peppy for short. All right, cool. So Lizardmen versus Norska. We haven't seen Norska yet today, I don't think. We haven't had a Norska game, right, in these best of threes? Am I crazy, guys? I don't think we have. No Norska today. It has not been the case. Thank you here. And you and your partner are very excited and everything's pretty much good to go. Just last minute meetings to finalize things. Yeah, you got like family stuff and coordinating and all that. Man. Cool, man. Well, congrats. I hope it all goes smoothly for you, brother. Peppy Zapper's profile picture is actually a Carnosaur. So high likelihood of a Carnosaur, which against Norska is somewhat viable. You just have to find a way to shut down the javelins, and then it can do good. I mean, a Carnosaur can definitely wreck Famir. It can do well against Skinwolves and Norse, and you know, their lords and stuff. You just got to find a way to deal with the javelins. Because you can also bring a life caster too, like a Slan, and provide healing to it. The Geltblom's Terror is so fun. The Arwar dude. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and peek at the builds a little bit, shall we? Oh, Throg, Bearman, Javelin, Skinwolves. This looks pretty meta-ish, meta-adjacent. And for the Lizards, pretty cool build too. Yeah, a little bit off meta on this one, but fun builds, I would say. McLagan says, one of your videos or streams is my first Warhammer experience. You were casting a Lizardman game and it immediately sold me on the game. Yeah, I was doing this. We've been doing this a long time, man. It's crazy. We've done the whole journey with this game, that's for sure. Beginning to the end. Blasphemous Snowfield, pretty open map. Solar Engine should have a good time here. 40k 1v1s. I'm nervous about 40k PvP a little bit because CA can be very hit and miss with like, especially how it pertains to their support for multiplayer. You know what I'm saying? Like we could just get like land battle again, and then there could be like Eldar jet bikes flying in circles, and you just can't catch them, and draw kiting and all that misery. If we got that shit again, if we got like zero multiplayer support, like I would probably mainly just do campaigns for that game. And then I would do multiplayer in like Dawn of War 4, right? Like there's gotta be something, because I'm not willing to suffer through like crappy, shitty, unsupported multiplayer. Again, you know, I'm just not willing to do it. Like if it's unsupported, I'm just gonna probably do like campaign for 40k Total War and then focus on PvP for like games that actually support multiplayer, you know? They've got to put in a little bit of effort, like a little something. I don't need much. Just a little bit, you know, just a little bit. Yeah. Because I'm not doing that land battle shit again, dude. No, like rules and friggin' rules lawyers and like booklets that players have to read to even play PvP. Nah, dog. Not down for that again. Yeah. Hopefully they don't fumble it. Hopefully they don't. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break down this battle. Welcome to this best of three. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be World Beater, who is, you know, playing a faction that I think is very apt for his name. He's playing Norska. So Javelins to deal with Kroxigors and big dinosaurs. Marauder Bearman to have ITP in the front line against dino monsters. Throg, also a good anti-large fighter. And a Metal Caster with Searing Doom, and that is going to be that. We do also have a couple Skin Wolves to contest the mobility game, and that is going to be it. Virus says, I'm trying to learn the lore of 40k in advance of the game. Is there? Oh my god. Dude, the 40k lore is such a rabbit hole, man. It's such a rabbit hole. It's so deep to go into. I mean, there's 100 YouTube channels that have really good like lore videos. In terms of games, like it depends if you want modern lore or like old lore, but like like Dawn of War 2 and like the old Dawn of War games have some really fun lore as well. But yeah, Dawn of War is always a good one. Just skip Dawn of War 3, that one sucked. But aside from that, yeah, you're good. So the Dino army is going to be Skink Skirmishers, which are a meta staple. Very, very troll. Good at getting objectives and poking light armor. We do have a Skink Oracle, by the way. The Skink Oracle with anti-large and good sniping potential, Earthblood and Windblast. Both are god tier spells against Norsca, by the way. So you can use him to snipe Skin Wolves, and then the rest of the army is going to be, Crocky Balboa. Crocky Balboa with some Saurus and Red-Crested Skinks. Kind of a cool army. Very combined arms here for the dinos. So Skin Wolves are charging forward, but eating a bunch of blow darts to the face. Certainly not what they had on the menu. And on the backside, we do see a Solar Engine as well from Peppy Zapper. Is going to be shooting into the Skin Wolves right there. And we have a pretty heavy-duty Royal Rumble here, as we do see the Skink Oracle using Foe Seeker to get away. 94 movement speed, just leaving those Skin Wolves in the dust. And so far, the Lizardmen are having very, very good value trading here with the Norskins, who are struggling to deal with some of the poke and harass. Now, the question is, should Norsca advance? Probably so. World Beater at this point should probably just commit and try and pin back the Lizardmen, get his javelins in range of the big threats, and live his best life, right? That is going to be the way. All right, so on the backside, we do see the Skink Oracle getting ready to shoot, and maybe Waste Throg, put a little bit of DACA into him. Solar Engine shots, are they shooting into the Marauder Hunter Javelins right now? A little bit hard to tell, but the Javelins still returning the favor against the Skink Skirmishers, who are not chameleons, which means they don't have the missile resist. Solar Engine shot is a hit and a miss. With Solar Engines, you have to be very careful about like their elevation and where they're positioned, because man, they can miss so easily. If they're like shooting up a hill, yeah, we'll see. All right, Skink Oracle, another shot into the Skin Wolves there, not bad at all. And the Skink Skirmisher is going to be eating a bit of a bombardment right here. And are they going to dodge it? Peppy Zapper might get caught by World Beater's bombardment. Not bad at all, tickling the pickle there. Saurus Warriors have gotten to the front line. They will be able to probably beat Bearmen. They just hit way harder. And the Solar Engine putting perpetual damage on the Skin Wolves is also very, very cost effective. So yeah, a bit of a standoff down here. It's like the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, just them staring at each other. You know, keeping it going. And on the other side, Krokgar coming across, providing his anti-large bonus if he can get in. He should definitely get into the Skin Wolves there. And yeah, now we get some Salamander hunting packs. A great choice. Really, really god-tier unit against Norsca. Norsca has light armor, and a lot of their units are weak to fire. At least their Skin Wolves are, which compromise a lot of the roster. So good shooting there. Throg getting kited into the Shadow Realm by Peppy Zapper and his Skink Oracle. So he's going to be retreating and turning around to shoot Throg. So Throg gets lured into a bunch of spear units. He gets shot in the back and does take a considerable amount of damage. So Crocky Balboa and his Saurus Warriors winning this fight here. We do see Harmonic Convergence activated on the Saurus. Not bad at all. Salamander Hunting Packs and Solar Engines, a little bit of obstruction. Definitely should can maybe move him over here, move him down here to support. But a lot of idle units. I feel like these Skin Wolves and these Hound units should all be up here fighting in this fight. There's no reason to really leave them there unless you're planning on diving, but it doesn't look like that's the case. So he's kind of got his army partitioned in a bit of an awkward way there. All right, guys. So battling is Crocky Balboa versus the Armored Skin Wolves, and we do see the Salamander Hunting Packs getting caught in melee. Some of them are going to be getting ripped up a little bit. Norsca moving forward, but Skink Oracle still just kind of chipping down your boy here, and he's doing good damage. I mean, this thing hits very hard. And value's gotten about 800 value so far, so not bad at all. As we do see the Razordon packs, or Salamanders running away. And on the backside, Coldland Spear Riders are there to deal with some of the overextending Norskins. But this game definitely is favoring Lizards as of now. They are value trading a little bit harder, and they also do have the double cap. So they're ahead on points and on value trading, which is very fortuitous for them. And here comes the Spear Riders. They're rolling dirty, and they will be able to fend off a lot of these units here. Colossal Strike, as well as the swiftness of Itzel is here. So that will give him a little bit of speed and a little bit of poke. The Skink Skirmisher is poking into your boy here. Throg Daddy's wavering and running away, setting at 2 leadership. About to get hunted down by Crocky Balboa. So there he goes. And yeah, he's getting run down a little bit. 2,500, -2 leadership right there. And with Throg being broken, that's a pretty big disaster for Norsca. Condom Wolves up on the high ground being routed off by the Spear Rider. Spear Rider should be able to finish off these other Skin Wolves. The shooting online, shooting core is mainly intact. And oh, Hand of the Gods! Is that going to shatter him? -55. He's very close to being shattered, guys. And he does shatter. Okay. That probably seals the deal. Peppy Zapper able to get a really, really good pick right there, guys. And I think that's going to be it. Like the Solar Engine, the poke from the Salamanders, as well as the Skink Oracle have been really, really good. And look at that. Just to send a message, Krokgar gets in there and finishes off the Troll King. Crocky Balboa, literally wielding Space Marine technology, is going to be running away and should be fine. But this game, I think, is pretty over now. The Lizards are kind of dominant on every aspect of the battlefield. Peppy Zapper has been playing a really, really nice kind of counterpunching strategy. And a good attempt from World Beater. I think World Beater should have advanced like hard early and tried to press his opponent. Maybe get those javelins in range. But, you know, again, it could have been a doomed push as well. But I don't know, just like my initial thoughts. So Krokgar trapped up by 2 Skin Wolves. Not an ideal fight for him, but he does have really high armor, so he does mitigate some of their damage. Looks like some Skink Skirmishers on their way in to help, and some Salamanders going to be trying to reform the ranks. Norska not able to get the other points. Looks like Lizards are completely swarming with the Saurus Warriors as well as the cohorts. Should be able to 2v1 those Bearmen. And yeah, negative 16 leadership on the roster of Norska is rough. I mean, Norska is a pretty high leadership faction in general, but yeah, that's going to be a little bit of suffering right there. All right, Salamander shooting, Solar Engine blasting into the Marauder Hunter Javelins right there. And just a slow roll now. It's kind of just like the Lizardmen moving up and getting that push going, calling in reinforcing infantry to maintain capture weight. Looks like some boys back there have been forgotten about. I don't think they have a movement order, so it feels a little bit bad. He'll notice that eventually, I'm sure, but he's going to try and capture his opponent's home objective here. A couple Condom Wolves are resurgent moving forward, but we are going to be seeing Spear Riders meet them in open field, and the Spear Riders will make quick work of this beat-up unit. Skin Wolves are, you know, okay against Spear Riders, but Spear Riders are typically favored because of the armor. But it depends. It depends on the circumstances. All right. So Krokgar, Swiftness of Itzel, he's going to need a little bit of sauce. It's one way to throw the game, although I don't know if it would be enough to throw the game at this point. I think he's far enough ahead. The Skink Oracle could also come in and help in fighting too. I mean, they need to help Krokgar from getting bullied right there. He's having a bad time. On the backside, we see an Ancient Stegodon Engine of the Gods call in. What the hell? All right. There's a Wind Blast to slow down these Skin Wolves. Look at the Pro Gamer Wind Blast right there. And yeah, the Skink Oracle coming in to help out Krokgar, but they're going to need some infantry to help them. And it looks like there are going to be 2 infantry units. World Beater running a little bit of interference, but actually trying to get the Hounds through on top of the Salamander Hunting Pack. And finally, we do see the leadership break. The Skin Wolves get terrified by the Oracle on the Beast. I always forget what that thing is called, like a Troglodon or something. Yeah. All right. Solar Engine blasting them in the face. The negative 16 leadership really, really coming into play here. And we do see the Shaman Sorcerer also getting surrounded and killed by the Spear Riders. A good Searing Doom, mind you. A very, very good one. But not going to be enough to save him, most likely. Although with some Condom Wolves and Beasts of Tashnar and or regular Hounds actually coming in, it's going to be too much. Triple cap. Dinosaurs got him on the rocks. And that is going to be game 1 going to Peppy Zapper in this best of 3 showdown. Oh, God, yes. Give it to us. Oh, it's not going to happen. Okay, that was the Solar Engine. I got very excited there for a second. But alas, it is going to be a swing and a miss. So big beastie coming over, chasing down what it can. Norska actually flipping this objective a little bit. Lizards are going to be bringing in some cohorts or Saurus to try and get it back, which they should be able to. Peppy Zapper pretty well ahead on points. A couple Marauder Horsemen, not a bad inclusion. Could have been useful earlier. The Marauder Horsemen, of course, not throwing axes, so they won't do a ton of damage, but against units that are this low, they can certainly finish them off with the javelins. All right. Bastillodon Solar Engine and the Ancient Stegodon Engine of the Gods will probably be able to win this fight simply because the Skin Wolves, there's not enough of them, and they also lack the AP to get through the 130 and 140 freaking armor. So that's going to be very, very raid boss. And on the backside, Saurus Spears are coming on up, and they will be moving in to maintain that objective, should be able to fend them off. Norska actually looking to get a double cap. Wow. Are they going to be resurgent somehow? I don't think so. I think it's just kind of like a you know, that last wind before you go kind of thing. You know, they got like one last little resurgence, but I think they're going to get ground down by these big monsters. And, you know, Krokgar obviously has room to be healed too. And I think the Oracle is still around somewhere with some Earthbloods, yeah. I don't know what the Winds of Magic situation looks like, but could be good. They're friends with the Asgardians or the Gauld. Oh my god, dude, Stargate SG-1, one of my favorite shows of all time. Dude, I love Stargate SG-1. That is hands down one of my favorite like 90s, early 2000s shows. It's so fun. It's so fun. Oh man, good memories with that one, dude. Good memories. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, fun times. All right, right across the Skink. Is he going to move up and get this point? Looks like homie is going to be chilling here, although he should move them up. There's not really, you don't need to guard on a map like this since they're like right next to each other. You can just bounce back and forth. Star Spears do arrive, and like we talked about, the armor is a little bit too overwhelming here, and it's only a matter of time before the dinos get in and break the cookie jar open again. But valiant attempt here by World Beater, not hearing any bell whatsoever, and almost kind of grinding the game back in some ways, but he was just too far behind, lost too much. The skirmishing phase was pretty disastrous, and it looks like the dinos actually will be stabilizing this objective too. Getting the red-crested skinks up, salamander hunting packs are going to be coming in as well. And yeah, that should be all she wrote, as that is going to maintain the triple cap. 1,200 points coming out, and the Norscan Warhounds trying to do what they can, but not going to be enough. Yeah, so SG1, man, it's such a fun show. A lot of ridiculous premises, but the whole, like, you know, yeah, the whole webway system they have is so cool, and like traveling to these like feudal worlds where like people are, it's just so good. It's so good. And like I love the incorporation of like human mythos, how you have like human mythos correlating to so, you know, to aliens, right? So you have like the Asgardians being, you know, aliens, and then you have the Egyptians being kind of inspired by the Goa'uld and those. Oh, it's so good. Atlantis, you know, interestingly enough, I've never watched Atlantis. I went through all of SG1, but I have not watched Atlantis. It is on my list. When I get like an old man chair that's really comfortable, I will indulge in a Atlantis watch for sure. All right, guys. So there's that. And yeah, it's just basically over. Just kind of prolonging the inevitable here. But GG, well played. Peppy Zapper is going to be getting game 1 in that series. Well played to him. So good stuff. And also not a bad game by Norska. I think they were just a little bit trigger shy. I think they needed to pull the trigger before the skirmish could pay dividends and just get more aggressive, you know? Yeah. All right, so that is going to be value, Krokar 1500, Oracle 22, Solar Engine got about 700, and for the Norscan army, big breadwinners, Throg getting 47 value is very, very painful. Some of the javelins did okay, but aside from that, Norska did struggle to find value on the battlefield. Mild Trends Band did the theme song to the Stargate universe. Really? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, man. All right. Game 2 time. So let's see what matchup they have. Nurgle versus Skaven. Oh, that's a fun one. We have a stinky matchup. Jason Momoa is part of Atlantis in a different galaxy before he's known as... Yeah. Oh, but that's like Jason Momoa before he does like steroids and growth hormones, right? It was like him when he was like, yeah, like young. Yeah. Yes, that was like pre-HGH Jason Momoa. Yeah. Turin, have you been checking out Trench Crusade? Yeah, I saw the updates about grenades, different things like that. Let's see. I think there was some other updates coming out too. Let me see. So we got the grenade rules, but we don't have the other updates. There's going to be a couple changes to Trench Crusade soon. I know some balancing changes. I love that game. It's so fun. It's like Mordheim, basically. If you guys ever played like the OG Mordheim game, apparently they're very similar. You don't like the Stargate Universe engines? How dare you? How dare you? Nurgle is actually, in Skaven, is not like a one-sided one for either side. Skaven can actually do some really brutal shit against Nurgle. Yeah. I think there's a new Leviathan-based faction being spoiled. Are you talking about the new Naval Raiders? They already showed them a while back. Yeah, I think they already showed them. We will see, Anakin. Good, good. All right, so Peppy Zapper is ready, and it looks like he's going with an Eshin build. We'll see what World Beater's going to be doing. Probably more standard. They got to change the map. Let them know to change the maps. So, Peppy Zapper. And World Beater. Change map, please. Thank you. All right. Haven't seen Anticity in a while. He just started streaming again, yeah. Anticity, I looked at his channel too because I like to watch some of his tournament games, and he hadn't streamed in like or done anything in like 10, 12 days, but I think he's back now. I think he was in the middle of a move, so it was getting hectic. Yeah. Storm Vermin can be all right, but Nurgle doesn't have problems with them. Pestigors and Marauder Great Opens can uptrade into them, you know? Yeah. They can do it. Yeah, what other like 90s There's a couple other. I was a big TNG fan. The Next Generation was like one of my favorite shows. I love that one. But I don't know if I had to choose between Deep Space Nine and TNG. That's a tough one. You know, I love Deep Space Nine. It was a very cool change up on the Star Trek formula, right? Like Star Trek had always been exploratory, but then you get like then you get the space station and like more localized conflicts, which I thought was really fun. Like I also like how kind of like anti-hero. One sec here. Let me see. They have a question real quick. Yeah, okay. So I sent you guys the maps. Good, they're on Gates of Ekron now. But yeah, I like how anti-hero Captain Sisko can be, you know? Like he gives that whole monologue about like willing to do stuff to protect the sector, and it was like it was cool. And you know, Garrick was an awesome character. The Ferengi were like great and hilarious and ridiculous. I was a big, and you get Worf too. That's the best part about freaking DS. One of the best parts about DS9 is you get Worf, and like Worf, I think is actually better in some ways on DS9. Yeah. Captain Sisko wrote the song. Quark, yeah, it was fun, man. I love DS9. It was so great. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's a demon build. It's an Epidemia's demon build versus a big stinky build. Ooh, but man, Plague Bears are really good against Nurgle demons. That's going to be interesting to see how this goes. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Gates of Ekron is an OG map. We don't use it too much these days, but I think it's cool to mix in. Yeah, I love that sequence in DS9 where like Worf is like a gladiator on the changeling ships. Yeah, this is like pretty cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Take a look at the big Stinky's army. We got Lord Skrulk. So who is going to be the stinkiest of them all? Is it going to be Lord Skrulk? He's coming in with Liber 1 Shoticus as well as Rod of Corruption. Both are really, really good items. And he's got Plague, which, you know, Nurgle apparently doesn't like getting Plague. Pretty funny. And, yeah, we got Vermintide as well. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters on the backside, as well as double Plague Monk Sensor Bearer. So the Plague Monk Sensor Bearers are pretty chadly. They, yeah, they do magic damage against demons, and they also discourage. So they're really brutal at crumbling down demons there. Really, really brutal. I love it. Sharpshooters are also amazing. Honestly, what I would probably do if I were Skaven is I would do a lane push right here and leave the Natty Bubos over here and use them to pick off anything sitting there. And then when they abandon it, you move up with your hounds and take it. That would be the play for sure. All right, now for the armies of Nurgle, it's going to be an Epidemius build. So if you guys are newer, what Epidemius does is he has the tally of Nurgle. So the more units, he builds it up over time. So with nearby units dying. And eventually your demons get a massive melee attack buff and a massive physical resist buff. It's pretty good. It's better with Plague Bearers, but I do think that it's a pretty sweet little spell right there. All right, Rotflies, Plague Toads, and we do also have some Rotflies over here. So Nurgle going for what appears to be a pretty mixed push. Going to be hitting both sides hard. The drones against Skaven, I guess, fringe playable against like Storm Vermin, and you know, not terrible against like Doom players and things like that. So, yeah, we will do it. When nobody mentions John Travolta in Battlefield Earth, isn't that a Scientology movie? Like, am I crazy? Like, I remember hearing that somewhere. Isn't that like a Scientology origin story or something like that? I don't know. Yeah. All right, guys. We do see the legions of Nurgle advancing. The big, stinky demons. Imagine the smell. It must be pretty awful. But, yep, they're going to be heading up towards Objective Dose right there. And on Objective number 3, the Skaven with some Night Runners, which will be very, very good here. And, oh, is that a Warp Lightning Cannon in the back? It is. All right, it is a Warp Lightning Cannon. Great choice against these Toads, having that in the mix. All right, guys. Night Runners are doing a little bit of skirmishing right there, getting their stroke and poke on as these Battle Toads do move forward, getting the business a little bit. Plague Monk Sensor Bearers are creeping up with Clan Rats, and the Warp Lightning Cannons going to be saturating in and melting these guys. And, oh, Warp Lightning damage. There you go. Not bad at all. Rotflies are overhead. And so far, the Skaven having some good trading. But again, that's very normal. That's usually the case. Is Nurgle going to be doing a full court press and going to attack every angle? I mean, you definitely don't want to just sit here and get shot by Natty Bubos. So I think you might need to consider moving up and attacking there. We'll see, though. We will see. Kind of an interesting fight. Both players have, like, partitioned their armies into, like, you know, different segments. And, yeah, we'll see. World Beater moving in with the Toads and the Nurglings. Will the Nurglings feast today? I mean, Toads are going to be okay here, but man, the Blight Scab's Plague Pack is going to have a field day right there. And the Chaos Warhounds of Nurgle do get run down by the Wolf Rats. So Wolf Rats usually lose head-to-head, I think, versus these guys. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the leadership, because that's usually what determines it. It's 38 and 34. So it's a close enough fight. But the Hound's going to be moving in the mix. The Skaven army here taking a bit of a beating, but the Censor Bearers are generating some good value, cleaving into the Toads. But yeah, that's a hell of a lot of Plague Toads. Maybe it's going to be able to be enough to get through the Censor Bearers. We'll have to see. Warp Lightning Cannon is going, and on the backside, the Rotflies are attacking into the Warp Lightning crew, but they are going to be intercepted by some Spears and Clan Rats, as well as some Ogres, so they should get dispatched. Now, back on this side, it's just kind of a stare down. Oh man, this is wild. Yeah, now he finally decides to pull the trigger. Should have done that when Epidemius was at full health, but not the biggest mistake in the world. If he can get a Fleshy over here, he's going to need something to heal your boy Epidemius. Now, where's his Harry Potter? Oh, that's not good. His Harry Potter's all the way over there. Epidemius needs some milk right now. But Drone's getting a good jump onto the big dog, so the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters getting tied down by the Plague Drones. But Censor Bearers are a really good anti-demon unit, like I said. They look super cool, too. But yeah, they're going to be able to boink down those flies. It'll take a moment, but they contaminate them. Their leadership's getting lowered. But look, if those flies can have an even trade and just, you know, rip down a freaking Natty Boobos here, that's pretty big. Now, who's winning on this side? Nurglings and the Plague Ridden still fighting it over there. We do have more Pestigores being called in to just give some Vanguard capture weight. But I can't help but feel the Skaven are in a more commanding position. This side of the battlefield for Nurgle is looking a little bit raggedy, and now that the flies have been dealt with, the Warp Lightning's back online, Ogre's going to be coming up. Rat Ogres will pretty hard counter the Pestigores. They're going to have a bad time. Over here on this side, Epidemius is looking a little bit scary, though. Maybe they'll be able to pull out some witchcraft here. Look at that. The Sands of Sickness, Vigor and Damage Reflection, and Epidemius, the Plague Father's one of his many chosen, the Tallyman, is advancing through, but he could get picked off. If he's not careful, like a Rattling Gunner or a Jezzail could pop up back here and really give him the dirty. Big Stinky Skrulk is trying to hold it down here and doing what he can, but we do see the Clan Rat Spears doing pretty effective work, and the Plague Monk Censor Bearers are going to be a tough position to break. All right, the Gateway of Nurgle is open, and through the warp comes the Exalted Plague Bearers. One of the better summons in the game, for sure. Its best use, though, is summoning and surprising people and then throwing the grenades. But still going to be decent at holding back like Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, that's for sure. Now, back on the other side, guys, we do see Nurgle holding on. With the Blight Scab's Plague Pack, they are really still going at it, man. Wow. Let's see what their value is. So they are sitting at about 800 value. Not bad. They're getting close to paying for themselves. And a big resurgence from the Skaven as their Skirmishers and some Ogres are on their way over. And the Plague Pack, if they can get reinforced, that's going to be pretty big. And they're obviously being zerged right now, but we will see. As far as this point goes, the Skaven, that's a lot of Contaminate, right? Like the Censor Bearers plus Skrulk, they both have a Contaminate effect and lower your leadership. So low-tier demons die really quickly to that. Oh, is that a mortar? And we got Death Globes coming out. All right, Death Globes are very killy. And yeah, they are just going to... Who cares about waiting for these Plague Bearers to disappear? Let's just get some Death Globe Bombardiers and take those bad boys down. So there they go, saturating in, doing some nice damage as Furies are being called in to deal with them. A smart play. If Peppy's paying attention, though, he should have some Wolf Rats and or Rat Ogres to deal with this, and unfortunately it's Clan Rat Spears, so he might actually lose some units here. Epidemius looking a little bit isolated. Meanwhile, on this side, Nurgle is holding on. The Plague Monk Censor Bearers finally getting broken, but the reinforcing Clan Rats are going to be taking over the mantle, while the Warp Lightning Cannon, I would wager, is going to keep shooting here. Furies from downtown from Nurgle, going to be going to shut down the shooting once again. Nurgle does have a double cap right now, don't they? So yes, Nurgle has objective 3, and they have objective 2. The Skaven, of course, only holding their home objective here, but we'll see. Skrulk, you know, getting his little rat paws, dude. He's got some rat hands, and he's going to be boinking Epidemius. He's like, who is the stinkiest of them all? It is I, Lord Skrulk. And Epidemius getting it pretty good. He is not loving that magic damage. He's at 2200 HP. The rats are pretty numerous, and looks like Nurgle completely folded over here. Granted, they do shut down the Globadiers, which is a big win. Wolf Rat's finally coming out, but a little bit late to the party. Maybe if they can get some Furies for the effort, it's going to be good. But what's going to happen next is the rats are going to just advance on Nurgle's home objective and take it, probably. Having a Censor Bearer at like 60-70% plus a big Skrulk is pretty freaking powerful. So we'll see what ends up happening here. All right, guys, on the other side, Nurgle still holding. Their Pestigores going hard in the paint. Nurgle has been sacrificing a lot of value to try and shut down the Warp Lightning Cannon. Looks like they may have finally gotten the crew offline. We'll see if it does end up coming back here. And yeah, these guys need to move up now. I think you just abandon the Warp Lightning Cannon, take everything up there, and try and wrestle that point if you can. You don't want to play games with Nurgle. You got to go for that dub. But Skrulk and the Sensor Bearers are going to dominate all those units. It's going to be very, very brutal over there. Meanwhile, on the backside, Globadier is offline. But yeah, time to just start Vermintiding your opponent, sending a lot of stuff over there, and doing it to it. Yeah, negative 16 leadership on the demons from Epidemius dying. Plus, also Contaminate's going to be negative 26, down to negative 20 once the initial shock penalty wears off. Because that's how it works. When your Lord dies in this game, it goes to negative 16, then there's a short period of time where it stays at 16, then it eventually stabilizes at negative 10. So there was the immediate shock of seeing your Lord get karate chopped, and then there's like an aftershock, which isn't quite as bad, still very substantial. But all right, so moving up is Clan Pestilence. I love the mind games of Peppy Zapper. Picking an Eshin banner and then bringing Pestilence is mind games 101. Skaven players love doing that shit. They do. Unsummoning these guys, it's an okay choice. You could have probably kept them on the battlefield for capture weight, but honestly, it's not a terrible choice either. The score is close enough, and the Skaven are far enough ahead that I think they have some cushion. The Clan Rats overwhelming the Nurglings. Nurglings are not the best fighters. They're more of just like a capture weight piece and a tar pitting piece, but yeah, Clan Rats are going to be fine there. And now we get the big dog is here. I love me some scary Packmasters. They're great fun. Good at fighting Nurgle characters too. But yeah, the Packmaster is going to kill the Plague Ridden. That objective is going there. This objective, the Big Stinky, is here. And there is a Chaos Chariot, which is a good choice. Actually, a really, really good choice, using that Chaos Chariot here. But Clan Rat Spheres are coming. Globadiers are on their way back in. Skrulk with the Rod of Corruption. Going to be corrupting Nurgle even further. Didn't know that was possible, but they are. And the Nurglings get folded like a piece of paper by that Contaminate and the Lord penalty. And the Chaos Chariots will also take damage from Sensor Bears. If they're not cycle charging, they can get knocked down for sure. But complete dominance for the Skaven on this side. And over here, we do see the Nurgle forces getting worn on down. Now, I think if you're going to go for an Epidemius build, you got to keep your army together. That would be, World Beater, if you're watching this back, that would be my advice to you, is go more Plague Bearer heavy and keep your army together. Like, the entire Nurgle army should have been right here and should have just been pushing up together here. Like, ignore this until the Skaven come over to fight with their reinforcements, and then you can go and try and ninja that. But, like, playing a lane pushing strategy while keeping your army together would have been stronger, because, like, Nurgle didn't have its caster here. It was missing a lot. You know, its caster was over there in La La Land, and that allowed the Skaven to get the job done. But yeah, Nurgle's basically tabled at this point, so that is going to be GG. And ladies and gentlemen, that is most likely going to be a 2-0 victory for Peppy, unless Nurgle can summon the Plague Father himself to come down here and smite these rats. I don't think that that is going to be happening. I don't think so. All right. Ah, you're talking about good campaigns over there. Yeah, so Belagar's campaign was one of my favorites. That's one I would consider doing again. It's the 8 Peaks journey is so fun. It's very fun. Are these armor-piercing wolf rats? They're not, so they're going to be the poison ones. But the Death Globes might be able to actually finish off these chariots if they can hit them. Okay damage. They're kind of in the trees there, a little bit obfuscated. So, yeah, Nurgle players should just leave the game at this point. Yeah, 100%. There's not really any point in staying in. I'm tempted to just jump out myself because I know it's getting late for some of the other players. Yeah, this game is over. Yeah. GG, dog. Well played, World Beater. Well played, Peppy. You guys had a great little series, some fun off meta, and I loved every moment of it. All right, so we got one more best of 3 in the books, guys, and then that will be the end of the road. But this last best of 3 is going to be very good as well. Skrulk did good. Sensor Bearers pimped pretty well. Jezzail's, of course, always a good choice. Pretty much an auto take. And yeah, the Nurgle army needed Plague Bearers, and they needed to keep their army together too. Nurglings are just too flimsy of a front line, in my opinion. If you're going to be going Epidemius, you got to go that way. And also reduce the toads. Go wider with infantry and maybe just open with like maybe 1 or 2 toads in your opening build, if at all. And use Furies instead of Plague Drones out of the gates. A couple things like that. Like, if you want to go an Epidemius build against Skaven, it's probably, I don't know if it's the most optimal way to play, but basically your opening would want to look something like this. So Tally Pestilence, you want to keep his plagues because it helps build your Nurgle army ability. And if we're really leaning into the flavor, yeah, you can get the spell passive spam. So you're just going to be spamming 3 spells basically. You can put them on a Paladin Quinn for HP, keep Children of Nurgle. You can get rid of Locust of Virulence. You don't really need that, but Rot Knights are good enough. Do I not have army caps on? Unit caps. Okay, great. So you can go into Plague Bearers. And then a good thing would actually be maybe a couple of Hounds out of the gates just to grab objectives. And Yeah, so like the hounds will be good. You could even open up with like a chariot. That's kind of a cheeky idea, just to like keep their skirmishers off the objectives. Like some build like this, and then like a Nurgling. That would probably be better. You want Forsaken in reserve just for like partition fights, and you definitely Nurgling max here. Definitely Nurgling max, yeah. And you guys, maybe like 2 Furies. You can get like a drone. I would probably recommend the Plague Drone if you're going to go that route. And then Marauder Horsemen are just always really good. So you can get a couple like Marauder Horsemen. Something like this. Because the Marauder Horsemen will deal with the big threats, and the Toads and the drones can also do that. You could even mix in Kazak the Befouled if you want to. Like, he's not a bad choice, even if it is a demon build. All right, Penguin versus Gotrek Starbreaker. About the earlier Battlefield Earth is an adaptation of the sci-fi novel by Scientology founder. Got it. Okay, I figured as much. All right, Empire versus Walk here in game. Oh, by the way, Gotrek always plays very fun off meta too, but he's very good also. So we got Penguin. We got some ice creatures. And then we have Gotrek. All right, GG. Let's get it. Here we are in our last series of the day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the best of 3 format. I think it's good. You get a lot more games in. A lot more bang for your buck, I do dare say. So Emperor Karl Franz. Outriders are pretty hot right now. People have been using them quite a bit. But Franz with the Lifecaster, name a more iconic duo. I like Franz more than Toddy myself, just because he's way cooler. But I mean, Toddbringer's pretty badass too. But like, come on, the Prince and Emperor Karl Franz. Have you heard his speeches? You know, he's the man. All right, so we're on Scalandir's Cave, a big map that's very skirmish friendly. But Empire and Warriors of Chaos can both play the skirmish game very effectively. Hellstriders, Outriders, Pistoliers. You know, Empire Cav can play the mobile game too. So either side can feast here on the mobility game. We'll see. But I love the Outriders. If you could protect them, man, they can melt Forsaken. They can melt quite a bit of stuff. So the Plague Penguin with his dreaded load-in, his PC battling tooth and nail to get into the match. We will see if it will emerge victorious this day. This day we fight. GG, guys. Fun games. To you, World Beater and Peppy, you guys were awesome. Oh my god, somebody posted a Jason and the Argonauts gif in the Discord. That takes me back. Holy shit. Are the Elves easy to play? They have some play styles that are very easy, yeah. But like overall, they're a pretty micro-intensive faction, but they can be played in ways that are not micro-intensive, and it's still effective. So yeah, like Elves are really quite good right now. They're popular, they're strong. Am I over 35? I'm 37. Yeah, dog. I'm coming for that big 4-0. Getting it, dude. It's time. No mercy. Plague Penguin still loading. Yeah, shit. I'm gonna be 38 in July. We're doing it, dude. All the crusty old RTS gamers, man. We're still going. Okay, that checks out. You said some things that I feel like Unc status. Yeah, no, definitely. I have the what the kids would say is uncle status. Yes. All right, guys, let's break it down. Outriders, really good armor-piercing mobility pieces. Very weak to being chased down by Hellstriders. But if you can protect them, they can pack a punch. The rest of the build's going to be Spearmen, State Troopers, Franz, and his Life Wizard friend, and Demogryph Knight Arawars. Now, the Royal Turf Griffites are extremely Chad. These guys pack a huge punch, and cause terror, can win most of their fights against the equivalents of other factions. Incredibly good units. All right, so now for the Warriors of Chaos army, it's got to be a little bit of lag here. It looks like one of them's having some issues. If there is lag, I don't know how we resolve that. Is it on my end? It doesn't appear that I'm lagging right now. So one of these guys is working from a potato. But yeah, if it doesn't resolve, I don't know how we go about it. Because one of them is like potato mode right now. I'm gonna go tag him here. All right. Just hope lag goes away. Yeah, is it going to subside? Come on, baby. This is another thing, man. CA, just give us, dude. Like for a company that massive, dedicated servers would not be that hard to pull off. I mean, even like games Okay, Total War has like, what, 25,000 people who play a day, something like that? I think somewhere in that ballpark, like the players. And sure, like maybe like, but people do co-op campaigns and like having servers for that too would be big, you know? Never played that one, Afro. Never played that one, no. Okay, it's fighting. It's working on it. Okay, so the game plan here for the Chaos Army. Let's go ahead and break it down. We talked about the Imperial forces. He's got a Sorcerer of Death, Spirit Legion Buna, and he's got a Tzeentch Shrine. The idea being is that he's going to sacrifice 2 units of Chaos Marauders to the Dark Gods. And by sacrificing them to the Dark Gods, he's going to be building up the Giver of Arcane Glory on this shrine. It's a really, really cheesy, fun build. And it's absolutely hilarious. So he's got a Shadowcaster who's going to be using Melkoth Spam. And he's got a Chaos Lord up in the sky. Not sure what he's going to be doing with that. But how is he going to proc the Marauder Sacrifice is my question. We'll see. It's so laggy. Yeah. If it doesn't subside, I can jump out and just let them play and just hope for the best. Yeah. We'll see. But I do want to watch this game. This is like a super fun build. How is he going to proc that? He's got the Giver of Arcane Glory. He doesn't have a Cultist up there or anything. He doesn't have any spells to kill his own Marauders. I don't know how he's going to do this. Oh, never mind. It's a Chaos Sword on a dragon. Okay, I'm stupid. I thought it was just a regular Chaos Sword. I was like, no way, yeah, so many wizards. But no, he's just going to cast Flamestorm on his own guys. Yeah. Cook him up nice and good like. But out of the gates, we are going to be seeing Plague Penguin get all 3 objectives. So homie's going to advance up with his Outriders. So 1, 2, and 3. He's going to be getting all 3 of those. Yeah, Uno, Dos, and Trace. And here comes the sacrifice. You guys ready? Oh, God, the Marauder is getting sacrificed to the gods. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very chaos energy. And you can see the shrine is building up pretty rapidly. So he just basically gave up, like, around 1,000 gold. Yeah, a little more than that, like 1,200 something. Although these are just bare bones Chaos Marauder, so yeah, like around 1,000. To build up his shrine. So his shrine is now generating winds of magic perpetually. So at this point, Tzeentch will have infinite, oh, not Tzeentch, but the Warriors of Chaos will have infinite winds of magic, basically. It's going to take, you know, it still takes a while to generate. But yeah, he can also move his Marauders in the Flamestorm. Is it fully charged? It's not. It's at 50%, which is still good. But you got to get it going a little bit more. Yeah, I think this is too laggy to cast, though, guys. It's too laggy. Okay, so I will probably jump out, and they can send me the replays, and then I'll just cast them on the channel. And Plague Penguin. I'm gonna jump out. Too laggy. Send me replays if it doesn't lag. Otherwise, no problem. Okay, so it's just too laggy. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to cast this series. It's just too much. We're not in Warhammer 2 anymore. We're not going to suffer through that. So they can play it and send me the replay if it's a good game, you know. So what I can do in the meantime to close things out is somebody can just play me. I'm just going to do one game. So old man, best of one. Whoever gets in here and wants to punish me, just bring it on. We're here. I'm ready. And we will do one game. So let's go ahead and do a little Celestial Lake action. Or we can do Eastern Isle. I love that map. It's always fun. All right, so they can send me the replay if it doesn't lag. Sometimes when you take one player out of the formula, it's good. All right, so we got the dim-witted one here. Who do I want to play? Who do we want to play? Do we want to do some Tomb Kings? Kislev. I was kind of wanting to do Kislev. I haven't played them in a hot minute. All right, so Darren, Yo-Yo, Kislev for me. So let's go back to the regular game here. Any chance of a single build tournament? Yeah, soon. Maybe we'll do one of those. I like those. Those are fun. So we're going to go... Okay, so he wants to go Empire. Okay. Against Kislev. That is an interesting one. I could play a bad guy faction, but I think this will be fun. Or I could do Coast. I'll go Coast, actually. Want more thematic. All right. So we will go with the Vampire Coast. All hail the mighty... They're rising from the deeps with crooked sails and incredible Wookiees. They're calling in the seas. Dude, the Vampire Coast sea shanty was like pretty goated. You guys remember that? Man, that was sick. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to get a whole bunch of you guys in the mix. Yes. And then Cool. I'm loving the build so far. It's a little bit hog wild, but certainly one way to send a message. Oh, Battlefleet Gothic Armada was a good game. Yeah, I remember playing that when it came out. God, that was so long ago. But the only issue with it being is that nowadays it's hard to find multiplayer games. So if you have somebody to play with, I know there's like a crashing bug with it too, where it can like crash. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that witchcraft, but obviously nothing good. All right, let's do this, do that, and Power Stone, taunt here. Yeah, looks fine. All right, so we're playing just one game to wrap things up here because the other series was too laggy between Blood Penguin and Homeboy, so we just had to suffer. Okay, and on the backside, let's call in some of you guys. It's going to be very fun. Against Empire, you always want to have like at least like 2 or 3 Felbats. They're incredibly good. My favorite armies to play as, I love Empire. Chaos Dwarves are probably one of my favorites. I'm a big Chaos Dwarf enjoyer. And yeah, we can get a couple of you guys in the mix. Great. We're hailing the mighty right now, though, guys. That is going to be the game plan. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool tech, too. We could do that. Yeah. Why the hell not? Those guys are cool, and then we can mix in one of you guys. Great. A Colossus on this map could be kind of funky, too, but it'd probably be hard to protect. Oh, yeah, Battlefleet Gothic. Yeah, you can't do multi. I think did they shut down the servers that it was on, or? A bloat would be pretty epic, guys. A bloat would be pretty Chadley. I don't hate the bloat, the idea of a bloat. Yes. And then we can get you guys for that. Okay, that's going to be pretty good. Now we got to cut this. Get a little bit more of that. Couple of glaring weaknesses in the build I'm trying to rectify right now. All right, and is that going to be enough there? Ah, such an awkward amount of money left over, man. Such an awkward amount. Are those guys actually good here? Yeah, they're pretty damn solid in this matchup, I think. And then we could just cut you down and get one more of these. Okay. Yeah, GLHF, guys. It's about as good as it's going to get. Fine-tuning the builds. Putting chevrons on zombies. Really high-level stuff. And here we go. It is time. Thank you, Wookie, for your glorious service. All right. So, I've been on a big Luther Harkin kick lately. He's super fun. You better not be on the stream, Dimwitted. You better not. The boy better not be watching and countering my build right now. I would be very disappointed. Don't you dare do it. This is the build, though, guys. You can see it in all its glory there. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having a really good time playing Battlefleet Gothic Armada PvP. It was pretty cool how you could have like Chaos, for example. You could have the Nurgle mark ships or like the Corn ships, which were really good at like boarding actions. All that kind of good stuff. You want to mention they were the top 1 player in Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 for a couple of the fleets. Nice. Queen Bess, I put up a Queen Bess replay yesterday. I'm trying to do something a little bit more practical here. But yeah, Queen Bess is okay here on a map like this with no cannons. We'll see, because you can kind of like park your artillery like in ways where it's hard for them to counter snipe, you know? All right, it's time. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a very fun stream, and if you guys have enjoyed the stream, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Luther, quite the bully character, though, so we're hoping he's going to be able to Mick bully these guys. So we will do this, this, and this. We got 2 handguns, because I'm a big handgun enjoyer. They're incredibly fun. So we will scatter them out very far and wide. Luther's going to be in the sky. We're going to keep Count Chocula right here. We're going to get this back objective, and let's get the Hound units on the Vanguard to get that. And mortars. So mortars, we want to... He might be able to cannon me. We'll see. We're going to kind of saturate the mortars in such a way. Hopefully they're hard to shut down. Okay, great. And those are going to be in 4. Great. Okay, so we're all set now. Sins of a Solar Empire. I could see that happening someday. I could. Man, we got a lot coming up, you know, with like Olden Era. I'm gonna hit pretty hard when it comes out. I love the Might and Magic franchise, and well, not all of them, but okay, I should say I love Heroes 3. But yeah, is he gonna go cannons? He's not. Okay, so let's get you here, you here, you here, and the mortars we can have fire at will off, and that is a. Oh, he's got mortars too. Nice. What a Chad. And Balthazar Gelt shouldn't have too many problems bullying Gelt around, and that's gonna be some Chad swords back there. Okay. I don't hate it. So the mortars are pretty okay against us. Let's move up ever so slightly. So you guys are going to get this point. Let's. Do we threaten his home point? I don't think we do. I think we just go grab this. So he's got Fondle Transmutation probably. No, Searing Doom actually. Okay. He's a little bit light on magic damage. You know, a little bit light on it. Okay, so Luther's there. I feel like I'm going to get ambushed here soon, but we are about to get in range with our goodness. He might have more stuff in reserve. Yeah, Zombos are coming. Let's go get you to go shoot at Gelt. And we'll put you in control group 7 for now. It's going to be fine. Gelt does drop a Searing Doom on top of these guys, but we just keep moving and hopefully dodge that. And yeah, he took a lot of overcast damage there, actually. It's pretty good for us. All right, so now we just start shelling his army. So we're going to do this. We're going to do a little bit of this and a little bit of this. Okay. So we need to get the dogs back. You guys get back. He's got a much better army here, so we just got to get that mortar fire going. So we are going to shell into the flagellants, and shell into the flagellants there. So now the mortars are singing, and they are putting in some work. Yeah, we're going to take you guys over there a little bit. And we don't want that smoke. His army will smash me in melee right now. So we need to get back and play it safe. I'm going to get Lamprey's Revenge, get them out in the field, and Luther Harkin can go and attack here, so we're going to go ahead and Hornswoggle you. Yep, do a little bit of this, and those are Demogryph Knight Halberds. So let's even get some freebies before he moves up. We're going to move you here, move you guns over here. And yeah, we do manage to chew on the greatswords a little bit. Let's run. Okay, go that way, doggies. Good, good. We baited out some magic, which is great. And we didn't really take any damage in return there. Looks like he's thinking about moving up. We'll see if he does. Yeah, move, move, and move. Mortars are doing their thing, so we're going to get one mortar to train in on you guys. And in the meantime, we just continue our poke and stroke. All right, so if he goes delves greedily and deeply, we'll see if he decides to. I don't think he's going to. We do have some guns which we can shoot here. We can do a little bit of slow rolling right there. Maybe do a little something something. Pull in you guys too. And Sirens will be a useful tool as well. But so far our guns are shooting. We have our Vampire Caster who needs to be waddling over there a little bit. And we can also rip some shots at Gelt. So we're going to go ahead and shoot at Big Pimpin' Gelt. I think we got to play the split push a little bit. It's kind of sketchy, but I think we got to. So we're going to get you up here. Get you to shoot at the greatswords there, and Luther Harkin can get down the side on that unit, and yeah, he's going to get us again with the Searing Doom right there. Oh, I advanced up some zombies when I did not mean to, that is for sure. Okay, so Luther's chilling. Yeah, we're getting hit by the Huntsman there. We're going to do a little breath attack on you on the side. You guys are coming, and we can magic check him over here too. We'll see how he decides to play it, but we're going to go get you guys up there, and you guys can keep shooting at Gelt, although these guns need to retreat back, back, and back. Okay. So some of the guns are eating it a little bit. You can see these guys are chilling. We're going to move you guys up. Lampreys are going to come as well. Flagellants in the mix. That's actually a good target for the Lampreys to fight. Yeah, not bad. So how are the mortars doing? Are they actually taking down any units here? Gelt is getting his hands dirty here. We can actually maybe consider doing something against Gelt. Not really worth it, to be honest. Okay. So we do manage to get the greatswords offline. Now we're going to go fight you guys with a bunch of Hound units and get one of you Hound units to go under here on you guys. And Lamprey's Revenge can come up and do this. So Luther is going to turn and fight with Hound support, and we need to get our Vampire Caster over to do a little something something. Gelt's going real hard in the paint trying to shut that shit down, but we need to get you Sirens there right about now, Funk Soul Brother. All right, so let's get the Demogryph Knights tied down. The Lamprey's Revenge Chads are on their way over. One of his units there did get hammered, and we need to get the shooting going right there, and you're just going to keep shooting at Gelt for now. The mortars, yeah, they're doing good, but let's go ahead and switch up the fire so we can soften up his entire army and prepare it for a push. And good. Lampreys are coming. The Hound units did really good, so we need to go after that mortar right now. That's a freebie right there if I've ever seen one. And we're going to get some more magic damage units and just be really, really troll with that. All right, so Lampreys can come in, chase down the Demogryph Knights, and then we can get Luther Harkin to swoop back in and deal with them. We have another Huntsman unit right there, probably a bit of a better bet. And over here, the gun units are trying, but yeah, this is a good pick for us here. He does have Flagellants coming, which are a little bit problematic, but we can call in Saltlord's Gutlers to clear out Flagellants, which will be great. All right, so Sirens, let's get them in the mix. They can go intercept right there. And yeah, we can just keep fighting these Empire Knights. So it's going to be very cost-effective for us. Don't need to use any magic yet. And it looks like on the outside we do have some grenade launchers thinking about creeping. So we're going to get you Fellbats. Just run you guys down right there. Should be pretty smooth for us. And the Count Choculate's going to... Oh, hell, what the hell is going on with this mortar? Jesus Christ. Okay. Must have been chasing something real deep set there. All right, Sigmar Suns are a great target. Felbat's good as grenade launchers on the backside. That's very, very good. And now we can get you guys coming in, and we have another Cyrene on our way up too. So he's going to probably advance on us, I would wager. He's kind of advancing a little bit. We can call in some zombies to get kind of in front of things, but this is actually going very good for us back here. He doesn't have Final Transmutation, so that's massive. And we can get the Syrenes to go, fight some Flagellants. And we can summon some pistol mobs here too. So we're going to move, we're going to avoid them, and you're going to get in there. Salt Lords, Gutlers can also start clearing out you guys, and then you guys can go right there. Okay, great. So pistol mobs, just have them turn about face, shoot those guys. See how things are going elsewhere, looking pretty good. So zombies, and zombies need to reform the ranks. Meanwhile, the mortars, let's just take down this unit here. Great. So we've overwhelmed the back objective pretty well. The mortars yearning to melee, I know they are apparently. We can get on the Knights of the Blazing Sun, although Gelt is a little bit hornswoggled up here, so we're going to go get on him. And the Blazing Sun Knights will actually struggle against the Syrenes a little bit without magic damage. I mean, they'll do some decent burst damage, but nothing that like an Invo isn't going to be able to chop off. Oh shit, they're on fire, I forgot. All right, Gelt is landing on the ground, so we're going to go ahead and just let him scurry on the ground a little bit and try and get him with a breath attack while he's not paying attention there. Okay, so Felbats are here. We do have our Zombo lines holding well. The mortars are dunking on these infantry units. Let's dunk on this one, and we could just go chase Gelts or shoot him with a pistol even is fine. Yeah, we got a lot of scary shit back here. A lot. Yeah, grenade launchers. Gelt is going to get away. He's not worth chasing. I don't want to chase the forbidden fruit and get wrecked, All right, so vampire character, let's drop this. Those are going to be Blazing Suns. Our Lampreys are getting a little bit smashed up here. They're not having the best of times, but yeah, we're going to go after the mortar right now. See if we can get a freebie right there. All right, so Depth Guard, I think, will be good at just pushing the middle now. That's for sure. Let's get on you guys, and we're going to need to get an invo on the crabs when they're not on fire, although we could just do an overcasted invo on the crabs and just heal everybody up. Salt Lords, Gutlers, let's go. You guys have almost gotten the Flagellants down, and yeah, all hands on deck here. Everybody's ready to go. They are gung-ho. So the mortars, let's get on the Sigmar Suns. Looks like we hold this position. These are going to be spearmen, so we should be able to overwhelm them pretty easily. Ghostly units being very annoying. We need to get you guys back. Got to keep them alive if we can. And, all right. So how are we looking? Depth Guard can move up and fight these guys, although maybe just keeping them back is going to be prudent. Let's get a handgun unit and just kind of position them deep set and just have them unload on whatever they can. Grenade launchers here are going to be very annoying, but we just need to chase them with the Cyrene units and handgun units, and Luther Harkin is going to go and try and get the big dog up in the sky. Lampreys can come across and do a little bit of chasing as well. We are in danger of losing ground here, so we need to get more zombies forward to kind of absorb the charge. And yeah, looks like Gelt is most likely going to get broken. Syrenes chase, Lampreys chill. We can do some pistol summons. Let's just do a little pistol summon back here and see what's cooking. And then you guys come back there, do this. And it looks like Gelt is going to be chased off the map. All right. How's this going? All right. So we unsummon you guys. Let's get you guys in the mix. Get you guns to just park right here and shoot whatever the hell you can. And Depth Guard can go and fight that Empire Captain. Gelt's getting chased off the battlefield is quite good. It's going to be very, very nice. Okay, let's go there, and we can also hornswoggle you a little bit, try and slow you down, let Lampreys do their thing, and Lampreys would certainly appreciate that heal right there, so it's going to be nice. Felbats come over, get on you guys. Luther Harkin has chased off Balthazar Gelt, so he is, the nerd is gone for now. And we do see a healthy unit advancing up. All right, so zombies, go fight Sigmar Suns. Guns, shoot whatever the hell you can, and we can do some Syrenes now too. Syrenes are an amazing unit, they're very, very good. All right, Flagellants are the ideal target though. Okay, so the Big O Crabo Stabo is going. We might be in danger of losing this objective here, but we do manage to tar pit him there pretty good. Luther Harkin can do a breath attack on these guys, try and soften them up a little bit, and we'll keep Crabo Stabo trying to do its thing. Yeah, Syrenes will get there eventually. I think they will. You guys are going to go up there and fight this. We are in danger of losing this back objective, which is going to become a little bit precarious here in a minute, because he's slightly resurgent. I think we just got to go start contesting that point, although we do need to reinforce our own home point here. We can't afford to just lose that. So we're going to get a couple zombies. The mortars are wrecking those Flagellants, but we don't want to be shooting into where our Depth Guard and the boys are fighting. You guys shoot here, you guys shoot here, and then, yeah, we just kind of pull back a little bit. He's got his home point back, but we're pretty damn well ahead on value. With Luther Harkin around, too, it's going to be very menacing. Okay, so Luther is going to come pick off this Empire Captain. I love the Empire Captain pick, by the way, super fun. And we're going to get Salt Lords, Gutlers to come and just clear out, Sigmar Suns and those kind of units. All right, so Sirens are here. The mortars are singing pretty freaking hard in the deeps, and the capture weight does come to us. Let's go ahead and hornswoggle you and try and hunt you down. Okay, any threat on the back point? I don't think so. With the Stabo Crabos, we can also just summon a unit of zombies there to run a little bit of interference. Okay, I think those guys are taken care of. Any healthy units around the battlefield that need to be dealt with? Not really. You guys keep shooting there. Let's go get the Salt Lord Scuttlers to deal with this. Zombies Tar Pit. And we do get another assassin right there. Great. All right, so you guys are chewing through what appears to be 3 freaking flagellants. Scurvy dogs are going to be very necessary here, too, just for getting up and getting capture weight. I don't think there's any danger on the back point. I think we're good with 2 zombies coming in, plus our Count Chocula here. I think we're all right. Should have used Power Stone there. All right. Oh, Gelt's back. Somehow Palpa Gelt has returned. Let's go hunt him down again. Looks like a couple huntsmen are still chilling there, so let's get the mortars and zero in on those huntsmen there. All right, so Gelt's going to come. He's going to probably not do a whole lot to us. Salt Lord Scuttlers, we can move them over this way too. The Bomber Bats should be really, really devastating here. And we can heal some Sirens for capture weight, which is going to be good enough. All right, so we could go after Gelt, but I think just shutting down the grenade launchers is going to be better. Let's go chase there, and let's not... Ooh, that's going to hurt, actually. Is that a spell there? Can't tell. All right, so the Scurvy Dogs get in. We're going to charge Gelts. The handgun mobs have chased Homie off, so let's get you up, and we're going to go ahead and get some Sirens and run them up to the point for the capture weight. And the Imperial forces have been broken over here too. Yeah, it's tricky. The grenade launcher is really good against them there. Or the Bomber Bat, excuse me. All right, Gelt's scurrying away, but I think we got this one to the bag now. It was a little bit contested there for a second, got kind of sketchy, but I think we're okay. Let's go get the Empire Captain. The dogs are chasing. He's got some idle Empire Knights over there. Good for us. So let's go here, get the halberds here, and you guys move up. Salt Lord Scuttlers still doing their thing. We can unsummon the mortars now. Because, you know, they're... I mean, I guess they have a little bit of ammo left. Let's use the last of their ammo on these guys to try and polish them off. All right, so we're making a play. His grenade launchers are on the run, and you guys come back here, chew on these. Gelt is going to go after my bats, and I think we should be able to deal with this guy. Do we have a taunt? Yeah, we do, so that's going to be very, very good there. All right, so Sirens can go after Homie. They're actually really good against Cav units. Let's get the handgunner unit to turn about face, and everybody else needs to stay on here. Yeah, the mortars actually ended up doing some good damage against that flagellant. Underrated unit on some maps, you know? Definitely underrated. All right, yep, you guys fight, and we can just start the Walking Dead. Let's cue the theme song. Carl. All right, so they're going. Let's just get all you guys going here. Big dog there is chilling. Let's get some of the guns here. You zombies there, you here. And our poor bats. You know when you're getting bullied by Balthazar Gelt that you're having a bad time. You can't wait to corner camp with Imperial Guard? Hell yeah, dude. Just like... you have your Ogrins in your front line and then just have your Guardsmen and all your tanks, your Basilisks and stuff shooting. Yeah, it's going to be good. Gonna be good. All right. Shoot at Gelt. Provide a little bit of fire support. We could even get some bats to go after him. Yeah. They won't do much, but maybe I'll be able to peel. We'll see. All right, so we got his home objective. We got this one. Luther and company should be able to fight till the end of days there. We could do a big imbo over there. Not a bad idea. Just top everybody off, and let's get you guys up there. Great. And the gunfire, we can start shooting at you, or just shoot at the advancing dudes coming out of the trees. And what do we want to send? Some Scurvy Dogs and Scurvy Dogs. All right, so you Scurvy Dogs get up, maintain capture weight, and I think we're all good. Yeah, Gelt's getting hunted. He's getting the biz there. And let's unsummon this mortar. We're going to unsummon you right there. Yes. Flagellants looking a little bit worse for wear. They're not bad in this matchup, though. Flagellant's totally a viable choice. We can unsummon you guys. Just get your ammo back in the pool. And we got Depth Guard and Sirens. And Sirens become better the later the game goes, too, because people run out of magic, like wins, so then they just can't deal with it. It's surprisingly strong, actually. Yeah, so the captain's gone. You can go hunt these guys down, and that's going to be GG. All right, guys. Epic one. Fun game. Pretty meta adjacent on some of the stuff. The mortars did good. Luther, I love. I've just been using Luther nonstop. He's so much more fun than Slaughter. Slaughter is so lame. That stupid Knight Summon is so cheesy. This is just such a superior, more Chadley way to play, I think. Luther is also good, too. I think he's underrated because he can bully people like Franz and Boris Todbringer. You know, he can hunt down Marcus Wolfhard. He's a little bit weak to being sniped, but, you know, like by Mass Huntsman with like a net or something like that, but he's so fun. All right. Yep, Hound units did good, Mortars did good, and Sirens in the late game, you know, good capture weight. Lampreys also did quite nice. Yeah, it was a good game. GG. Let me say GG to him. GG, well played, dog. Until next time. All right, guys. So that's going to be it for today. If you guys want more best of 3 streams, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit to help keep the old man going. But until then, I will see you guys back tomorrow afternoon. I'm not sure with what, but we're going to do something fun. We will do something fun. All right, guys. See you around. Take care of yourselves. Thank you all for joining so much. And, yeah, a couple days. So tomorrow's Heroes. I got to get something fun cooking for the weekend. Maybe like an Age of Wonders, like PvP game or something could be fun with Anna and Pone and Davok or something. All right. See you guys around. Take care. And that is it for today.